The Army for 17 years. I've been a nerd and a gamer my entire life, even when we had dial-up internet back in the late 90s. And I was very excited when we finally got cable in the early 2000s, and I was able to play, StarCraft on BattleNet. So gaming has always been a huge aspect of my life. And being in the Army, funny story, I'm surrounded by fellow nerds and gamers. So every location that I've been sent to, I've known WoW groups. So I can play World of Warcraft with people that are literally living down the hall from where the Army puts me to live. You're in a community of like-minded individuals from all across the country. Having that ability, whatever your hobby is, so like I play Warhammer, which is a tabletop game, outside of every Army installation across the entire country, there's a Warhammer store where I can play my game. Wherever the Army was moving me to throughout the course of my career, my hobby went with me. My love went with me. It was kind of one of those really cool things. And then with the video game aspect, I remember 2006 seeing LAN parties in a barracks room. Like you're seeing Ethernet cords outside of dudes' rooms linking up and playing various video games on a Thursday night after they're done work for the day, because you're surrounded by people of equal age. Video games are a big aspect of everyone's life nowadays.
So you're saying the connection, not so much like, there's games that are parallel to maybe how you operate in the military, but you're saying the ability to function as a unit or with friends, you're brought even closer together through gaming, it sounds like.
100%. You're going to meet fellow gamers. And, when a good gamer meets another gamer, they're going to become best friends online. When they're living down the hall, you already have that immediate hobby that draws you guys together. You're going to make lifelong friends, and you're going to be meeting fellow nerds from all over the country. Because when you're stationed on a military installation, you're going to be in a barracks, which is like a really nice hotel room. You're going to have your own room and everything. Your neighbors are also going to be fellow gamers. So it's kind of cool to be able to be like, hey, let's get a raid in.
Okay, so you mentioned WoW, you mentioned raiding. I'm a big WoWer myself since 04. You said LAN parties. Were you talking LAN parties like Halo, or what are we talking LAN parties?
Oh, back in the day? Oh, Halo? Definitely. I joined in 2006. Mm-hmm. So Halo 2, LAN parties, money in the bank, having great nights. What's some of my fondest memories growing up where you go over to a buddy's house, you got 9 TVs there, and everyone's connected to a router, and you're all trying, hey, don't look at my screen, man. Don't look at my screen. You got 4 people to a TV and you're playing, Halo 1, Halo 2. So being able to still experience that and get paid and having your job and, you're getting your skill training, awesome. One of those really cool experiences.
Yeah, plenty of fights with me and my college roommate in Halo 2 and sticky bombs and holes in doors. Yes, I totally remember.
Stop looking at my screen. That's all.
Okay, so this is great. So I really feel this is good information for students thinking about what they want to do before college, after college. They're gamers, and look, you don't just go to boot camp and eat and run and stuff like that. You're actually spending time with people and playing video games. I think this is a good recruiting.
You are still going to run. You're going to be in really good shape. You're still going to do your job. You're still going to be, we have over 150 jobs to choose from in the United States Army. Everything from electrician to plumbing to construction to HVAC to infantry to, everything. Satellite communications, which is a really good field to get into if you want to go into telecommunications for like AT&T, Verizon, whatever, T-Mobile. So you're going to get your skill training. You're going to get your job. You're still going to be in the Army, but it's a 9-to-5 job. When you're off work, you could go do whatever you want to do. If you want to do a LAN party with your buddies down the hall, hell yeah, go get that done. It gives you that option that don't think because you joined the Army, you're just going to wear this uniform 24 hours a day. You're obviously going to get your WoW raiding parties in sweatpants at, 8 o'clock at night on a Tuesday, because that's when your group can meet up. So you're still going to be able to get that accomplished, and you're still going to have weekends off in the Army. It's not a 24 hours a day, 7 days a week gig. It's really 9 to 5, 40 hours, give or take.
Is there something in the recruits that you're looking for that maybe have characteristics around their teamwork or collaboration or communication when it comes to them in team-based games or FPS or rating? What are you looking for from, let's just say, gamers as recruits? How can those characteristics feed into a job in the Army?
The Army, we like to get people that have no real training experience, because we want to teach you. We want to teach you how to be a leader. We want to teach you how to follow directions. We want to teach you to also be a self-starter. Obviously, having those skills prior to is obviously encouraged and liked, but we don't need someone that is an inherent leader right off the bat. A lot of people learn who they are growing throughout life. But if you're in charge of like a fire team playing, Call of Duty, how to work the maneuver elements, like we need to flank. We have infantry, which is combat arms, which is Call of Duty, where, you're going to do a lot of the same maneuvers. You're going to do a lot of the same communication. The Call of Duty, when they're making those games, they embedded their programmers with the military to kind of learn lingo, to kind of learn how stuff, moves, how certain weapons sound. Having those skills is important, but we're going to teach you. We want to also be able to teach you. There's always a thing I've heard that if you know how to shoot a gun prior to joining the Army, that's good. But you're going to have bad fundamentals. We're going to teach you the right way to properly shoot a gun. Not saying every way is bad, but for us, we like a blank slate because we want to teach you the right way of doing everything. So, don't think that you have to have prior knowledge and experience coming into us. Like, there's a reason why we have basic training. It's basically teaching you the fundamentals of the Army. It's kind of like one of those little word plays. It matters, but we'll take anyone. We want people that want to serve their country. If they have a family coming into it, they want to give their family a good life, because we have a lot of benefits, like 30 days paid vacation a year, which you cannot find in the civilian sector. Like, good luck. I mean, if I want to go to an esports event in Vegas, funny story, I can just go do it every year. Being on the Army esports team is pretty cool because I'm a full-time recruiter, but my esports thing is also part of my job. So I get to go do these really cool events and travel. I was in DC last weekend for a Warhammer event for the Nova Open, which is the major East Coast event. So, I mean, people have a lot of common misconceptions of like what the Army is and what we can offer. And that's why I kind of tell people, just talk to a recruiter. We just talk to people. If you don't like it, you don't like it. No big deal. No sweat off my back. I get my 30 days a year, but we can answer a lot of your questions, give you information.
How are recruits being challenged mentally, given the ability to learn? Is there, I guess there's bigger roles and jobs that can stretch you mentally within the Army?
Yeah, I'll get right back to basic training. Basic training. So we get a lot of, as a recruiter, that's my job. I meet America's youth and kind of talk to them about stuff. Is basic training is kind of like we're getting you away from your parents for a lot of kids the first time in their lives. A lot of kids that join are coming right from, their bedroom that they grew up in their entire life. So with basic training, it's your first real experience being on your own and being able to discover and work on those self-resilient skills. We want you to thrive. No one wants you to fail in life. So the Army is going to give you every single tool we can to make you physically tough and mentally tough. So that's why you guys have probably seen videos at basic training where you see drill sergeants yell at you. Yeah, they're going to yell at you a little bit because a lot of kids haven't been yelled at in their entire life. And that's going to show you a different way to thrive in that environment is, when you're put into a stressful environment, being able to be like, okay, I now know how to handle this because I've never really had that situation appear in front of me before. But it's never going to be pushed too far to too many limits. We want to make sure that everyone just kind of understands that, you're joining the Army. You're not, your mom and dad are really far away, thousands of miles in some cases. And we want you to be able to thrive on yourself. The person you are when you leave for basic is not going to be the person you are when you graduate basic training. I got a thing in my office where we always take a photo of you before you leave and we put it on my wall. And when you come back from basic, you come to visit us, is we always hand you that photo and you have to go into our bathroom and look in the mirror and see how much you've changed just in 3 to 4 months. Because you'd be surprised what comes out of this training. And these are stronger mentally, physically, socially. They're put into these, pressure-filled environments where you're gonna swim. You're not gonna sink. We're gonna make sure that you know how to thrive. Listen, do it. Gaming is going to be a big aspect for the next 20, 30 years. Twitch has grown exponentially every year for people that are creating their own content. YouTube is also the same way. Whatever your hobby is, do it. Be excited with it, but also remember, you can always fall back on us, the Army. Get yourself some money, get yourself some skill training just in case. Life is long. Always make sure we always use the term, always have tools in your toolkit. If you want to play video games, do it. Play video games for the Army, but also learn HVAC. It's a good skill to have if something goes bad. God forbid something happens to your wrist and you can't play, Call of Duty competitive anymore. Guess what? You're going to make 6 figures learning how to, fix air conditioning units, or whatever your desire is. 150 different jobs. All you got to do is come in, talk to us, and see what you qualify for. The Army, we will literally let you decide what job you want to do with us. We're not going to force you to do anything. If you don't want to be a truck driver, guess what? You're not going to be a truck driver. But if you want to learn a skill, learn a trade, maybe go see the world and have some excitement, if that's your thing, we're here for you. And you can still video game. Living proof right here.
Awesome. Thank you, Sergeant Burns. Appreciate it, sir.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup East Region Online Qualifier presented by Collegiate SMG Esports U, U.S. Army, and Army ROTC. Thank you all so much, and welcome back. I am your host, Paulie Hype, like usual, and we have an exciting day of college esports among us. There's no doubt about it, as we will find the top qualifiers for our East Regional LAN that will be happening at Rutgers University November 4th to 6th. And I'm so excited for it. It's going to be amazing. Before we get into some of the action for today, I do want to kind of recap what the top four schools that did advance here moving forward. So at the moment, we have in Rocket League, was number 1 seed Stockton University will be playing today against number 4 Lackawanna College. This will start in about an hour on Esports U2. Number 2 state will take on number 2 Penn State will take on number 3 Arcadia Knights. That'll be happening as well. For VALORANT, it was Fisher College in the number 1 seed. They'll be playing today. Rutgers made it over in the number 2 seed, so happy to see that since we'll be going there for a LAN. The Lebanon Valley number 5 seed, they advanced as well to today. And Alvernia University, they advanced in the number 6 seed. So well done, Alvernia. Over to Overwatch is Harrisburg in the number 1. Overwatch 2, remember this is the first weekend tournament for Overwatch. And we have Harrisburg in the number 1, Fisher College in the number 2, Penn State once again in the number 3 seed, and St. Rose in the number 4 seed. So really exciting stuff. We'll catch up on SSBU also later, as well as that'll be later on the day too. And it's so exciting. We are here. We are seeing the best schools in the East region. There's new colleges and universities emerging every single year here at the CECC, and it's so exciting to see. We have a full all-star caster lineup as we see the return of Septilance and Gompers on VALORANT. Of course, Hail Monkey Man and Danger Taco will be on Rocket League. Clutch Key and Dividing will be providing some amazing commentary on Overwatch, and Kilamiles and Daramgar will be our Super Smash Bros. Ultimate caster. So, without further ado, let's get the quick 10 seconds of hype, baby. It's finals day, and it's going to be a jam-packed bunch of action. I'm loving every second of it. Enough here of me talk. Let's see some collegiate esports finals action right here on Sunday. Over to Septilance and Gompers for Esports U, and we'll be on Esports U2 later with Hail Monkey Man and Danger Taco for Rocket League. Over to you guys.
Thank you so much, Paulie, and good morning, everybody. It's always hard to follow up that level of hype, but we're going to try our best here over in the VALORANT situation of CECC East 2022. I'm still Septilance, that's still Gompers, but the exciting news is one of the 2 teams we're going to see right away we haven't seen yet. So this far into the series, this far into the weekend, we're still getting teams that haven't been on stream yet.
And you guys told me some interesting stuff about Fisher College. It seems like they're a pretty dominant team, which is very scary. Although Lebanon Valley, I do have to say, they played very good. I think Zario is going to be a really good clutch factor for the team. But the thing is that you got to say the fact that you just said, because it kind of blew my mind, honestly.
Yeah, so Fisher College, we have not seen them on stream yet. They are the number 1 seed of this weekend. They have dropped 6 rounds. That's not in their last game. They have dropped 6 rounds in the last 4 games they have played. 5 of them in 1 game. So 3 teams have taken down 1 round against Fisher. Other than that, they have gone essentially undefeated. So when I said 2 13-0s yesterday, turns out I was correct. They had 13-0'd 2 times. They're going to try to do a third today if they're able. But like you said, Lebanon Valley, I think this might be kind of Fisher's toughest challenge yet, because as the bracket is built, as a tournament is built, the further in you get, the harder and harder it's going to become.
Yeah.
So Fisher College, the team we haven't seen yet, the team we don't know a lot about, they have to bring a lot to the table.
I think so as well. I mean, looking at the statistics, right, Fisher College probably going to be the top seed. And, of course, the top team overall. I mean, they've made it this far with those statistics regardless also is still, like, you know, it still kind of makes you scratch your head as to what's going to happen.
Without a doubt. I mean, they are 52-6, I believe, over 4 rounds, 4 games, 4 entire best of 1 series. So I'm very excited to see that. And speaking of seeing things, we can jump over to take a look at Fisher College, see the team they're bringing to the table. I've got no clue if they've actually got headshots or not. We're going to find out together. And they all look exactly the same.
Mm-hmm. It's crazy. I don't know. It's like they're wait, what is it called when it's like 5 twins? Is that like a quintuplet? Yeah, they're all quintuplets. There you go.
Absolutely. And I think the really interesting thing about Fisher College, what the kind of they're getting ready to bring out is this is, I believe, their first collegiate season with this team, because you and I talked about this before we went live today. 4 of them are freshmen. So are we just sitting at the very beginning of a Fisher dominance we've never seen before? Is this going to be their season just through and through?
I think, oh man, I don't know. And it's kind of ironic because the F is like majority of these players are freshmen. So looking at that, actually, speaking of, a lot of them are in either computer information science or cybersecurity. So they want a lot to do with like the the very statistic type of portion of college, which is pretty interesting.
Without a doubt. And it's the statistical players that are the best at the VOD review.
Oh,
so
yeah.
maybe that's what's leaning into them. I mean, I'm just saying that, those analytics can be super helpful. So let's jump from the team we don't know much about to the team we have seen with our very own eyes. Lebanon Valley College. They came in yesterday. They played on, I believe, Haven was our closing map of the day. And we already know we got quintuplets over here as well, but this roster, I mean, just all 5 of them really got the chance to shine. Gompers. I know my personal favorite was Jonathan Lamb, John Kook, who was playing that Rays, and we saw Reliable on the Chamber. Those 2 alone were just leading the charge round after round after round.
Yeah, and it's crazy because it's quintuplet versus quintuplet, which, makes for a very good game. The synergy must be amazing, but... yeah, I mean, we've already talked about this team before, right? Like the fun facts. We know a lot about Lebanon Valley from yesterday. If you haven't seen that, you should. It was honestly pretty much a banger. There were a lot of close games. It was our closest match. Yeah, there were a lot of close games, which I'm heavily surprised from. I'm assuming they tried to not put Fisher College inside one of the streams so that we wouldn't have to see that type of dominance. But now they're here, so
they're here, and I think it's going to be really an uphill climb for Lebanon Valley College no matter what, because the average rank for Fisher College is Radiant. That's obviously a very scary thing. The average for any other team, probably here in CEC, East, South, Midwest, Northwest, any of them, I don't know if we're going to see another team that has a full, complete, and total average as Radiant. And I think that's a really difficult situation for any team to go up against. This is the Goliath of the CECC East.
I think also what is the most scary to me is the fact that, like, I don't know. Yeah, you put the Radiant out there and whatnot, but it's also the fact that let's not forget that they also had like 6 rounds taken away from them. So it's true. Also one of those things. But yeah, I mean, also didn't want to talk about, I said this before, when the younger you are, the quicker your reaction time is. So, and I guess that's a statistic that people considered to be true. There's still people who are very good at the game regardless of their age. But this being like, a fact, okay, being a freshman coming into this game and not having a lot of competitive experience per se, I guess, also kind of puts into perspective that they're ready. They're fresh, right. They're new, they're ready to have fun, ready to commit to the game, and there is no burnout like when you're excited and just started.
Absolutely. And we know some players are better in certain team compositions. There's certain, they're better on certain agents. They're better on certain maps. And we now have our map decided for what is still going to be this best of 1 series. I'm incredibly eager to find out what this map is going to be. Hopefully it's one we haven't seen yet. And it's Haven. Okay, so good news, bad news. We've seen Haven now 3 times this weekend, but it's still, I think, going to be a really interesting map. I think also this map in particular gives us quite a fascinating narrative because we have seen Lebanon Valley win on this map.
We've seen them win on this map. But then again, statistics show it's like you want to root for the one, but it's also so hard to try to find a way to root for them at the same time because of how Fisher has been playing. But I honestly don't think this is going to be a quick one. And
I agree.
This is just basically because of the fact that I was about to say based. This is just basically because of the fact that we've seen Lebanon Valley play. I have high hopes for this team.
I wholeheartedly agree. I think this map in particular gave John Cook a huge opportunity to play that Raze, because I think people know Raze's kit, obviously. She's one of the oldest agents in the game. She's one of the most familiar. She's one of the most popular. But I really feel like we do not see Raze on Haven very often. And John Cook took advantage of that, giving us some pretty incredible nade lineup, some great blast pack coordination. And you can assume Zarya's going to bring out that Fade. So will we finally see that Fade Raze combo work the way they've been trying to make it work all weekend?
Mm-hmm. It's also hard. I mean, if you can't make it work the first time, you have to review, revise. And obviously, I feel like some players ended up going in the booth, trying to figure out what they could do within the next. And also, knowing you're going up against Fisher is a pretty scary thing. So I would assume that they took the time to sit back, relax, and really watch these VODs or try to at least, put together a strategy so that they could go against this team.
And I hope the VOD review did come through for Lebanon Valley College, because I know one of the things you and I discussed a lot yesterday was that kryptonite they had of getting a little impatient. Peeking corners they shouldn't be peeking, pushing up way too far when they're on defense, just that overzealousness, that over-eagerness to start the game, to get in, to get aggressive. But I think if Lebanon can play it slow, if they can play it careful, and they can play it cautious, they could slowly but surely, possibly here, as Fisher is essentially undefeated, they can maybe burn down Fisher College into at least a closer game than a 13-0.
Yeah, and I feel like that would be a very big upset because of, what we talked about before. A lot of people probably aren't expecting Fisher College to go down, and that's just the reality of it. Lebanon Valley, they are kind of like the underdogs of this grouping, of this, tournament. Oh my goodness, of this matchup. But it does seem like it is going to be a hard one to go by. Man, I think it's like the computer science and the cybersecurity that's like getting me, because like you have to be incredibly smart. Computer science and all that is not an easy, type of thing to go through.
It is not. Back when I played collegiate, I think I was the only member of my team that was not computer science. So I don't know what the correlation between computer science and competitive esports is, but clearly that transcends more than just my team, because that is something that almost all of Fisher Common has in college. The one standout player is going to be Ming, who is a senior and also a finance major. So that is exciting. The only one out there who's not on cybersecurity or computer science. Yeah. I'm really eager, though, because I want to know, and I wish we could find out beforehand, but obviously we don't get to talk to them until after. But I want to know, is Jack, or, Ming, is their gamertag, is Ming living up to that IGL status? So the senior, are they leading the charge? Are they leading the team? Or are they just kind of showing up, doing what they need done, and letting these freshmen kind of run rampant?
I mean, you gotta have the older brain,
Right.
The older you are, you've been through more. I don't know if Ming has continuously played even before they were a senior, which I'd assume you would. I mean, you're radiant. You're you like the esport, so kind of giving into that assumption that they have he has been here for so long, so you have to be that big mindset for the newer players that have just joined.
Without a doubt. And folks, I know you're waiting like, oh my goodness, why are these two still talking? Let's get right into the game. But surprise, we're still talking because not all the players are ready yet. We've got one player currently MIA. We're trying to get that figured out as fast as possible. And we've been given actually a little bit of secretive information that I'm going to throw out. And I think it's not really going to be a surprise because all the players are in the lobby. So John Cook, the player I was talking about, the Raze player that I loved to see, I thought was a huge impact player for Lebanon Valley College, not playing in this matchup. So that is definitely something to be concerned about, because I really think he was a star-studded reason they got through so effectively. They got a couple of round wins they really needed at the end there. So taking that power player out could spell disaster for LVC.
I think so too, because when you also look at the rankings within these players, Jungkook was the only other immortal, other than Juice. And that's one of the things that is kind of scary to me. You replace a very, very strong player that can handle things themselves, and then you're trying to put in somebody who may not be at that same level of ranking. So it also kind of, like you said, the duels may not be won as often as you would think they would, and now we're coming into something a little bit risky with this kind of known factor.
Yeah, let's get a look now. So we know kind of the team composition we suspect Lebanon Valley College to bring out. We're probably going to see that Reyna. That was very odd. That Omen came out from Juice. Wasn't the most effective in the first half, but found its footing notably late in the second. And here is something fascinating, Gompers. Zaryo has gone on to the Jet instead of the Fade. They're still going to have a Fade, but it's not going to be Zaryo. He told us yesterday during that interview, I've got a couple things in my back pocket. I can play that duelist role. And if he's ever seen a more of a now or never moment, this is it. He's bringing out the duelist, and he's going to have to do it well because, holy cow, Fisher's bringing out not only the breach, but the neon to boot.
And the double duelist is such a classic type of like composition that we actually used to see in the beginning of like the first meta that came out in Valorant.
These two in particular.
Yeah, so they're bringing out that, but it feels like we're hitting the newer side of the meta, and I guess that kind of comes into cohesion with the freshman, younger side of things, and maybe the juniors and the seniors, and you know, a very wide variety here for LVC. So kind of like, okay, well, you know, they're following the classic, and this is the old age versus the new age, I guess you can say. Like, this is what we're seeing.
I watch Survivor very often, and there's like the competition of like old Survivor versus new Survivor. That's very similar, the exact same kind of situation where it's like people playing it how it used to be played and people now playing it how you have to play it to win. The game has changed, and so do you. You've got to adapt. You've got to change. And speaking of adapt, I think the composition we're seeing from Fisher is super weird. I didn't get to talk about it too much because, you know, they picked it very quickly, but the breach, that's something we used to see way back when. I love to see the reemergence of breach. Neon, she's one of the newest agents in the game, so she's going to be coming out here in that DPS, that duelist role. I feel like Neon, though, more than almost any other agent of the game, incredibly feast or famine. Either you are dominating lobby or you are getting walked over.
Especially the fact that Fisher has double the flashes. Look at Psych already getting themselves in there. I don't know if that was the best idea, but the flash came in. They knew they had that information. Unfortunately, so it is going to be that refrag that comes out from Chloric.
Taking down Neon could have been huge. Chloric going to be taken out now by Juice. Zorio finds Logan, and I've got to say, a huge, incredibly strong start for Lebanon Valley. We were worried this was going to be a sweep. This was going to be a clean through. But if they can take the pistol round off of Fisher, that is a message of dominance. Ming, though, you know, it's going to be a 3v2. It's not as comfortable as a lead as Lebanon may have wanted, especially with Ming alive. 2 Headhunter bullets still lined up. Oh.
Yeah, the paranoia comes out, and you can see trying to fight this out. Ming playing with the team. But LVC, I mean, this might be their first round on the board. Nope, seems like Ming gets a nice frag.
That was Ming's last Headhunter bullets. They're going to have to swap back to either the Classic or the Ghost. Looks like they stuck for the Classic. They weren't going to go for the full up buy. They wanted to keep some on the board, and I believe this is... No, yeah, this will indeed be a fake up around to A, as the Omen's already there. He's going to find the Spike Plant for free. Dory goes in quick, puts the Spike Plant down, has 2 one-ways ready. Lebanon Valley, all of a sudden, a round that started incredibly strong for them, just going to work against them.
Yeah, time is ticking of the essence. LVC, can they win this out? And I feel like if they want to win a round, this would be the best time to do so. Stardog. And Ming. Who's going to win this one?
Stardog and Ming. Ming's already put a 3-piece on the board. Goes to put down the 4, but Stardog able to find that elim. Lebanon Valley, they are going to possibly... No, can't locate the spike. Might not have time for the defuse. This is time of disaster. Starts it. Might have it. Doesn't have it. Okay, has it. We're good. Everything's fine. 1 second left on the board.
Yeah, caught it just on time. Honestly, I mean, they could have probably had a second left to spare as well to go do something else at this point. But yeah, Lebanon Valley taking that one to 0, which is good for them. They picked up the first round. They've already put Fisher in you know, that 7-round loss. So
yeah.
Now Fisher, unfortunate for them, but it seems like a stinker coming out from Chloric. So they don't want to lose this one for sure.
They definitely do not want to lose this one. And I think you're totally right. Lebanon Valley, they just made Fisher lose the pistol round. Something I would be confident to guess nobody else has actually done to this point. Rio has to get out of that neon flash very quickly. 3 pushing up and through that garage. Ming, oh my goodness, just lethal with that Headhunter. I mean, that is probably their 4th Headhunter kill already, and we're in round 2. Zario takes out Dory, goes for the kill onto Chloric, swaps to the pistol, and just can outfind the Stinger. Gonna win that out from fire rate alone, and it's a 4v3 in favor of Fisher.
Spike is ticking, so waiting for time. And this is the thing, once the spike goes down and you hear the slow progression of the ticks, you start to feel like you're pressured to get yourself onto the site. Here it comes, the smoke's not even down for Juice, so it doesn't even help the team as much as possible. But it's up to Fisher to try to take things back. It's 29 health and a dream. The flash comes out, and they get the one. A possible right click that could clutch up the round, and it's beautiful from Chloric.
Oh, folks, we are in for a treat. We are in for a series indeed. Chloric with the 3v1 clutch, the 2v1 clutch, whatever it was. It was a 1v something clutch, and Chloric did it successfully. All statistics immediately thrown out the window. There's not a 2-round lead for anybody. But Gompers, you got to look at that. Okay, we got the replay on this. We're going to look at this instead. Absolutely dome Sardog. And then with the classic 29 HP, the jukes just coming through. Squirtle Masters not able to find that lineup. But I want to look at these guns because Fisher, they are not slowing down here. They are going for almost that full buy.
I think this Stinger was such a good investment for Fisher. I mean, looking at it, they got the round. Now they're possibly going to be able to get more. Oh, this is such a good trip. It gives away that information. They're going to be checking the flank now.
Guys, I think he wants to play Fisher College, bringing out that... Okay, Tour de Force in round 3 and already doing numbers with it. Takes down Reliable, one chamber, dismissing another. The 5v4 turns into a 4v4. Zario finds Chloric in the back line, and Ming with what could be a disgusting flank if he's fast enough. Not going to be able to move up quick enough without giving his location away. Lebanon Valley in a weird spot. It's almost like they're attacking instead of defending. Juice going to be able to find one. Zario goes down next. Squirtle Masters finds Logan. The damage may have been done. Sardog finds Ming, and all of a sudden we're tied back up 2-2.
This is so scary for Squirtle. Oh no, having to drop down right there. I don't know if that was the best approach. They could have gone out just down in CT side so that they wouldn't have to at least be in the air for a couple seconds and allow Fisher to have that advantage.
Gompers, while we've got a minute here, I can't believe we didn't get to talk about this yesterday. Vandal or Phantom?
Oh, Vandal.
Vandal? Okay, fair enough. That's probably why
Phantom
you're
is for body shotters.
Yeah, oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, totally, yeah, for sure, for sure.
I hate the Phantom. It's because I always hit the head, right? And then sometimes I hit them for like 149 or something like that. And I'm like... I literally almost cry, like genuinely.
Yeah, there's like that meme, the cycle of like buys a Phantom, hits for 149, buys a Vandal, can never headshot again, buys a Phantom. Like the cycle of like every time you have a Phantom, you're gonna land a headshot. Every time you buy a Vandal, you're gonna lose. Vandal's
just Vandal's just better. Vandal's just better.
The real reason I started using the Phantom is because I bought one of the skin sets for it, the comic book one, and I was like, okay, sick. And then I really liked the gun. Okay, Reliable has to rendezvous out of there pretty quickly, but it's going to be all right. Has not abandoned the site entirely. Zario overpeaks a little bit. Oh my goodness, going to lose all but the entirety of their HP. Takes down that Tasmanian Tiger. Psych takes down Zario. Psych takes down Reliable. We are at a 5v2 as Fisher trying to put a flawless on the board.
Oh, Sardog. And it's so dangerous, too, because Lebanon Valley needed this round. Right. Because of the fact that they also have these Vandals, their economy is going to be very low within the next round, so they're going to give Fisher possibly 2 in a row to be able to feed off, and this is so good from Juice. Taking out Chloric is going to be a good advancement, but they're going to have to step back and play for the exit frags instead.
Yeah, while winning the round is obviously ideal, I think you're totally right. We're in a position where they can't... I mean, if they run it, it's going to be a hero play. It's going to cost them their lives. At this point, they want to try to take as many weapons off the table as possible. They found one off of Fisher, and it really looks like that might be all they find is they do want to go for that save, and I can't say I blame them for a second.
Yeah. No, I don't blame them either, but Fisher is looking so good right now. They lost the pistol round, and then they were able to win a save round that initially a lot of people don't tend to be able to pull together. So you can already tell how strong this team is, and Ming bringing out the operator as well is just going to add salt to the wound.
Yeah, I think salt to the wound was the best way to say that. Ming has been a demon with this sniper so far. We saw the Tour de Force come out. We saw that Headhunter just putting in the work. And now to have the operator, one of few one-tap, one-kill guns in the game, this could be devastating for Lebanon Valley. They found that pistol round, and they have not been able to establish their footing since. A great flash comes in. Juice immediately has to backpedal, pushing into sight. Here come the Seekers from Fisher. I think that is a genius play because it is going to give away everything Lebanon Valley is trying to hide.
Yeah, flashes come out, and Psych's ready to move in and be prepared. It seems like there comes the first one. Nice shot from Psych, and the second went down to commit. So it's interesting to see how things go, especially in a moment like this one. But yeah, the retake's going to be very hard with 2 players, especially with a shorty.
Yeah, the retake feels like it may be nearly impossible. Zario, though, you're in a weird spot. Are you going to save a shorty? Like, probably not, right? If you die, you get an additional ult orb. Dory going to put the smoke up above. Rio gives their locale away, but oh, dashes in. Was not as clean as they thought they were with it. Gives themselves up and walks right into all 4 members of Fisher. But like I said, with a shorty, you might as well go for the hero play because there's no point in saving it.
Yeah, but looking into the replays.
Yep,
Yeah.
gonna be psych.
Aye. Look at that. It's like the crosshair placement is so perfect too. Like, you know you're a good player once you can play like that. But yeah, it's just overall hard. Like all the fights being won out by, you know, Fisher College. So what can you do?
I think I want to see a little bit more defense. That was the first note I gave before we even actually got into this game. I said I want to see Lebanon slow it down a little bit. I don't see the value in wide swinging these, you know, the garage door or wide swinging C long. If they play a little slower, a little patient, like Zario was there for a moment, they were up in the numbers. Ming, though, wins out that sniper duel. That's going to open C side entirely. Fisher, they're going to take that window. They're going to go storming in. I think that's the ideal play, but at the same time, it's going to hurt them drastically, especially as Ming puts down Reliable. Gets ready to put down one more.
Here.
Silence is deafening right now, the Nightfall. And it is a 3v4, so things are possible here. And once that Nightfall starts to go down, it's going to give away the locations of many players. Yeah, you can hear what's going on. The shots come down. Psych still takes out one. And being the Neon, especially playing on this attack, I mean, you can see they're making so much space.
That was, I think, the fastest round we've seen so far. That was pretty effective from Fisher to clean things up, put themselves into a 5-1 scenario, and now again, Gompers, we're back to where we were at round, what, 4? Where it's a full buy from Fisher and not even close from Lebanon Valley.
It's just kind of crazy how, you know, we came into this thinking that they were going to be like a very dominant team, and then they continue to prove us right. So I don't know. And honestly, overall, like, it is insane that they can keep this up, keep up the fact that they won that the second round, and then continue to keep this momentum.
Yeah, when you've got a team with a Radiant average, like I said, that is not something you see in a college setting very often. That is some of the best players in the world, all hanging out on the same team at the same school. And Fisher, I know their esports program, they do not goof around. They're looking for the best of the best at all times. And as Psych demonstrates for us right then and there, they have found them. A wallbang headshot kill onto Juice, and that immediately puts Fisher up in a 5-4 scenario. Lebanon Valley, they're down, they're not out, but it feels like every round that Fisher wins, the larger and larger the gap gets, the harder and harder this becomes.
One player down. Still possible for Lebanon Valley, but we've seen the aim of these players from Fisher.
Right.
And they know where to watch. Look at Ming. He's holding down the garage angle so that when they pick things go wrong. Nice rolling thunder coming outside, coming around the back. There comes Ming with the first one. The blind comes through, and it doesn't matter. Everybody can't even get their feet close to the choke point.
It's just so quick. Every time we get like the slow build up, it's a slow burn story, and then all of a sudden everything happens all at once. Everybody goes down in the blink of an eye. Nobody's able to recover from the side of Lebanon Valley, and Fisher putting down a flawless to secure their 6th round win is ideal for them. This is a phenomenal position to be in. I mean, Lebanon could go on to win the next 5 rounds in a row, and Fisher would never be in a round deficit.
I'm just surprised. Like, I didn't think that this would be what we saw. Not exactly, but it seems like, honestly, they're just incredibly insane.
Yeah, Lebanon Valley, reminder, they are missing John Cook, one of their 2 immortal players, and I think that's making a big difference so far. Not to say that, you know, oh, the sub is doing worse, but I think just the absence of John Cook themselves is a massive hit to Lebanon Valley. That Raze was doing numbers across the board, left, right, and center, and as you remove her from the equation, Lebanon not only has to play, you know, with a different formula on the team, a different synergy, but they have to play without that Raze as well, and it's a lot harder to make space without her.
Yeah, and Fisher's very patient too. And they have a lot of respect for Lebanon Valley despite how dominant they are against them. But this, no respect with Psych when he comes onto the site because he knows that respect is not due in this moment in time because the biggest thing is getting onto the site and creating that space.
Yeah, CECC just doing a phenomenal job getting in, like you said, making space, finding, I think, 2 eliminations every round so far. It has been a dominant force from CECC on this Neon. And it's so funny because at the beginning I was like, oh, that's crazy. I don't know if I'm ready for a Neon pick. And I certainly wasn't ready for this. CECC is a demon on that Neon so far. The op shot going to be missed out. Reliable trying to find somebody, lands the head tap, but not the kill. And Logan Dory put down the rest of Lebanon Valley. Fisher up 7-1.
I am flabbergasted because not only are they taking these rounds, but they barely lose anybody. I think the amount of flawlesses we've seen have been kind of like, they've been almost every single round.
We've seen so many, the flawless has definitely lost its uniqueness. We've seen so many, just such a hyper aggression, such a continued domination from Fisher. I mean, look at their econ as well. The lowest they've got's 4,400. Everybody else is nearing 9,000. Everybody else is nearing max.
I'm just heavily surprised that they can pull something like that together. I mean, they're doing an amazing job at keeping themselves intact here for Fisher. They've lost one finally. At least a good news for Lebanon Valley.
The Tasmanian Tiger making some value somewhere, but cannot quite pick up any flashes. Fisher, they lose their first player, and CECC, of course, going to tie things right back up. This is probably going to be Logan with the one tap, but Squirtle with the Deagle, with the Sheriff is able to put Logan down. This is Lebanon coming back to life. I mean, there's absolutely a world where they can pull this into a 5-7. They can tie things back up. Honestly, Compers, I'd love to see CECC bust out this Neon ult. I think that could do numbers for Fisher College.
Mm-hmm. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
I don't know, though, because
it's going to be hard to sneak up, I think.
Yeah.
Hard, but not impossible, especially as Juice is watching the wrong angle. Goes for the smoke. Yeah, CECC's got this one in the bag. Bonk.
Nice. Yeah, CECC being patient there was the best thing that they could do. What?
Reliable.
Even with an op?
Reliable got, I think, ping diffed there. My goodness, that was... You thought he would have fired. Maybe it was just a reaction time differential, but not able to find that lineup, not able to find that value. And now Fisher, in a round they should have lost. They're putting themselves right back on top. Up to Sardog, a Deagle, and a Dream, pushing into the wrong site. Ah, there it is.
It is kind of crazy how that can work. I'm honestly like heavily pleased at the gameplay that Fisher is putting out there. And you said like it'll get harder the more you go. I feel like the hardest that Fisher has received is the team that managed to take out those 5 rounds from them.
Right.
So, I mean, I guess like the harder it'll get kind of goes to the people who are going to play Fisher. Like this team is absolutely insane.
Yeah, Fisher refusing to lose, and definitely not a team to pull any punches. We knew that coming into this. We were going to see that going out. Logan sends out that flash early. That just opens up A-Long. Now, to be fair, no one was there to begin with, but it gets them that speed. It gets them that momentum. Sardog with the Vandal has to back up. I think I'd like an Empress here. Even as those Seekers come out, I think Sardog with that additional fire rate boost and that healing off of each elimination could go for it. Be a little chaotic with it, but instead, they're going to choose to play it slow. Backpedal up and out of heaven. Trying to keep it at a 5-5, but getting A-Site for free like this is huge for Fisher.
Yeah, there's so much to wait for. Zario knows if he peeks this, it's going to be a dangerous game. Oh, but they hear the one way. They see this. But this is so beautiful from them. They dash themselves onto the site. Unfortunately enough, they get taken out, but this is not unfortunate for Lebanon Valley. This might have to be that second round that they're able to win. Oh, I think he was going to fake it.
Wow! That was easily, and I think you can agree with me on this, that was easily the most coordinated I think we have ever seen Lebanon. That was phenomenal. I know we've got a replay on that if I had to guess, so I hope we can get the chance to look at it, because that was just, I mean, Zario goes in, they're all looking at the jet, and Sardog from the heavens just puts them down. Everybody swings to middle. Sardog finds CECC. Logan gets taken out. Dory gets the trade, but Sardog trades the trade, and then puts a bonus kill back on top. I mean, I am flabbergasted by that. Bamboozled, befuddled, whatever silly words you want to throw in there. That was a great performance from Lebanon, and I hope they can continue to play like that.
Yeah, Util looking really good for this team. I think overall, like, Fisher, it's so hard to kind of talk about this team because they kind of do the same thing over and over again. It's just the constant, like, they wait here for their first pick, then they start to move up immediately after, like you're seeing now, and that's how they play. That is it, and they don't need to change anything.
Losing Reliable early is not going to help Lebanon Valley here. I would say it's not going to count them out entirely yet, but it's definitely going to make it more difficult as that Chamber, he can get some elims pretty quickly. Does Mini and Tiger get some intel that somebody's hanging out in Garage? Hawk to the backside now is Korok trying to find Porik, trying to find something, but it's going to be that Nightfall trying to open up things for Lebanon Valley. Unfortunately, Psych and Ming waiting for the opportunity to strike. Floric puts down Stardog and Fisher. They're putting that 9th on the board. Maybe Lebanon gives us the 9-3. Maybe we get the curse of a lifetime. But with the way Fisher's playing, I think we'd need even more than a curse to stop this team.
Yeah, I think we need... Honestly, I don't even know. Like, you can see the 16-3 from Psych, the 14-5. Everybody on this team going positive. Well, you got Reliable going 0-11. Like, you can see the big difference between the play style and just overall skill of the team of Fisher. Yeah. So when you put that into perspective, it's also really hard to come up to that conclusion.
I think we're seeing a disastrous situation in which, as the Chamber, you're supposed to be the front runner, the one getting the elim, sneaking up, getting that opening play. And I think we're just seeing Ming do it a little more convincingly than Reliable. And Reliable's not able to find those opening frags, not able to help out the team when they need to, and it's hurting Lebanon Valley bad.
This is good. They're going to pull that out. Try to at least put an ultimate down so that they can get some type of standing or at least stall time for this retake. Lebanon Valley getting stunned outside, bringing out the ultimate. That's the first one, the second, beautiful. And they're hitting the headshots while they're in this form. It doesn't matter.
Insult to injury a little bit. Maybe that just goes to show Sykes, talent in this game, landing headshots in a situation like you said. Headshots do not matter. Ming found that amazing elim on Desario. There's that overextension from Lebanon I was worried about. And then we know we've got this double kill as Juice, almost double kill as Juice gets that trade. Syke tears up sewers and puts down a couple to boot. I completely agree. Hitting headshots in a moment where you don't have to goes to show the true talent behind that player.
I think overall it's also like just a normal thing for them to do. Like, they don't even think about it at that point and they just do it, which is like, you've put yourself in the habit of committing to, a really good crosshair placement. You don't really think much about your playstyle because you're playing into that duelist role. All you have to do is run in, get the pick, or even just create space, which is exactly what Psych has been doing so far. So it's not only just the picks that come through. They create the space. Logan nice with the trade. And honestly, this is good.
Yeah. Now this time I'm fully aware that we are in the second half. I'm more awake today. I know what's going on. And I know that no ultimates were traded out in the most previous round, but what has been traded out is that Jet and that Neon. One duelist down on both sides. You've got that 4-4 scenario, and while I wanted Lebanon to play slower in the defensive half, I think on a map like Haven, you've got to amp your speed up a little bit. Oh, Ming gonna miss quite a few shots. Finds the dome onto Reliable, gets the trade once again, and a 4-4 turns into a 3-3.
Yeah, 10-2 is so scary, but at least having 3 players and having that advantage is giving you more of that momentum boost and mental boost as well, which is exactly what Lebanon Valley need right now, but I don't like how quiet it is.
Silence in a game like Valorant can never be a good thing. We see some action coming in from Chloric. Logan went for the flash, I think decided not to use it. Logan puts down Squirtle Masters, and now it's a 2v1. Juice finds a couple of bullets, but just cannot stop this breach. I talked about how it was a little bit weird, a little bit unusual to bring that breach out. We haven't seen him on Haven in a while, but clearly they're doing some work with it.
11-2. Look how many rounds they've run in a row, by the way. Wait, how much is that? 2, 4, 6, 8, and then 10. Well, no, not 10. That's one. So they've won 8 rounds in a row coming into that first half. They lost 2 rounds. And now here, they've won the first pistol round, which also gives them that boost to be able to win that second-hand round. Unless LVC comes out with something amazing, this is probably how things are going to go.
Yeah, I completely agree. In this round, we're going to see the action kind of end in favor of Fisher. That's a 99% guarantee off statistics and performance alone. We would need, a Shorty play or a Marshall play, or perhaps Spectre play from the wrong side.
Mm-hmm.
Squirtle Masters might be able to catch somebody out. Has that classic. It's a powerful gun, but it's also only the classic. And as the Tiger completely rips their plan apart, I suspect Squirtle Masters will be going down quickly. Actually finds Logan! Oh, man. A great opening. Goes to line up the shot on Psych, but that Spectre fires a heck of a lot faster than the classic. Fisher, they're up 4-3. Spike plant going down on A site, so somehow LVC faked out Fisher, got onto A for free. Maybe they can slow things way, way down to secure a victory here in round, what is this, 14.
Oh, nice. The shots just keep hitting for Fisher. In Lebanon Valley, even though they have Sword Dog alive, they still cannot clutch things up. And, man, again, like, this is kind of what you walk into, but this isn't what you expect. We expected Lebanon Valley to at least maybe have. I was expecting them, against Fisher to possibly have 6 or more.
I agree.
Coming into this, I didn't think that Lebanon Valley at all was a team that would get dominated like this.
I think that goes to show the true power of Fisher College. I mean, they were coming in and dominating Lebanon, who we saw, I believe, win 13-8 yesterday in their final game, which is still relatively strong. It's definitely not a 13-2 by any means, but it is a strong performance regardless. And now, with their backs against the wall, LVC has the weapons advantage, unlike they have had this entire series. Logan buys up the Phantom, but other than that, they have got the weapons numbers. Zario puts down Psych. That Breach Flash not going to find its value as they all push up and through its opening. Dory to the top right. Somebody please clear this box. Oh, this is getting ready to spell disaster. Glorek finds Sardog to spray and pray through the smoke. Ming behind gets taken out by Reliable. Finally gets that 1v1 beat over the opposing chamber. And LVC, they're going for the rotation out. Fisher, they're not going to fall for it. They're going to rotate with him.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they have to at this point. But it's good from Fisher to try to keep themselves alive. They have the match point. But it seems like Lebanon Valley, I mean, the momentum has boosted so far. Unfortunately enough to get one player taken out for them. So now they kind of have to play with what they have. Zario, no, on such a good opening. But the thing is that they don't even check the corner.
No, I mean, you've got to think they saw that Tasmanian Tiger, but they do not check the corner in time. Fisher giving us the any percent speedrun version of Haven, winning 13-2. That's what you get when you have a Radiant average team, my friend. That's what you get when all 5 members, or at least 3 of the 5 members, are some of the best players in the country. That was just, I mean, I said it in chat with our production team, hashtag Fisher College moment, because that was just, that's all they've done this weekend. Dominance, 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 dominance.
I'm very, very I guess I would say just you told me that they're a dominant team, and production told me that, oh yeah, Fisher, they're very dominant. I came into this thinking oh well, some people, they have lucky bracketing, so they come into this and they finally match up with a team that you would say would kind of counter them and play really well against them. But this is kind of crazy. The fact that not only did they come from dominating teams, they just continue to dominate teams, and it's scary.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I believe we're actually going to get the chance to interview somebody from Fisher if we're lucky. But I do know either way we're throwing it through a super short break. So we'll be back in just a couple of minutes, hopefully with an interview if we can get it. If not with an interview, then with another game in just a couple of minutes. So use this time, get some water, get a snack, do whatever. But come right back here for some more CECC East in just a couple of minutes. We'll see you soon. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup 2022. I am Septilence, joined by Ethan, another cancer survivor and esports enjoyer, brought to us by the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. So, Ethan, of course, if you're comfortable, can you kind of walk us through what cancer you had and how long you were battling it for?
Of course. I have B-cell lymphoblastic lymphoma, which is a blood cancer. And I was diagnosed in March of 2017, and the day after we started treatment. And we had daily, weekly, and monthly chemo treatment appointments for nearly 4 years.
Wow.
And then of June of 2020, I finally took my last dose of chemo meds and finished, and I was in remission.
That's wonderful. That's fantastic. And you and I were talking a lot about kind of how you have a really unique kind of connection to esports, right? We talked about this off camera, and how you aren't a streamer like Brenda was, and you're not a player, you're simply an observer, you're a spectator, and how even being outside of the game can still be so impactful. So during that difficult time, what video games or esports did you find yourself kind of magnetized towards, attracted to?
Esports have always been something that has been close to me, and video games have always been close to me. But it really shone and really attached to me during treatment, because I was isolated. I was in the hospital for nearly weeks at a time. And watching streams in esports, I was able to interact with other people that I couldn't do physically in the hospital. It brings people together. It's a great community. And with video games, I'm able to log on to Minecraft with friends.
Right.
Go and screw around in a world.
Yeah.
When they got back home from school, and we could talk and just enjoy each other's time, even while I'm in the hospital.
Absolutely. And that's really interesting. What is going on, everybody, and welcome back. CECC East Valorant Edition. Still Septilence, still Gompers. This time, we are joined by Ming, the Chamber Extraordinaire and senior player of his school. So I want to ask, a very quick question. Fisher, you guys come in, you're quick, you're dominant, and in this game in particular, Ming, I think you had a huge hand in Fisher's dominance. Is that kind of the strategy you guys often bring to the table, is wait for our Chamber to find one taps every round, or were you just kind of going full throttle this morning?
A lot of how our team operates is I kind of hold down the weak side and kind of let us operate as a group, kind of let the other guys shine. And today they're just kind of walking into me. I had some chances and I hit the shots that I needed to hit.
Okay. Well, another question. So you play with a ton of freshmen, right? That's majority of the team. You're the only senior in there. Do you guys, I feel like there's not much of an age gap there, but also, it also depends on how many years you're really in college. But, for you in particular, do you feel like there's like any type of language barrier, or do you feel like you're kind of like really good friends with everybody on the team?
We're all really close as a team. I've played with two of them for the past year or so, and another one I played with about a year ago as well. So I've known almost all of them for a very long time. We get along really well. So nice. I don't think there's anything like that.
Nice, great. I think that the proof in the pudding on that one, you guys have gone 13 and single digit against everybody you've gone against, or 13-0, so definitely a strong performance. But Ming, just one quick question before we let you go and get our next series set up. Is there anybody you would like to give a thank you or a shout out to while you're here with us?
Yeah, thanks to Fisher for bringing us all on as a team and giving us the chance to compete. Really excited for the rest of the year, all the tournaments. I'm really excited to see how we do, so thank you to Fisher.
All right, perfect. Well, hey, congrats. Thank you so much, and I'm sure we will see you in just a little bit.
Thank you. See you soon.
And with that, folks, we are going to get ready to throw it to a quick break. We're going to try to get our next game lined up. We've got, I already forgot their name, but we have two schools coming up in just a couple of minutes. We're going to aim to start at 11 a.m. EST. Rutgers versus Elvira, I think, something like that. Alvernia. See, that's why we love our production team, folks, because I cannot remember everything. Either way, we're going to try to get this match set up in about 8 minutes, so go ahead and try to join us right back here. Get some breakfast. It's still early. Use the restroom, get some water, do whatever, but come right back here for some more CECC East in just a couple of minutes. We'll see you soon. that. And before we kind of end our interview, I want to give you the opportunity. If there's anything that I know you mentioned you don't stream, but if there's anybody you want to like shout out or just say thank you to, or anything you'd want to plug, I want to make sure you have that time.
I definitely want to plug LLS, and there's not really anything else I want to plug. Just LLS itself. It's so important. They work so hard.
Do you kind of want to explain something that we actually probably should have done earlier? Do you want to explain what that is and kind of how that brought you here?
LLS works really hard to fund top researchers and to find amazing things for blood cancer to help prolong kids and adults with blood cancer's life. And they're really important.
Absolutely. Well, Ethan, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for sharing your story.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
First, can you just tell me a little bit about yourself?
Hi, so my name is Caitlin. I'm a part of Farmingdale State College's esports club. I am captain of the VALORANT Green Team. I am a second semester sophomore at Farmingdale State College, and I'm 19 years old.
Okay, do you like Farmingdale so far?
Yeah, it's really great. The program I'm in is very specialized, and it's not offered that often in the East Coast, so it's pretty nice. I enjoy it.
And what's your major?
My major is aerospace professional pilot degree.
Oh, wow, that's really cool.
Thank you.
So, is this your first time on an esports team?
No, so I've been a part of the Valorant team for 2 semesters, and this is my third semester, and it's my first time ever being a captain.
Okay, oh, that's awesome. Can you tell me a little bit about what it's like being a captain?
So a lot of times I'm organizing the team, making sure everyone is properly set for upcoming games, um, getting scrims for our team, and kind of just making sure everyone is there, present, and possible, and able to play the games that we're gonna, you know, be participating in. We're participating in 2 leagues this semester, so it's kind of hectic.
Oh, gosh, yeah, definitely. I can see that. How is it different for you as a player versus as a captain? Do you feel a lot of responsibility?
I basically have the responsibility of choosing who, really plays, what type of characters everyone's playing, and what positions and roles we are all doing, as well as being there not only as a team member, but also being seen as in a leadership role and having that sort of respect there, and being able to delegate everyone's role in the team. So it's definitely a lot more different, and my voice is most definitely heard. So I like it. I like being a captain.
Yeah, that's really good. What games do you play, or what is your main game? I know you mentioned Valorant.
Right. So I play Valorant, but I started off with Counter-Strike, and I really always have been interested in FPSs. So that background has always been there. So my transfer onto Valorant was pretty easy.
That's cool. What have you done to improve yourself in game over time?
So one thing for my teams especially, I have open communication where we're able to really give our constructive criticism without taking offense. And me as a captain, especially it being my first semester, I find it really important that everyone is able to come to me and communicate like, "Hey, Kate, I don't know how I feel about doing this," or "I want my voice to be heard about this specific thing." And just basically taking into consideration everyone's voice and having that open line of communication is really helpful, and that's something I find really important.
Okay. Do you carry that strategy into your everyday life as well, would you say?
Yeah, communication is really important to me, especially in aviation with crew members. You're always trying to communicate properly and efficiently to get the assigned goal completed, and that works in video games as well as in aviation. So I feel like it transfers very well, and I put my 100% effort in everything I do. I put 100% in the team, the leagues that we're participating in, communicating with opposing teams that we might be going against. All those things, I take it really important and can transfer it very well into everyday life.
Can you tell me a little bit about what you think about CECC and just competing in general?
It's a lot of fun, and we're so grateful for the opportunity to participate. And this is something that every single member of our team has said. We've never had the opportunity to really compete in a fashion where it's not only fun, we're able to make friends, talk to other people from different schools. It's just an amazing opportunity and something we would love to participate in the future as well.
Yeah, we're really happy you feel that way. When your team is competing with other teams, are there any specific teams or schools that your team kind of looks out for?
I think we all have the mentality of it doesn't matter who the other team is. We're gonna put 100% effort, and we're going to maintain our mental, even if the other team is full of radiance. It's not something we're gonna keep in mind because we will be able to beat them. Fingers crossed.
Definitely. Yeah, that's a really good mindset. As you probably know, March is Women's History Month, and you being a woman in esports, how do you think that has an effect on esports? What does it mean to you to be a woman in esports and as a captain? Just could you talk about that for a little bit?
Coming into being a woman in aviation, which is already really a niche type of thing, especially women in video games, things like that. It's just we're kind of the minority, and keeping that in mind, a lot of times you have to represent yourself properly because you are representing such a small community. So I feel proud and honored to be a part of the women's in aviation as well as being a woman in esports, and it's a lot of fun, and just understanding that us girls are here too, and we're as good as everyone else, and that we have the opportunity to be a leader in esports, and that we're equal to everyone. It's really important to keep that in mind because we're here even though you might not see us too often.
I know you said as captain your voice is heard, but when you first started to be a captain, did everyone take you seriously being a girl? Was that respect there, or did you struggle with that?
So I would say initially when I first got on the team, I was put onto a support role, and everyone knows that women normally play healer when it comes to going into any game. And now I'm playing more of a controller based or sentinel, which is very crucial for holding down sites. So by playing that now and then having those semesters in my backpack of experience, everyone has treated me with respect, and uh, I would hope it stays that way. And either way, I demand respect because I reciprocate that respect to everyone else. So it's definitely difficult, especially for girls starting out. That toxicity is there, especially even now whenever I play a game without my team there. That toxicity is there just for being a girl. But as long as you don't have that mindset of them affecting you because you're better than them anyway, it's fine.
Definitely. Well, that's good. I'm happy that you're getting respect that you deserve, and that's awesome. And thank you so much again for your time, and I really appreciate it.
No problem. I just wanted to add that our esports club as well, started only with 13 students and two teams in 2019. And now we're up to 19 different teams and over 350 students in to date in 2021. Like that progress is there. And even if you have such a small, like, if you think that things are so small, realize that a community is there for you, especially being a female in esports. That community is there for you.
Definitely. That's a great way to end it. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for sharing your story. I really appreciate it again and your time. Just thank you overall. That's awesome. Keep
No
doing what
problem.
you're doing.
Thank you
Thank
for the opportunity.
you. Of course. I hope you have a good rest of your day.
You too.
Thanks. Bye.
Is that we don't have these preconceived notions, and we're willing to listen to our membership and read the room, read college athletics and how it's connected and how it's not, and take what we have expertise in championships, and but also throw out some of the other stuff. I remember when we first started, there were some conferences were applying their amateurism rules to all of their esports competitors, and I think we knew enough to know that no, that's not going to work in an esports culture. It's got to be very different. And by the way, the NCAA was going in a different direction. You could see that Train had already left the station on that, and so it's an incredibly dynamic area and ever changing, and will continue to change. And just as we didn't know when we started what it's going to be looking like, I think similarly we still don't know what it's going to be in another 5 years. I know enough to know that all of us are still going to have a thriving esports program that's doing a real good service our members and for our competitors. But we still don't know necessarily what some of that is going to look like. And that's pretty cool about it all. Let me ask you this, because you all are used to, dealing with your athletic directors, and each of them are dealing with what's in front of them in their athletic departments. My guess is at least some of your schools are that this is not necessarily operating within the athletic department. And can you talk about how you navigate that in a conference office, and maybe the best way to handle that, or do you have preferences? Do you try to steer them one way or the other? And just talk a little bit about that, if you don't mind.
Sure. The majority of our schools are not under the athletics umbrella. We have one institution that perhaps by next year will be under the auspices of athletics, but most of them are in other departments across campus. Right. One of the things that has helped us is that we have support from the president's office. And so in order to participate in Mountain West events, you have to have an adult non-student administrator that oversees that, the eSport program. And that's where we get assistance with, eligibility checks and, please complete your roster, things like that. I don't know in the future, and it depends on, who's sitting in the athletics director's chairs, whether or not more eSport teams will go under the umbrella of athletics. And I'm kind of indifferent in terms.
Good morning, everybody. That's right, it's still morning, and welcome back to CECC East 2022 for our second of 4 games or series of the day. I'm still Septimus, joined by Gompers, and now we are getting 2 teams we have not seen before. We were down to 4. We hadn't seen 3 of them on broadcast before, but now we've got 2 brand new teams coming at you.
Yeah, we got Rutgers versus Alvernia, and there's a lot of really cool names in here. I think you guys were talking about it before. There's I don't want to say any of these because I feel like I'm gonna mess them up, but they are very, very cool. Okay, and I'm excited because a lot of these players are actually very, very close at range in the ranks, right? So yeah. Technically, it's not like you got the average Radiants. No, there's a Radiant, yeah, but there's a lot of Immortals here. There's a couple Ascendants, so this is gonna look like a very close match.
Yeah, the lowest player on Rutgers is Immortal. The lowest player on Alvernia is Ascendant. So we are definitely playing with a higher an upper echelon of skill level. Like you said, there's one Radiant in the mix-up, and that is Freda from the side of Rutgers. It's also really funny because if you look at Rutgers, almost all of them are juniors, which I feel is a very specific year. And then when you look at Alvernia, almost all of them are freshmen, except one junior. I think that's just really interesting. We're looking again at the story of the juniors, or of the freshmen, sorry. Is Alvernia going to come in here and just wipe the board because it's a team full of freshmen, or can the juniors from Rutgers kind of hold their own? Rutgers, I believe, is one of our highest seeded teams here, other than Fisher, obviously. So let's take a look at Rutgers and see what they're bringing to the table. We already told you some information about them. They've got some cool names. There's a lot of juniors, but let's see if they've got headshots. And they do! Talk about a good-looking team. I'm very excited to see what they are going to do against Alvernia here in this last semifinal.
Yeah, I'm excited too. Oh, look at that. Okay, fun facts, right? I haven't done the fun facts, and I really want to get some of them in here. But this, in particular, Rutgers. Let's pick one. You pick a name. So you can pick from Prof or Fruta.
Oh,
which one do you want to know?
I think Fruta. I think that's an interesting fun fact.
Okay. I'm a chess player. It was a Radiant chess player, but that also means that they have the big brain. So they can, that's actually a very good point too, because they can make the best out of a situation because of chess. I don't know where I'm going with this. I don't play chess, but
well, I think something you could say about it is in chess, you have to think literally up to 7 moves ahead. Kind of got to do the same thing in VALORANT. I think it's very important to play above or ahead of the people in front of you. If you kind of just play a reactive play style, that turns into a lot of trades. But if you're playing proactive, that turns into a lot of aggression from your team and a huge numbers advantage down the line. Let's take a look at Alvernia's roster here. We got to look at Rutgers. They had headshots. Here's the question. Does Alvernia... No, my heart explodes. It's 5 wolves, apparently.
They're part of the wolf pack. Don't mind them. But it's honestly looking pretty good for this team. So we do have Orly, Stizout, Symbolic, Vigilance, and Hythe. So I'm just gonna pick random. I'm just gonna pick by random. So I thought this one was interesting. For Stizout, I don't want to say their name because I don't. Oh, their name is literally right there. Okay, Jackson Serrano. Jackson Serrano, right? I do powerlifting as a hobby. My middle name means present in Spanish. So you know what that means? That means their name is Jackson Regalo Serrano.
Whoa! All right, that was pretty cool. If anybody wants to see anything in ASL, I can do that, but I can't actually speak another language. That's where I fall a little bit short. But I've got to say, that is our... Oh, I wish I remember. I believe that is our 7th powerlifter in this weekend so far. So something about playing Valorant and living in the East. Apparently those two things, the flowchart leads to powerlifting. I'm not super sure why, but that is a pretty cool thing. Now, Gompers, we got the spoil from our production from Colton that we are seeing a new map. However, he did not tell us which one. So if we can jump over there. Now, Colton, I would love to find out what map it is. It's not Haven. It's not Bind, but it's Icebox. Oh, that was my guess. Oh, I knew it. I knew it. Just raw statistics. I knew if we weren't seeing those, I just had a gut feeling it wasn't going to be Ascent. I thought it was going to be Icebox, and I'm really, really excited to see it because that means my girl Viper, she's probably making an appearance, and that's always exciting.
I think I'm more happy that we're not seeing the same map for like the 10th time, which in its own is very exciting because now we're finally able to like kind of chill, you know? So yeah, this is going to be pretty interesting.
Yeah, without a doubt, to cast 5 series in a row and have them all be on 2 maps is not particularly fun. So to bring out Icebox now for this still best of 1, this is going to be our second to last best of 1. We've got one more after this. The loser of this will go up against, their name, LVC. I can't remember what it stands for. Lebanon Valley College will be going up against whoever loses this matchup for 3rd place. And then the winner of this will be going up against... Unfortunately, Fisher College, who is 13-7 on the entire weekend right now. Or sorry, like 56-7.
I like so far what we're seeing. I think the thing is that the Rays I haven't typically seen on Icebox for a while, right? Typically, I've been seeing a lot of the KO because of the suppressions to allow you to, you know, stop or get early information. There's just versatility with KO. But with the Rays, I mean, there's so many close quarters in a map like this, but it is so incredibly difficult to play the Rays on Icebox.
Yeah, absolutely. And I did just get confirmation from, again, our wonderful production, Colton, our wonderful producer, that Fisher on the weekend is 65-8 in terms of rounds. Yeah. They have won 65 rounds. They have lost only 8 across 4 games, 4 matchups that they've played. That's insane. So whoever is going to be winning this is going up against a serious behemoth of a team. And I do want to jump back to what you said, Gompers, because I am a Rays player, right? Obviously, I'm a Rays player at heart. But I agree. Playing Rays here is going to be difficult. You get a lot of value on the A site, and that's about it. You get some value in kitchen here if you're lucky, if people are up there. But on the A site, her nades work out super well. Blast packs, you can kind of dance around, be very difficult to hit. But you go over to B site, I don't care how many blast packs you've got, you're out in the open no matter what. And it's very hard to hide at that point.
Oh, man, I love Icebox. This is actually one of my favorite maps to play in general. Just because, I don't know, it just feels so nice just running it down. The attack, I feel like, is so incredibly easy to play. The defense on the B site, I absolutely hate.
Yeah, so the changes when they first came out, I was particularly not excited because I was a very rat style player. You know, the shotgun in the corner situation, they removed a lot of those openings and it forced me to change my gameplay. It actually forced me to pick up Viper. And I found that I really enjoy playing Viper. I think she's a lot of fun. So this map definitely holds a special place in my heart for introducing me to that. I think she's a very fun agent to play. And I think we've got one on both sides. Yeah, so a Viper on both sides. And Gompers, I'm excited to see that return to... Sage, the Sage walls. I think that's something that was really popular when the map came out. The changes came out and everybody's like, oh, Sage bad. And it's that same thing that seems to always happen in Valorant. One change, all of a sudden that agent's bad. And then people realize, wait, maybe it's not as bad as we thought.
No, I'm pretty excited too. It definitely isn't as bad as we thought, but I think overall, like, the way that we're playing right now, it's very scattered on the defense, which I'm surprised about.
I agree. Scattered defense in round 1 is quite interesting. You'd expect more of a gamble stack scenario and then rotate accordingly, but they lose a player early. The trade is available, and one of the Chambers names is Vigilance. What is up with Chambers and having, like, samurai honor code names? Reliable, Vigilance. It's, I don't know, a funny accident. A happy accident, but a funny one at that. Orly going for a really unique plant location here. Just kind of puts it out in the open, but builds a wall. Vigilance dismissing Moon Coffee from the equation. Gets traded out now by Prof. A 3v3, the spike plant down. And Alvernia in a really good spot to burn out this timer for as long as possible.
Oh, this is Stits out. They do have a recon dart to give away to that information. Fruta breaking the wall so they can hear that. And they have that indicator that they're going to actually try to aggress very soon based off of that information. The molly comes out, the spike. I mean, it's just directed towards them. It doesn't matter what happens. It's going to be or just kind of giving away to some of that health and ripping away the hopes of Rutgers. Alvernia taking that first round in.
Alvernia coming out strong, and production, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Rutgers is the higher seeded team, so Alvernia coming out and having a great performance in round 1. Okay, I was correct. So Alvernia coming out and having a great performance in round 1 It is great, and I would be more confident to say that had we not just watched Fisher versus LVC, because LVC won that first round and then lost 11 in a row. So that first round isn't as important as we thought, but when you look at the econ happening right now, Alvernia with essentially as full a buy as they can get in round 2, I suspect they're going to win this one out as well. Did he hit him?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I didn't see anything in particular. Height, though. Oh, yeah. I think they're going to be able to catch that one out. And it's unfortunate because you do have the save round coming out from Rutgers. They couldn't invest in shields, so if they get hit with that, it's a one shot to the body.
Yeah, that was an overzealous play for sure, but like you said, one shot to the body is going to be there to seal the deal. Rutgers making the classic happen. They've got the numbers advantage, and I'll say it just barely. Even as Chamber gets healed up, that'll put him, I think, around like the 60 or 70 mark, so definitely not up to that full HP. Vigilance, however, a Chamber of his own, a Guardian in hand, and still rocking that full HP on the board. Down to a minute. The plant coming through from Alvernia and the rotation from Rutgers. They might walk right into this Guardian. First shot gonna go hide. Second, third, fourth, and fifth gonna miss. But number 6 and 7 gonna put down 2 players. Vigilance finds 2. Symbolic. Oh my goodness. Symbolic finds 2 of their own. And Alvernia put that second round win on the board.
You're being able to see the replay to see how everything broke down overall, but yeah, I mean, pretty typical stuff. I don't necessarily have anything to say regarding what we just saw, but an 0-2 already coming in, and Alvernia having a Phantom and that Guardian in hand, I feel like gives them a better chance to take things here in this bonus round. But then again, it also depends on the aim. It depends on how well you're doing, what the confidence that you're feeling.
Yeah, if we've got a Chamber one-tapping people left, right, and center, it's going to be really hard to capitalize, even if you do have a Vandal or Phantom in hand. But it really comes down to that one-player performance. You know, if somebody misses that first shot, opens up the window for the opponent to find a shot of their own, turns into a numbers game all over again. Vigilance has the intel that somebody is right around that corner. A bit of a timing diff, going to whiff that first shot, but that's A-okay. Nobody goes down for it. Oh, Vigilance has to be crit after that. There has to be maybe a single digit on the health bar.
Yeah, walking up Beast 2, hype. Playing on the defense knows that there's something that they can at least reach for, but what hope can you grab onto when you're stuck in a situation like this one? Vigilance, knowing that they're there, unfortunately so, just peeking. And you can't peek an angle like that one without expecting to get punished, but it seems like, I mean, a 2v3 is definitely possible.
2v3 definitely possible, but Fruta is going to take down Stitz out. Fruta actually has a really comfortable angle there to jump on the wall here, snipe the Viper. He's not going to check the corner. Symbolic has a weird opportunity here to at least find a couple of exit frags while taking some damage. Wide swings it, yeah, gets taken down. The triple fire, not going to survive that.
One to two, man. Woo! I mean, so far so good for both of these teams. There's nothing really to kind of count off of, but so many ultimates already almost there for Alvernia, so they could reach that mark before anybody from Rutgers does.
I think a lot of the ultimates are, yeah, like you said, a lot of the ultimates closer on the side of Alvernia.
Yeah.
They might be able to utilize them here. We see Vigilance with the Operator just giving us kind of that chamber moment. Not a round 3 op. We saw a few of those yesterday, but the round 4 might be able to take out Prof if he's bold enough to peek, and he is. Oh, Vigilance finds the headshot. Prof did not even see it coming, and that puts Alvernia very comfortably in a 5-4 advantage.
Interesting. Hythe bringing up the Trailblazer. Trailblazer, what am I talking about? The Tailwind. They are not Sky. But that's okay. Sometimes we make mistakes, but it seems like no mistakes made here. Look at that, the wall propped up. They managed to break it down, but they don't know exactly where the Sage is planning.
Yeah, I love the spontaneity of Alvernia's planting so far. They put the wall up, they plant kind of near the same spot, but never in the same spot, making it that much harder for Rutgers to do something in terms of lineups or aggression. But even lineups aren't going to help you here. Hythe finds a 3-piece to put down a majority of Rutgers. 1 player left. This Viper maybe goes for the exit frag, maybe goes for a little bit of intel, but I do not think she's winning the 1v5 standing out in the open like this. Puts down 1, goes to put down another. Carter able to find a double kill. Not going to win the round, but will definitely help in resetting the economy.
It's scary, but good for Alvernia for taking that 3rd round. There's still a lot to kind of process, but I do think Vigilance with the op, I mean, so far they've been taking a lot of space, taking a lot of ground. And the thing is that a map like Icebox, it does get pretty terrifying once the op gets pulled out, because once again, there's so many tight corners to kind of play off of that you never know and expect what you're walking into.
I could not agree more. You truly never know what you're going to be walking into. And now, as Moon Coffee shows Vigilance what he's walking into, the op goes down quick. Rutgers find themselves in a notably more comfortable position than they were just a round or 2 ago. You've taken the Operator offline. Will they overextend for it? The answer seems to be no. Orly gets taken down by Beast 2 Hype. Fruta finds Sim Symbolic. Rutgers have a huge opportunity to turn a 3-1, probably into a 3-2, maybe into a 3-3 if they can continue to play their cards right. Beast goes down quick, and that makes it a little bit harder to succeed, but still the numbers in their favor. Stiz out, finds some damage, not quite the elim. Oh my goodness, what a flick onto Carter. Moon Coffee goes down, Fruta finds Hythe. Can Stiz out save the day in a 3v1? Unfortunately, he cannot. Fruta with a 3-piece to almost tie things up.
We're going to be able to see a replay here with Vigilance. Yeah. Oh, look at that. And losing her off is so sad as well, but it's honestly good from Rutgers, the way they played this. It seems like Alvernia kind of just, you know, falling to the hands of Rutgers and the aim and all of that, but a 2-3 and a thrifty run, actually, to end things off, which is great. Leaving, actually, Alvernia to go to that thrifty. They've also lost the Operator, so Moon Coffee getting a free op, so the economy is going to be popping for the next couple of rounds.
Yeah, I actually did not see them grab the op, and I was a little bit concerned, but Moon Coffee does have it, like you said. Hythe goes in quick, misses all 5 knives, not able to put down Prof. That's 1 ultimate used from Alvernia. That's the 2nd one, down and out. Now Vigilance fires that tour de force, misses the shot. Oh, really? Orly takes out Fruta. 4v3 turns into a 4v4, but this might be a 2-piece from Prof from the heavens. Moon Coffee puts Vigilance back down. Orly also going to be one to bite the dust. It's out. It's up to them and this Viper to try and save the day. But Moon Coffee not missing a shot with this op, and even if he loses to that tour de force at the ready, Carter takes down Sim Symbolic. Moon Coffee finds Stiz out. Not quite a flawless, but darn near close.
Oh my. Okay, Rutgers saving all ults so that they can use it this round. The one thing that I feel like is confusing to me is just kind of like, what can we do as Alvernia to stop this from happening? And the lack of KO, honestly, also why KO is so popular on this map is this in particular, right? Stopping those ultimates from coming out, being able to get the site, and then having the ultimates be expended after you finally are able to form your post plant. So one of the biggest things there, but the Hunter's Fury coming out and doesn't even hit anybody.
Yeah, it doesn't even get close. I feel like personally, if I was on the defense, I would have saved that a little bit later until I knew they were planting the spike, and then try to get them, you know, stall the plant for as long as possible. But going for an early elim is definitely a viable choice as well. Carter not gonna fail on their early elim chase, as they're able to put down not a 1 but 2. That sentence was weirdly confusing for no reason. Fruta with the flank kill, Stiz out finds it. It's up to Stiz out once again. Last player left alive. Just tanks the beginning of that nade and puts down Carter. Puts down Moon Coffee as well. The op might be off the table. I don't know if anybody... Oh, no, okay. Prof actually already has it. I thought it fell up top.
Everybody ready up on the board. Yeah, there's a lot. Man, it's just hard. It's just hard. Analyzing this game is hard because it is going to go back and forth for a while. I mean, Rutgers being able to win 3 rounds in a row, honestly, good for them. It feels like they've definitely found their momentum. Having the operator in hand from Moon Coffee scares them off as well. You could see Alvernia starting to become a little bit more defaulted because of the fact that they have this information. The scary thing is that there are no flashes here for Rutgers to counter them. So what can you do? Absolutely nothing other than win the duel.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. The closest thing to a flash they have is a Viper, and that's not exactly a flash. That's just a pretend flash. You can throw out that orb. You know, sometimes people fall for it. They think it's a flash. Carter finds a great shot, but Hythe finds a better one. Showstopper now going to go up and over the 1-1 trade. Hythe finds Beast, but gets that trade. Snakebite comes through quick. The counter. We almost had the Viper Spit Venn diagram, but instead it's going to replace the one that we saw moments ago. Now in favor of Alvernia. I love those shock darts from Prof, just making space, trying to farm some extra damage, and finding quite a bit. The Soma and the Chamber tanking a little bit of that damage. Every ultimate under the sun right now. Vigilance finds Prof. That tour de force from the side of Rutgers, not able to find much of anything. 3v2 in favor of Alvernia. All they've got to do is play it slow, play their cards right, and they can win this round, tie things up.
One enemy remaining. One more person remaining, and it's going to be a nice thrifty round there for Alvernia. It's good because I feel like we've been seeing a lot of thrifty rounds, which is actually pretty surprising. So, yeah, maybe they should just stick to the thrifties. But it's going to be a duel with the ops. It's so interesting to see the investment of ops and how they really want to actually continue to push forward with this. I think Vigilance is just tired of seeing Moon Coffee have that op and wants to try to counter that with their owns, which honestly is the best thing that you can do. Why not shoot somebody down with the op yourself?
Absolutely, and Vigilance lost that first battle when it wasn't even Op v Op, it was Op v Headhunter. Vigilance got taken out early, took him down. You know, that was a huge opener moving into it, but I want to go back to a point you were making where that 0-point knife could really be helpful from KO. It could get a lot of information, it could find a lot of space, and even without it, Vigilance getting an absolutely disgusting shot. There were very few pixels to hit, and he found the very one he needed to. Hunter's Fury comes out in the corner. Beast's going to take a bit of damage, but no, not even live to tell the tale. Alvernia now up 5-3, pushing quick into this A site.
Spike being planted. Moon Coffee is struggling right now to find shots. That's okay. The spike being planted is going to be good enough at this point, but Moon Coffee... The retake here with the op is going to be so difficult to kind of continue because Hythe gets the headshot. And Alvernia kind of shut that down immediately.
Yeah, there's that weird... I don't want to call it a bug because I don't think it is, but there's that weird situation where you can defuse the spike when it's planted there on the rope. And I wonder if, you know, we're thinking about that on the side of Alvernia. If there's an intention there to kind of bait them into trying something like that or to put them in that unfortunate spot, or if it's more of just a hard defense, just more of, you know, you wall it off, you make it so much harder, you block out 2 of the ways to get to it. They have to approach through maze or through rafters. They're a lot easier to pick apart that way.
I believe, actually, the winners of this... No, I'm not smart. I was going to say, I thought that the winners of this matchup in particular would have progressed to go against Fisher, correct? Or no?
Yes.
Yeah.
Whoever wins this goes against Fisher. Whoever loses this goes against LVC for 3rd place.
So the question is, are they battling to meet their doom? Or are they battling to kind of create such a big upset against Fisher?
Yeah, and I think that's a great question and a great observation. We're in a very unique spot where, you know, you've got to think, even if a team does win one of these, or a team does win this series, like, you know, Rutgers and Alvernia are both trying to shape up to do, are they going to be able to hold their own against Fisher? Because Fisher would have won this 13-0, 13-2. We're already at a 5-4. We're already at one of the closest games we've seen this weekend so far. So whoever wins this, like you said, are they just marching to their doom against the unstoppable known as Fisher College?
And that might actually be the case, which is the scariest part about this whole thing in general. But as the plant comes down, the spike being planted, which is good enough for them. Prof still having the recon dart to be able to give away to some of that information. The shots come through the wall, but they're not going to commit. Although a wall's still available. So much util here. You can't even use it.
3 getting picked up by that intel. Just absolutely huge play, and it looks like Moon Coffee into Beast 2 Hype. 3v2, the HP probably, you know, a little on the side of Rutgers, but not any longer as that chamber does go down. Beast 2 Hype does not miss the headshot onto Hype. Rutgers there tying us up again. We're at that 5-5 scoreline.
Ooh. The moment that you think Alvernia has it, they just don't. And
Right.
it's like, I told you, I feel like this is going to be a very, very close game. It's looking like it's going to be just that. Partially because we're on Icebox. Icebox is an interesting map to play. I think overall it is more difficult for the defense to kind of play on this map because you can easily pressure people back on the attacking side. It's more so how you handle the retakes that really put you in a good position. So I think Rutgers right now handling this so well that once we switch those halves, playing on the attack is going to feel a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, so statistically speaking, I believe every map in the game except for Haven is technically a defender-sided map. So Alvernia, to get 5 rounds already, we're not even done, we're only on round 11, there's going to be 12 rounds in the first half, to find this much value on the attack kind of indicates their offense might, or sorry, their defense might be just as strong, if not stronger. That could be huge. I can't believe all 5 members survived that nade. It got a lot of free damage, but not quite the elimination. Again, Hythe not having the best of luck with that Blade Storm. Stits out, finds that trade, the wall comes through, here's the spike. It is just a rinse and repeat situation from Alvernia right now, and it continues to work.
Oh no, Moon. Can't even hit what they want to right now, and that's going to be so dangerous, especially with Alvernia already gaining some ground.
Alvernia, they've got double the amount of members that Rutgers currently has. A huge Sonic Dart, going to get a lot of intel, but not going to save Prof from a bullet to the dome. Symbolic puts down not only Prof, but Carter as well, and Alvernia taking the lead again. Like you said, Gompers, all we can do is sit here and keep telling you guys that it is going to continue to be this way if they can keep up this momentum during the side swap.
Okay. I mean, I honestly think it's going to go 6-6. We've been seeing retakes. We've been seeing the rounds come back up from, you know, a pretty far distance up to that 5-5, 4-4. So I feel like we're never going to hit that like nice sturdy mark with these teams.
I don't think anybody's going to find their stride confidently enough to take more than a 2-round lead at any given moment, but perhaps we will be proven wrong as the side swap. It really does become a brand new game, especially if it's a 6-6. You don't have a lead, you've got to play your absolute heart and soul out. Hythe going to miss that first op shot. Luckily enough, lives to tell the tale, so it's not going to be the worst case scenario. Sees the race for a moment, just cannot figure out where to place this crosshair. Wall goes up, makes it even harder. Saw the head of the stage, pulls out the knife at the most inopportune time. And now that shot down the drain. A huge nade out, gonna farm quite a bit of damage, but no, Elim, the body shot to the toes. Beast at 30 HP.
Oh, working up, but this is good. The Spectre's taken out a lot of these players, but the 6-6 is there, and it's very, very possible. So much health here for Rutgers in comparison to Alvernia, especially since they're getting shot down real early. And the moment that dissipates, it's going to be so dangerous.
Oh my goodness. Sova v Sova 1v1, and Prof simply had the download. Takes down Stiz out 6-6. Gompers, you called it. Nailed it. And while we've got this little bit of an extended break, let me go ahead and find our shout out to Go Army. I want to make sure I read this correctly.
See, I was finding it too.
To goarmy.com/officer. Going to throw that in at the beginning and the end. Go beyond your field of study and get a world-class education in leadership. As an Army officer, you'll learn to be a decision maker and a mentor in any environment at any scale. It's a challenging path, but the choice is simple. Decide to lead at goarmy.com/officer. So a big shout out to Go Army, because this literally would not be possible without them.
Fully agreed. I mean, we're able to see some pretty fun tournaments, especially the LAN that's coming up, which I'm so excited for, by the way. To get to meet the faces behind the screen, the players, you know, see the mental. At a live LAN is going to be exciting. But Fruta, nice first shot.
Oh, Orly had a clever play there, gets forced off the wall by the Owl Drone, and as the side swaps have come to fruition, this is kind of the round where we get to talk about, like we said, what playstyle differences are we going to see? The Sage Wall through mid is a notably different play, as we saw Alvernia always used it on site. It's already a big change. Beast 2 Hype takes out Symbolic, a 5v3 now in favor of Rutgers. That's Sova going to be able to find that shot. Stiz out, I've got to say, some incredible accuracy. I feel like very rarely missing those headshots. Moon Coffee finds Hythe, and Rutgers, they might be able to take that 7-6 advantage. Orly would need to give us the play of a lifetime, but gets snuck up on by the Prof and goes down quick.
Everything's looking very good right now for Rutgers. At least winning that first pistol round, once again, kind of just gives you that momentum boost. I feel like I've been repeating myself, but that's the thing. Like, so has, like, the rounds time and time again. So, you know, putting into perspective the fact that these players are really one-upping each other.
It is absolutely the battle of the one-ups right now, Gowers. I think that's such a good way to put this because it is literally. I mean, I don't think we've seen a round-win lead go back and forth as aggressively as this. It's every other round we're seeing one of these two teams in the lead, and I've got this gut feeling that is not going to change anytime soon. The rendezvous comes in quick. Hythe finds Profit, a double kill from Rutgers, puts them back in the lead with the numbers 4v3. That trademark catches Vigilance, but I don't think it's really going to doom them by any means, as they're already folding in on top of Rutgers right now. And there's another great shot. One chamber dismisses another, 3-3.
All right, spike being planted, but everybody's still like around spawn trying to get the flank in, but already catching on is going to be Beast. He works his way back to the team to be able to play with everybody, and this is actually such a good play because they don't limit themselves or limit the players here, instead giving Rutgers more players to work with.
Whoa!
Nice.
Up and over the Viper wall. Incredibly clever. Whether that was intended or just a happy accident, it was a great play regardless. Alvernia's Viper, the last one left alive. We see her running up through that maze. Sim Symbolic dismissed by Beast, who finds a 3-piece. We talked about the importance of Raze on A site, and I mean, we're getting a masterclass as to why.
Yeah, I think overall, Alvernia coming back from this is gonna be something that's very possible. I have no doubts in my mind, especially coming into like, I don't know, just like looking at the history that we're seeing here, right? It's been feeling so unbiased. But here it comes Hythe. Oh, and I like this outer aggression.
That Sonic Dart goes a little bit short, not able to get the intel they were looking for, so we're going to have to see a change in strategy. The Owl Drone going to catch out Hythe, force that dash back. A lot of util used by that Jet simply to stay alive. Beast 2 Hythe far too overconfident to drop into a 2v1 and lose. Carter finds that elimination onto Hythe's diss out, finds Fruta, Moon Coffee down, Symbolic down, and as it's going to be the 2v1 now, it's going to be up to this chamber, whether it's the Headhunter with the single bullet, whether it's the Vandal one-tap, he's got to win the 2v1. The Spike Plant is inevitable. But Alvernia might be able to clutch this out. If not, Gompers, this will be the first time we've seen a 3-round lead.
Yeah, but we can't speak too soon. Because we know Vigilance is a very, very good player. No, they turned their back! They're not even watching!
I'm hesitant to even call that one a timing diff. I think that was just some great play from Rutgers. They caught the chamber out completely unaware, and they win the round for it. Now a 3-round lead for the first time, I think, since the beginning of the series we saw. No, the first time ever, actually, now that I'm looking at the kill or the history here.
I leave some silence, you know, because I like making people, you know, wonder what is she gonna say next. No, but overall, I did talk about how Rutgers coming to the attack. Honestly, that could kind of give them a wider perspective of things, especially having the Raze, because Raze in itself is so good at limiting players back. Yes. And on the defense, right, having the paint shield, you can stall so much time that it's actually unbelievable.
Stall might be the name of the game, honestly, for Rutgers. They want to create space. They want to open up. And even if they stall kind of in the reverse sense, they want to push back Rutgers as aggressively as possible. I'm amazed that Hythe actually found the one tap from that distance, but they certainly did. And that's how the cookie crumbles. 4v4 now. They're going to pop out that bomb, buddy. Probably going to die for it. Yep, Vigilance with a classic wallbang headshot. What did they wallbang?
Yeah, absolutely nothing right now. Yeah, 50 seconds. Time of the essence. Still waiting around. It is so silent here. Oh, I don't even think they're going to be able to get this. They've completely lost out on their Sage. They have no wall. Right now, they can't even get a rotation in. They're going to have to utilize what they have left. Nobody's going to try to push through. Just plan if you can. You have your team watching you. And they do.
Wow. I'm shocked they got the plant off, honestly. I expected a little more, perhaps, Sova utility to kind of bounce off, go to the predictable plant locations, but instead they choose to let it go. Moon Coffee now finds Orly. It's up to this Sova. Again, I feel like this poor Sova, he's always the last one left alive. Stizout has done some numbers before, but with only a sheriff to his name, he's not going to be able to do enough. Rutgers going up 10-6. A series that was incredibly close in the first half, really starting to slip away from Alvernia in the second. I still can't believe that killed. That's bonkers. I guess a lot of that went to the dome, but I thought the distance would require at least a second shot.
I think this is good. I think that the thing is that on Icebox, right? It's also very hard when you're on the attack and a team is doing so good against you on the defense, because once again, the defense is a lot harder to manage than the attacking side. So putting that on the plate feels a little overwhelming. Oh, but look at that. Okay.
The headhunter bullet?
He used it. It's okay though. Not the classic or anything. It's fine.
I mean, that's hysterical. I guess it worked. He got the dart out of the way, and that's what he truly wanted. But with only one dart in his pocket, you thought he would have used the classic he also had in his pocket. I think he was going for speed there. Wanted to shoot it before it had the time to send out its first sonar. Oh.
Oh no. I love how we see Vigilance like time and time again just not getting the shots because they either go down or they just can't hit it. That's the fourth bullet that they've used. Literally eliminating every single bullet from their off. Just to possibly not even be able to clutch things up, because Rutgers know how to take this positioning, but maybe not Alvernia finally taking in this round.
Alvernia, like you said, finally taking in that round, bringing themselves back to life, and it was starting to feel dominant in favor of Rutgers for a while, but it really feels like it's relying on Vigilance, who's 16-14. I mean, that's not the best, but you are positive. You've got 16 eliminations, most of those coming from the op, and it feels like if that op isn't finding its immediate success, the team is not finding their immediate success.
Yeah, but there's so many ults here for Rutgers. Even though they lost that one round, honestly, this kind of be that takeaway.
Whoa!
Yeah, look at oh no, I was a little afraid that somebody would wide swing that to try to take out the Viper before it actually went, and I'm surprised nobody did.
I can't believe that Sim chose to use that ult there. I mean, it's incredibly aggressive. It makes it unbelievably difficult. But now you've given yourself away. You've got to get out of dodge. Mooncoffee, if he wants to play in height, finds that out the hard way. 5v4, a lot of damage on the side of Rutgers, but all 5 of them still up and kicking. The heal comes through onto the Viper, of all people. A fascinating choice. Op v op, slowly but surely rotating up through the mid here. Mooncoffee, if they've got the trigger speed, they will have the fire rate advantage, as the Tour de Force does fire faster than the Operator.
Yeah, the Molly coming out in perfect timing to stop the players from coming out. I said there were so many ults, but no! Beast too hype, it still gets it!
Beast goes for the hero play, does more damage to himself than anybody else, but lives to tell the tale. 7 HP in a dream. Chamber goes down. Orly full health. Might be able to take at least the raise out. You're looking to shake up the econ here more than anything else at the moment. Uh-oh. Oh, he's going to go for save here.
Yeah, they probably will.
Can't say I blame him. That's a very reasonable choice to make.
I would believe Alvernia needs to, especially since it's going to hit that 11-7. So the match point coming up very soon, right? So look at Orly. He's ready.
He's ready, but unfortunately, nobody's even near that end of the map. If anything, you might get flanked up through the A site if that raise is fast enough. I love the intelligence to leave somebody behind, because very often we'll see teams forget to do that. We've seen some pretty sneaky defuses because of it, but they left that Sova behind, made sure nobody was sneaking in on him. In Rutgers, they're up by 4 once again. Whoa! Orly does not get the shot off. I thought he was going to get the raise, but could not find that shot fast enough.
Yeah.
Oh, I think this is the, the showstopper. Has the lineup, pulls the trigger just a little too late, shoots it into the wall, and does, I mean, what is that, 11 damage to themselves?
Yeah, not necessarily sure, but overall, Rutgers with the 11-7, I mean, they're definitely making Alvernia feel a certain type of way. Oh, no, Vigilance. They've given away the fact that they have the Tour de Force.
Yeah, he wants to play, but Alvernia
Yeah.
Rutgers certainly does not. That Rays just barely able to dodge out of that first shot. I liked the rendezvous back. It was a high-risk, high-reward scenario because he could have been flanked from the upper, the upper right side. Was able to get out of there with his life. And now as we move further in, the shock dart through the wall to guarantee a little bit of space. This Viper wall, I think, is going to make it really hard for Tour de Force to get a lot of value. Shout out Mage Punk from Orly, best skin set in the game.
Oh no. This is scary. This is what scares me a little bit. Because look at
Oh,
that. The
no.
shots come down from Beast 2 Hype. He takes
the
it, but the
res?
resurrection is there available, and this might actually be the reason why they win this. The wall there for the post plant so that they can at least have the wall set in stone, but I think Moon Coffee's going to be the win condition here. They slowly work their way up. They're going to work their way around the back, and maybe if we see them on the kill feed, things will look good. Yeah, it's there for Rutgers. And that flank was huge.
The team ace for Rutgers. Gumpers, that's the first team ace we've seen this entire weekend.
Yes.
And I know, like, I love the team ace. I think it can be even more interesting than, like, the traditional ace. When all 5 members of the team find a single elimination, that's pretty crazy. That is not something you see super often. But Rutgers, they're showing they're not winning this off of one person's hand. They're winning this as a team. Look at their elims right now. 16, 15, 15, 15, 15. There's no shortage of great players on this team right now. There's no carry.
I mean, why would you need a carry here? you got the whole team playing together for Rutgers, and I mean, still a little bit of that struggle. Fruta having the resurrection makes things a lot harder, but no, be careful seeing the album and communicating with the team that you need to take him out before I peek this.
Fruta has that res, so Rutgers can afford to play perhaps a little more over-aggressive than normal, but they definitely can't afford to go in too deep. Perhaps, as example, the Rays can't double blast back in, or she's probably not getting a rest at all. The Snakebite comes in quick from Sim Symbolic, forcing a rotation around yellow from Rutgers. Prof finds somebody caught out in mid, might shock dart it, gonna shock dart it, gets a bit of damage for free on the Sage, but somehow she lives to talk about it. I don't know why she's still choosing to take that 1v1. Stiz out with the Hunter's Fury. Finds a whole lot of nothing, but Beast 2 Hype will fall into that third and final shot. Oh!
Oh. Oh man, super unfortunate, but it's okay. Fruta having 59 health, and Moon Coffee once again coming around and getting these frags, assisting the team, peeking through smokes that you wouldn't expect them to peek in, and the confidence is just so high right now for Rutgers. The Hunter's Fury to close things out, and they're literally just continuously throwing this util over to the team of Alvernia.
Yeah, and that was just ult after ult after ult. They knew they were 12-7, and they got that 1 kill on the Sage. That was a 13th round victory, and they found just that. I think they may have revealed a little bit too much about themselves.
Yeah.
Because I think we saw Rutgers' defense not particularly strong. Their offense, though, that's where they really kicked it into the second gear. So if Fisher was watching, and something tells me they were, they want to go into this, they want to know who they're fighting, I think they just got a lot of information for free about their upcoming opponents.
No, I think so as well. I think right now for Rutgers, and I said it, I said it as well. Like, it's such a different dynamic once you switch the sides. So honestly, that could change the game so quickly. So from what we saw, a very close game that initially we thought Rutgers was going to continue going back and forth. Coming into that second half, being able to switch the sides, especially having the Rays on your side with all of that utility, the damage util that you can use to be able to get those frags, is very hard to use on the defense in comparison. So I think overall, it really just gave them that boost of momentum that they needed.
No doubt, no doubt. And I believe we're going to throw to another super short break. We're going to try to get an interview with somebody from Rutgers. I would love to talk to any of them, so I know that's going to be a great interview if we can get it. If we can't get an interview, we'll just be back with our third place match in just a little bit. That's going to be LVC versus Alvernia University. So we're going to have to get those two schools figured out. Either way, we've got a bunch of CECC East content left for you here today. We are halfway done with all the Valorant we've got today. We'll see you right back here in just a couple of minutes.
I can't say that. I'll get in trouble. There's one for each game, so teams this weekend, somebody's going to have to explain to TSA why they're coming home with an extra trophy. Fine. We're fine. This is going to be great. Why is everybody staring at me? I'm not even doing anything yet. Is it because I'm in a suit?
What are the parallels between esports and gaming and the Army?
I've been in the Army for 17 years. I've been a nerd and a gamer my entire life, even when we had dial-up internet back in the late 90s. And I was very excited when we finally got cable in the early 2000s, and I was able to play, StarCraft on BattleNet. So gaming has always been a huge aspect of my life. And being in the Army, funny story, I'm surrounded by fellow nerds and gamers. So every location that I've been sent to, I've known WoW groups. I can play World of Warcraft with people that are literally living down the hall from where the Army puts me to live. You're in a community of like-minded individuals from all across the country. Having that ability, whatever your hobby is, so like I play Warhammer, which is a tabletop game, outside of every Army installation across the entire country, there's a Warhammer store where I can play my game. Wherever the Army was moving me to throughout the course of my career, my hobby went with me. My love went with me. It was kind of one of those really cool things. And then with the video game aspect, I mean, I remember 2006 seeing LAN parties in a barracks room. Like you're seeing Ethernet cords outside of dudes' rooms linking up and playing various video games on a Thursday night after they're done work for the day, because you're surrounded by people of equal age. Video games are a big aspect of everyone's life nowadays.
So you're saying the connection, not so much like, yeah, there's games that are parallel to maybe how you operate in the military, but you're saying the ability to function as a unit or with friends, you're brought even closer together through gaming, it sounds like.
100%. You're going to meet fellow gamers. And, when a good gamer meets another gamer, they're going to become best friends online. When they're living down the hall, you already have that immediate hobby that draws you guys together. You're going to make lifelong friends, and you're going to be meeting fellow nerds from all over the country. Because when you're stationed on a military installation, you're going to be in a barracks, which is like a really nice hotel room. You're going to have your own room and everything. Your neighbors are also going to be fellow gamers. So it's kind of cool to be able to be like, hey, let's get a raid in.
Okay, so you mentioned WoW, you mentioned raiding. I'm a big WoWer myself since 2004. You said LAN parties. Were you talking LAN parties like Halo, or what are we talking LAN parties?
Oh, back in the day? Oh, Halo? Definitely. I mean, I joined in 2006. Mm-hmm. So Halo 2, LAN parties, money in the bank, having great nights. What's some of my fondest memories growing up, where you go over to a buddy's house, you got 9 TVs there, and everyone's connected to a router. And, you're all trying, hey, don't look at my screen, man. Don't look at my screen. You got 4 people to a TV and you're playing, Halo 1, Halo 2. So being able to still experience that and get paid and having your job and, you're getting your skill training, it's awesome. One of those really cool experiences.
Yeah. Plenty of fights with me and my college roommate in Halo 2 and sticky bombs and holes in doors. Yes. I totally remember.
Stop looking at my screen. That's all.
Okay. So this is great. So I really feel this is good information for students thinking about what they want to do before college, after college. They're gamers, and look, you don't just go to boot camp and eat and run and stuff like that. You're actually spending time with people and playing video games. I think it's a good recruiting.
You are still going to run. You're going to be in really good shape. I mean, you're still going to do your job. You're still going to be, we have over 150 jobs to choose from in the United States Army. Everything from electrician to plumbing to construction to HVAC to infantry to, everything. Satellite communications, which is a really good field to get into if you want to go into telecommunications for like AT&T, Verizon, whatever, T-Mobile. So you're going to get your skill training. You're going to get your job. You're still going to be in the Army, but it's a 9-to-5 job. When you're off work, you could go do whatever you want to do. If you want to do a LAN party with your buddies down the hall, hell yeah, go get that done. It gives you that option that don't think because you join the Army, you're just going to wear this uniform 24 hours a day. I mean, you're obviously going to get your WoW raiding parties in sweatpants at, 8:00 at night on a Tuesday, because that's when your group can meet up. So you're still going to be able to get that accomplished, and you're still going to have weekends off in the Army. It's not a 24 hours a day, 7 days a week gig. It's really 9 to 5, 40 hours, give or take.
Is there something in the recruits that you're looking for that maybe have characteristics around their teamwork or collaboration or communication when it comes to them in team-based games or FPS or raiding? What are you looking for from, let's just say, gamers as recruits? How can those characteristics feed into a job in the Army?
The Army, we like to get people that have no real training experience, because we want to teach you. We want to teach you how to be a leader. We want to teach you how to follow directions. We want to teach you to also be a self-starter. Obviously, having those skills prior to is obviously encouraged and liked, but we don't need someone that is an inherent leader right off the bat. A lot of people learn who they are growing throughout life. But if you're in charge of like a fire team playing, Call of Duty, you know how to work the maneuver elements. Like we need the flank. We have infantry, which is combat arms, which is Call of Duty, where, you're going to do a lot of the same maneuvers. You're going to do a lot of the same communication. The Call of Duty, when they're making those games, they embedded their programmers with the military to kind of learn lingo, to kind of learn how stuff, moves, how do certain weapons sound. Having those skills is important, but we're going to teach you. We want to be able to teach you. There's always a thing I've heard that if you know how to shoot a gun prior to joining the Army, that's good. But you're going to have bad fundamentals. We're going to teach you the right way to properly shoot a gun. Not saying every way is bad, But for us, we like a blank slate because we want to teach you the right way of doing everything. So, don't think that you have to have prior knowledge and experience coming into us. Like, there's a reason why we have basic training. It's basically teaching you the fundamentals of the Army. It's kind of like one of those little word plays. It matters, but we'll take anyone. We want people that want to serve their country. If they have a family coming into it, they want to give their family a good life, because we have a lot of benefits, like 30 days paid vacation a year, which you cannot find in the civilian sector. Like, good luck. I mean, if I want to go to an esports event in Vegas, funny story, I can just go do it every year. Being on the Army esports team is pretty cool because I'm a full-time recruiter, but my esports thing is also part of my job. So I get to go do these really cool events and travel. I was in DC last weekend for a Warhammer event for the Nova Open, which is the major East Coast event. So, I mean, people have a lot of common misconceptions of like what the Army is and what we can offer. And that's why I kind of tell people, just talk to a recruiter. We just talk to people. If you don't like it, you don't like it. No big deal. No sweat off my back. I get my 30 days a year, but we can answer a lot of your questions and give you information.
How are recruits being challenged mentally, given the ability to learn? Is there, I guess there's bigger roles and jobs that can stretch you mentally within the Army?
Yeah, I'll get right back to basic training. Basic training. So we get a lot of, as a recruiter, that's my job. I meet America's youth and kind of talk to them about stuff. Is basic training is kind of like we're getting you away from your parents for a lot of kids the first time in their lives. A lot of kids that join are coming right from, their bedroom that they grew up in their entire life. So with basic training, it's your first real experience being on your own and being able to discover and work on those self-resilient skills. We want you to thrive. No one wants you to fail in life. So the Army is going to give you every single tool we can to make you physically tough and mentally tough. So that's why you guys have probably seen videos at basic training where you see drill sergeants yell at you. Yeah, they're going to yell at you a little bit because a lot of kids haven't been yelled at in their entire life. And that's going to show you a different way to thrive in that environment is, when you're put into a stressful environment, being able to be like, okay, I now know how to handle this because I've never really had that situation appear in front of me before. But it's never going to be pushed too far to too many limits. We want to make sure that everyone just kind of understands that, you're joining the Army. Your mom and dad are really far away, thousands of miles in some cases. And we want you to be able to thrive on yourself. The person you are when you leave for basic is not going to be the person you are when you graduate basic training. I got a thing in my office where we always take a photo of you before you leave and we put it on my wall. And when you come back from basic, you come to visit us, is we always hand you that photo and you have to go into our bathroom and look in the mirror and see how much you've changed just in 3 to 4 months, because you'd be surprised what comes out of this training. And these are stronger mentally, physically, socially. They're put into these, pressure-filled environments where you're gonna swim. You're not gonna sink. We're gonna make sure that you know how to thrive. Listen, do it. Gaming is going to be a big aspect for the next 20, 30 years. Twitch has grown exponentially every year for people that are creating their own content. YouTube is also the same way. Whatever your hobby is, do it. Be excited with it, but also remember, you can always fall back on us, the Army. Get yourself some money, get yourself some skill training just in case. Life is long. Always make sure we always use the term, always have tools in your toolkit. If you want to play video games, do it. Play video games for the Army, but also learn HVAC. It's a good skill to have if something goes bad. God forbid something happens to your wrist and you can't play, Call of Duty competitive anymore. Guess what? You're going to make 6 figures learning how to, fix air conditioning units, or whatever your desire is. 150 different jobs. All you got to do is come in, talk to us, and see what you qualify for. The Army, we will literally let you decide what job you want to do with us. We're not going to force you to do anything. If you don't want to be a truck driver, guess what? You're not going to be a truck driver. But if you want to learn a skill, learn a trade, maybe go see the world and have some excitement, if that's your thing, we're here for you, and you can still video game. Living proof right here.
Awesome. Thank you, Sergeant Burns. Appreciate it, sir.
I can't say that. I'll get in trouble. There's one for each game, so teams this weekend, somebody's going to have to explain to TSA why they're coming home with an extra trophy. Fine. We're fine. This is going to be great. Why is everybody staring at me? I'm not even doing anything yet. Is it because I'm in a suit? It looks nice. It's new. I'm stressing. It's all right. We win these. We absolutely win these. I've never seen us lose these. I love him. I don't remember his name. What is going on, everybody? And we're ready? I'll start over. Okay. What's going on, everybody? We are here at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup 2022 in Atlanta, Georgia. The players are just now entering the arena for day one. A lot of them had the opportunity to be here yesterday to get jerseys, to get familiar with the area, and to get to know one another. But today, the friendly gloves have to come off, and they are all here. Earlier, I was talking to these guys. This mannequin, when they didn't have anything else set up, I could see it from all the way down there, and I thought it was a person. And I stood there for like 5 minutes, and I was like, why is he standing like that? And I thought it was like a smooth criminal. I thought somebody was giving us like a Michael Jackson impression, and then it was a mannequin. I was really embarrassed to admit that. Oh my God, that's a lot of people. Hold on, let's go over this window. Let's go over this window. It just keeps going. There's so many people outside. There are so many people outside. We're gonna interview people when they come in. I don't really want to go outside. It looks like it's gonna rain, and the suit is new. So, oh, there's Doc Haskell. Hi, Doc. How are you? He brings a full notebook with him and like writes notes down. It was pretty insane. He had it yesterday. He's gonna be coming through this metal detector right here. I don't know his name though, but I recognize his hair.
Jen.
You're Jen. All right, we're gonna interview Jen, who's supporting Kennesaw. I'm gonna ask you like a couple of very simple questions. Okay. Are we ready? All right, great. College. I really like Georgia College's color scheme. It's just red, white, and blue, I think, but I think they did it in a really clever way. Mineral area, wearing hoodies, even though it is 75 degrees outside here in Atlanta, Georgia. Absolute legends.
If only Nick could hear you. Nick, come back.
If he's over 100 feet away, he can't.
You were whispering something, and he started smiling. I'm like, are you whispering?
Oh yeah, because he's got his headphone in if we're close enough. But
Bless you.
Gesundheit. Gesundheit again. You're welcome. I'm gonna go find him. Oh, there he is. Oh my. Oh, okay. Real stuff is starting. Real stuff. Competitive integrity needs to be upheld. We gotta get out of here. Yeah, I don't want to get in trouble.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to CECC East 2022. Still Septilence and Gompers, and this time we are joined by Prof. Sova, I believe, extraordinaire from Rutgers University. So, Prof, my first question for you is, Rutgers is going to be the LAN host, the event host. So, do you guys feel like there was this weird kind of additional pressure on you to make it to top 8 in the LAN you were hosting?
Maybe a little bit of pressure. We all figured that we were going to make it to the LAN, and we were just thinking about just kind of doing our thing and getting to the LAN together as a team.
Okay, yeah. I mean, obviously, you would be excited for the LAN.
Yeah.
But more so, I wanted to ask about yourself because let the world know, right? I see you're a junior in business management.
Yes, I am.
What are your plans for like the future coming out of Valorant and coming out of this like whole college competitive world type of thing?
The plans, I haven't really got anything. I need to get an internship first. But I'm kind of just playing it day by day right now to see where it takes me and see the opportunities that come my way.
Okay.
I love it. That's a great way to do it. That's how I did it when I was in college as well, and it's great. I love it. What is it called? Tried and true method. So, Prof, just one more question for you because we want to jump into that third place so we can get back to you in grand finals very soon. Is there anybody you would like to thank or shout out while you're here with us?
I'd like to thank my team. Amanda showed it this game, but they always carry me. And I'd like to thank my family, too.
Oh, absolutely. Hey, your team did well, but you carried a couple rounds yourself today. Don't forget that. You had some star-studded moments out there, man. We saw them. It was some high-quality Sova gameplay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Well, hey, have a great... don't have a great rest of your day, because we'll see you in a little bit. So have a good, next 45 minutes, and we'll see you soon in grand finals.
Hopefully talk to you again later.
Hey, hopefully, if we're lucky, hopefully.
All
right, folks. And with that, we are going to throw it to a super short break. We got to get a mic issue figured out. We're also missing a player in lobby. So we're going to go solve those two things. Really should not take very long. Do not go far. We're going to be right back with our third place game in just a couple of minutes. We'll see you soon. What is going on, everybody, and welcome back. I promised it wouldn't be a long break, and I was right about that. Still Septilence and Gompers here on the desk for our penultimate series. It is our last best of one, because Grand Finals will be a best of three. That is Fisher College versus Rutgers University. But first, we've got to get through this third place slot, and I'm very excited because it's two teams we've already seen.
Yeah, it is two teams we've already seen, but one of them very, very dominant, which is also one of the scary things. So also putting that into account. But I am excited to try to get to see exactly what's going to happen here, right? You got Alvernia versus Lebanon. Lebanon, man. Lebanon. This is what is scaring me right now because we know Lebanon. Listen, even though we saw them get taken down, I still feel the hope for Lebanon.
Yeah. I wholeheartedly agree. And John Cook was gone in the first game. We were like, okay, no, that's disastrous. But I've got to say, Squirtle Masters in particular, the replacement for John Cook held their own. There were unfortunately not many round wins for Lebanon Valley College, but the ones they did, Squirtle Masters always seemed to be at the forefront of. And I wonder if that's going to continue into our next map. But before we get to map, let's take a look at the rosters. Let's get a familiar look at Lebanon Valley College. Don't forget, folks, this is one of our quintuplet teams. All five of them going to look exactly the same. And we're very excited to see them Squirtle Masters now on that lineup as well, and this is going to be, other than that, the complete lineup we have seen yesterday and today.
Yeah, but continuing on with like what we've been seeing, we know Zario said they had to pick up something, and also, you know, John Cook. I feel like that's also one of the biggest factors here. Missing out on a very important day, by the way. John Cook, where are you, man? What's going on here?
I was kind of wondering that myself. I wonder if something came up. Maybe they're not able to play. Maybe they slept through an alarm. We've seen that a million times. Definitely would not be the first time. But whatever it is, we know that, I believe they've made it to land no matter how today ends, right? At this point, they have secured a comfortable spot. So as long as John Cook shows up for that, maybe getting to the podium's not that bad, because I know when I used to compete in collegiate, getting to the podium was my main goal, right? If it's first place on the podium, that's fantastic. But if we can even get to that top three, that's what it's all about. That's what Lebanon and our other college, Alvernia University, okay, technically not a college, but a university, that's what they are also fighting for, another quintuplet team. So folks, look at this. Statistically speaking, if you don't have headshots on your team, you are more likely to end up in third and fourth place. Just putting that out there.
Yeah, overall, everything's going to be pretty hard to come by here. I think, I don't know, I think missing like a really, really big factor of the team is also, you know, means for not being able to perform the way that you normally would, which is the scary part about it, but yeah.
Yeah. And I think it's double scary as well to jump back to Lebanon, because when we interviewed Zario yesterday, we asked if anybody he wanted to shout out. He said, shout out to John Cook for being our IGL. John Cook is no longer in the lineup, no longer in the game. So that means there is a secondary IGL taking place, taking action. And no offense to whoever that may be, but that is going to have a massive impact on the team. Any team-based game like this, there's one in-game leader. They lead your team to greatness, or they lead your team to disaster. And that is going to be on the shoulders of whichever Lebanon Valley College member has taken on that weight. But folks, here's the map. I've guessed that it is Ascent. I'm hoping it's a new map we haven't seen before, but production refused to tell me because they want a true reaction, and I can't blame them for it. So let's jump over to that map. Let's find out what it is. And it's going to be...
I love your reactions, to be honest.
Let's see what it is.
Oh!
This is such a bittersweet moment. This is such a bittersweet moment. It's a new map, but it's my least favorite. So I'm definitely stuck here.
Listen, your reactions are top notch. I'm like not even gonna lie to you. Like you always have the best reactions. But yeah. Oh, Fracture! Oh my gosh!
I have such a love-hate relationship with Fracture because I can play Raze on it, I can play Viper on it, but for whatever reason, I just can't like it. I just cannot have fun with this map.
Dude, I've been creaming kids on the Fracture map. Like I've been making them into soup.
To be fair, though, as much as I dislike playing it, I truly don't mind watching it. And to be honest, I have not seen it without the new change, or I have not seen it with the new changes, is what I'm trying to say. So there's definitely going to be that shakeup as well on Dish and on the A site, and I'm excited to see the impact that's going to have in such an aggressive competitive setting for a third place slot.
It's definitely going to be a fun one, that's for sure. I gotta be honest with you. The Fracture pick with the new changes definitely feel so much better, to be honest with you.
I believe it.
But the Neon pick, I'm gonna be honest. I like Neon, sure. I had to pull what you do all the time. Yeah, I like Neon, sure.
Yeah, like for sure, totally, definitely,
for sure.
Absolutely, for sure. No, but I actually think I like Neon for Hythe because we saw the speed at which Hythe wanted to get in there on Jet, was dashing into literally everything. So you add the boost, you add the sprint to that, maybe that'll work out well. And I want to point out as well, Gompers, we were very critical about Alvernia University not having a KO in that last map. They insta-locked the KO this time, and I hope that has the positive impact for them.
Yeah, I think it will have an incredibly positive impact for this team, but already looking at it, right? The one thing that I do want to talk about, the Neon pick, why it's so popular in a map like this, because Fracture is literally like you either go fast or you go home. Like, it pretty much is that on the attack. And as sad as that sounds, the moment you falter, you're done. Like, it is so hard to come back from that.
No, it really, truly is incredibly difficult to come back from that. I think you're absolutely right. It's the speed that can take a team to the podium, to that third place slot, just as likely to take that team home, to send that team packing. Now, like we talked about, this is, I don't want to call it an exhibition match because in reality, it does matter to get that third place slot. At the end of the day, you've made the top 8, and I think for a lot of teams, that's what this was truly about. Making it to that next step, making it through the qualifier. Oh my goodness!
They're already pushing up. I don't even know what's going on right here, but this is absolutely insane. You have the Neon playing on the defense, and typically, honestly, this is how you should be playing with the Neon, with your Breach completely paired up with an Initiator so you can get that first pick in.
Yeah, I just love the Infiniflash that came out. Breach Flash, Neon Flash, Breach Flash, Neon Flash, because that's so hard to react to. If you get caught by one, you're probably going to get caught by all of them, and that's going to make it really difficult to succeed against that. It's still a 1-1 trade performance. I've got to say, you know, my hat off to Lebanon for that. I think they should have lost 2 or 3 in that chaos. They only lose 1, and they were able to trade it out. So it's a 4-4 lineup. Somebody in Nest, if they walk into a 1v4, it's Orly. That 0-point knife could be huge. It's going to be able to find that Neon for sure. I don't know if it caught anybody else, but the smokes come out, making it that much harder for Lebanon to engage. 3 up into Nest, and I think that fragment grenade went out because they took a lot of damage.
Oh, here they come. Up there from Orly. He's hiding. He knows that they're coming, and this is so good from Alvernia. Lebanon Valley. They get stumbled upon, but yeah, pretty much cleared up.
Yeah, why is Vigilant so good with that Headhunter? I mean, that is insane. And there's something about Chamber players in particular, and I think because I used to be one, I've always found this interesting, is who did they play before Chamber? Because Chamber comes in with a really unique kit. He's got the Headhunter, he's got the Tour de Force, he's got that teleport ability, and you've got to wonder, what other agent were they playing at this caliber where it transfers so easily into firing something like the Headhunter?
Yeah. Yeah, completely true. But Hythe, oh no, already. And I like the usage of the Breach util that we're seeing come out from here. Look at that, already stalling Hythe, and they can't push as they normally would. They see the Neon utility. They still wait, they flash in. This is great, but they have the Spectres here for Alvernia.
The Spectres, I love them. Shout out Mage Punk once again. I think I shouted out Hythe last time. I just love the Mage Punk. I can't help myself. Vigilance finds 2. Orly finds 2 of their own, and all of a sudden Lebanon ripped to shreds in that second round. It's going to hurt a little bit in terms of morale, maybe, but at the same time, that's how statistics fall. That's how you're supposed to lose that round.
Two and 0 with Alvernia. I mean, of course. Right, sticking within this 2-0. I saw an op.
No.
What?
Not the round 3 op. I made fun of this back on Haven. You can't actually bring it out right now. Maybe you can. Vigilance, like I said earlier, a demon with anything with a scope on it, apparently. I mean, whether it's a Marshal, a Headhunter, a Tour de Force, or an op, gets caught up by the Breach Flash. That's a huge opener. Gotta get out of dodge. Zrio finds Hythe early. Maybe the trade comes through. Misses the shot. That's critical. Wow, I can't believe he lives to tell the tale. Secondary chance here. Finds it. Squirtle Masters goes down. The short toss from Orly. Not going to be as effective as it used to be. It got nerfed in the most recent patch of Valorant, but still going to be effective enough to make that space. And I think that was the goal there.
No, that was, yeah, most definitely the goal. But I don't know if that Molly's effective. Because they could literally just walk.
You just jump over it.
And walk on the Jenny, like, right next to it. But
well, that's effective.
Oh, no. Yeah, that looks good. I was just like, oh, well, maybe it's a distraction or something, but...
The idea of making space is certainly there with that Molly. It's just, yeah, you could walk right over. You can jump on Jenny and just go past it. There's too many opportunities. Now, Vigilance trying to give us a 4-piece to start off round number 3. And this is a round that Lebanon was supposed to win. They had the buy-up advantage for a moment, but Alvernia somehow get that operator in their clutches, and that makes it so hard to get through that chamber in around as early as round 3. Also, Sim is literally 1 HP.
Yeah, great from there. 3-0. And you said, like, the op was a questionable thing. Look at that. 8-0 from Vigilance. I think this op was actually the best thing that they could have done on the bonus round to ensure that win. Because you saw the way that it played, right? They couldn't even get past, like, the entry point without getting shot down by Vigilance. And now, especially if they lose that op, the economy's still going to be peaking high because they have the tour de force. So this is really, really good from Alvernia.
Yeah, it's a very high-risk, high-reward scenario, and they are definitely reaping the rewards of that choice here in round 4. Sardog has that headhunter on. Also, I want to point out, Sardog, I don't think we've seen off the Reyna, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if we've seen them on anything else, so this is definitely a shake-up, a change. Trying to play into a chamber like Vigilance, who definitely is a chamber specialist, is going to be really hard when you're Sardog in this kind of constantly rotating position, trying to fill for the team what's the best role they need. But we talked about the importance yesterday of the chamber 1v1, and if your chamber is getting smoked every 10 seconds, every round, it's going to be really difficult to capitalize on any success, on any round advantage.
Yeah, the smoke's coming down. A nice entry in from the Neon. Symbolic waiting around the back, and they can see that it works out nice, but a 2K, I mean, such a great opening to keep things together. Vigilance peek through the smoke, and just look at that.
Confidence is key, I guess. Sardog takes down Vigilance. They're still going to get that op in hand, which means the Tour de Force can sit even longer. Peeks through the smoke, finds the shot. Doesn't give the numbers advantage. The numbers advantage was already found, but found an opportunity to help the team strike 9-1. I think we've got the replay on it as well. Oh, I loved this. Sim takes down the Neon. Was flashed at the beginning. Comes through, takes down, I think, the Viper? No, excuse me, it was the Breach that he finds next. And that was the real opening for Alvernia to win this. That peek through the smoke. I think kind of the deal sealer.
Yeah, sealed the deal there. Alvernia, man, they just, I mean, they're coming home to surprise, and they are surprising 100%. Maybe the Fracture pick was the dangerous one for Lebanon Valley. They should have banned that one first.
Fracture, I mean, it's the first time we've seen it. You've got to wonder if Alvernia has been waiting for this time to strike. And you've got to wonder, again, not to harp on Lebanon Valley, but they are still missing that true IGL. Their main leader is not here with them today. I think we're noting the massive impact that's having in this scenario.
Everything coming through nice from Reliable. They back off. And they get the shot through the wall as well, so a little bit surprising. The fast lane giving away. Maybe here getting some more vision here. Sardog nice with the operator, and they bring it out actually to once again counter the op, which is something interesting that I've seen, but obviously fitting the chamber well.
0-point knife catches both the Viper and the Breach. Oh my goodness, the rendezvous! Symbolic. Oh, does not pre-fire the corner close enough, and that is a 3-piece for Sardog before they go down. We've got Orly up in the heavens, but Juice with the Vipers, with the snake bite, excuse me, is going to be able to find that elim. That's huge. And Lebanon Valley, they put one on the board. This is a game all about momentum. Let's see what they're able to do with it. Oh, wow. I don't even see height in that clip.
Yeah, I don't know either. Oh, no. Lebanon Valley, first round, putting themselves on the board, which is great, but... Okay, but the thing is that you can see them going 4B again, because they know they're feeling confident. I feel like right here they're trying to play for more so of that default, because you can see them split up in 2.
Yeah. I feel like they've definitely found greater success on the B side so far, Lebanon, in terms of the rounds being closer, but after that dominant win on the A side, I think it definitely makes more sense that they'd be thinking, oh, let's go to A side. It worked once, it's going to work again. Alvernia, though, a team very quick on their adaptations and on their changes, might be able to snap down on Lebanon and take a even more dominant lead. Oh, the Rolling Thunder now online from Reliable. That could be the linchpin in how and whether or not this plan works.
Oh, Reliable. This is such a good bait into the rotation, too, because everybody on the A site now for Alvernia.
Oh, Hythe v Zario. In the depths here. Nope, no action. Yeah, actually, the whole team was behind Zarya, so it's probably a good thing Hythe didn't peek that corner. The Rolling Thunder comes out now onto what is an entirely empty site. Gompers and ultimate down the drain, but they are none the wiser. They needed to make that space. They were able to do so. They go in quickly, and they've got the spike down, or at least they should in just a moment. But with the chaos starting, it's hard to plant it safely. Zarya finds that first evil onto Vigilance, takes the Tour de Force offline. Hythe gets the counter kill. The spike planter now has been killed. Squirrel Master's taken out. Looking at a 4v4. The shock onto Zarya is going to give the opening Alvernia needs.
Nice.
Orly with a phenomenal flick onto that Neon 0-point blade in. Finds some Viper action. 3v3. The spike needs to go down, or they're going to lose the round on timing alone.
Yeah, 6 seconds
Oh,
left.
bouncy time!
Oh, this is such a good stall out. They've pretty much lost this for Lebanon.
I'm really not sure what Lebanon could have done there. It was such a phenomenal slow burn from Alvernia, and the use of that Rolling Thunder in those final moments, I think, was the deal breaker. They quite literally could not get that spike down whether they wanted to or not. In Alvernia, they saw the momentum slipped for a moment, but they caught it before it hit the ground.
Oh my gosh, just look at this. Already headshot through, Zarya going down. And Rolling Thunder to kind of touch things up. And that was such a beautiful usage of it, because the biggest thing about playing a default like that, especially, you have to be aware of what your opponent has. You know they have a Rolling Thunder. Probably planning at 7 seconds is not the best thing to do in that moment in time. Maybe trying to go a little bit faster on the site instead of trying to play for that 30-second mark. And just being very cautious with it, because that was 100% the loss factor.
Yeah, they had a weird moment there where they had full site control after their own Rolling Thunder for a good 4 to 5 seconds, but then they choose to go into kind of a hard defense. They don't want any of their 5 not paying attention to an angle. Like you said, they waited way too long, they played way too slow, and it was definitely the factor in them losing that round. Zarya going in loud and proud, emptying the Sheriff into the void. Gets the intel, somebody's up. Oh my goodness, above. I thought Zarya had that shot, but no, it was Juice who found that elim. Juice able to find Vigilance as well, and all of a sudden, Lebanon, pure chaos. They've got the numbers advantage. The orbital strike coming out. Gomper's one of your favorite ultimates. Zardog with that Tour de Force takes down Hythe quickly. Sim Symbolic finds Reliable. 3v2 in favor of Lebanon, but barely. I mean, look at that Viper HP.
Yeah,
Clutch?
my favorite ultimate. Luckily enough, but no, I don't think it's gonna happen. There's just so much going on here. I mean, at least getting information from Symbolic, and the fact that at least Drop now having that surrounding makes things easier. Zardog coming up. I don't think they're going to peek out anytime soon, but you got to be careful of the angle, because there is going to be one there.
You've definitely got to be careful of that angle. That Viper, she did not have a lot of HP left. Definitely a bullet from death. Not able to find that lineup. And Vigilance, who at one point was 8-0, is now 9-4. So I think we're seeing a pretty aggressive slowdown from this chamber, maybe due to the fact he hasn't been able to buy that op in a while.
Yeah, I think that's one of the issues here. Because Vigilance did have, once again, a very, very big impact on the team here from Alvernia with that op. So, yeah, like you said, kind of losing that. And bringing an op back out here for Lebanon Valley also kind of creates some tension.
Oh my goodness, a triple 0-point blade. It's going to pick up the Fade, the Chamber, and the Viper, taking their abilities offline for, I believe it's 4-6 seconds, maybe? They know he's right around the corner. Orly did not even able to win that first firefight. Definitely was not going to win the second against that op. And Lebanon Valley, they've got the numbers advantage higher than they've had in a while. It's a 5-3 right now. They might be able to put that 3rd point on the board. Zarya even committing the Neon ult to make that additional space. Oh.
Spike down, B.
Yeah, you're not coming out of that one alive, unfortunately enough. But a great shot from Zarya. And they pull out the ultimate here. Lebanon Valley, I mean, they just continue to kind of bring that step up, which is exactly what was needed. Oh, the spike being planted here. Great.
Oh.
Now they kind of make Stiz out know that they need to try to push for something. At this point, I would just save, because you have 100 credits to your name. You cannot have anything within the next round for your team, and you all have to save up as a group, so why not at least try to invest?
Investing may have been the key to success there. Like you said, not even able to get out for the save. Had to play it a little bit clunky, a little bit shakier than normal, and now we've got Hythe with the... Oh, man. I think I'd prefer the Bucky over the Judge, but going for the Judge, still a smart play. You can't buy much, but you can still pack a punch.
Reminds me of when you said pack a punch, I just got like thrown back into like my childhood. Oh my gosh. Wow. This just gave me like some really old memories that got brought back, but oh, nice suppression. Oh, they see all
Wow!
5. This is such good information. They can bait in a rotation so fast, but you can see the flank coming around. I don't even know if they're going to be able to touch up.
I'm surprised that all 10 people survived.
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy. Okay, well, now we're down to 9. Oh no, that fragment grenade might be pretty huge. She deals up quite a bit of damage, not able to find any of the elims. All 5 of Lebanon still standing in a 5v3. The shorty is going to have to work wonders here. Zarya left on point, flash into oblivion in height. The judge, the jury, and the executioner on that Neon 1v1. The 4v2, it's going to be a very difficult one to win. They've got the weapons advantage technically, but Lebanon, they just move in so fast that it's hard to strike.
Watch the corners. I feel like that's been one of the biggest things for Juice here. Just hiding in those angles. I mean, that's how they clutched up the last round. That's how they're going to clutch up again. So Hythe, by themselves, very scared and aware.
Reliable gonna find the plant. I love the rotate all the way over to A site when they definitely didn't have to, but it's still a reasonable play. Now they can play the retake scenario where Alvernia has a single neon to their name, and I think she still has the judge. I don't think she's got a different weapon. Oh no, she's got a phantom now. Okay.
Hythe.
Oh, check your corners. Gompers just told you this.
I did, and they're always sitting there. It's always Juice too.
Oh! Check
it is
corner,
always Juice.
It really is always Juice. Just playing that classic Viper rat game.
I mean, I wouldn't. Yeah.
3 rounds in a row.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Lebanon take things back, especially at the momentum that they're going. Juice 11-6. It's astonishing. They're always sitting in these weird corners, and nobody checks it. And I feel like they understand that's such a punishment because they're like, okay, well, if you're not going to check it, then what are you doing here in the first place?
Right. Absolutely. Checking the corners is mandatory in a game like Valorant, especially when somebody like Juice is in your lobby. Playing that snake game, playing that rat game, and doing a phenomenal job at it. Lebanon, they are 1 round away from tying us up 5-5. And Gompers, you said you thought this has the potential to be a very close series, and right now it is finally becoming so.
Yeah, the potential is there. But Lebanon Valley making things come back, and maybe they just needed a little bit of time to figure out what they have to do, but Juice is gone, so they've taken out the main fragger, and Hythe taking out those 3 players, honestly, kind of like equalized what's going on here.
Definitely equalized the situation. Sardog cannot decide Vandal or Ob, and I've got to say, it's a difficult choice to make because you do not know the angles in which they are approaching. Sim 1 Elim away, or perhaps an ult orb, but those are off the table for the rest of this round from that orbital strike. And that could be a huge playmaker here to open up that site.
Oh, Orly. Orly, be careful. Trying to get yourself in there, because this is going to be a very, very hard way to get in. I always feel so anxious trying to entry in here.
It's hard. This really is one of the most difficult sites to retake. I think even with the changes, it's very difficult to get into site without sacrificing 1 or 2 of your players. Speaking of sacrificing, can they find the double? Orly puts them down. Sardog bites the bullet, and it looks like Alvernia is not going to be able to get the defuse. Yeah, gonna get out of dodge. Has the omp in hand, and that's Lebanon successfully stalling long enough to tie things up, and Orly doesn't make it out. That is the first round in a while we have seen all 10 players go down.
Yeah, once again, pretty hard to come back from that, especially for Lebanon losing 4 rounds in a row. They've completely let themselves go. And one of the biggest things is, yeah, okay, Vigilance doesn't have the op anymore, but should that really be the reason why we continuously lose these rounds? I mean, look at Stitz out, having 11 assists. They are putting in the work, even though they're not getting those frags, to allow Orly, Vigilance, Hythe, and Symbolic to get these picks in. So the biggest thing is what isn't working, and maybe it might just be the fact that, you know, Lebanon Valley may be too aggressive and too forward.
I agree. I think Lebanon was in a weird spot where they hadn't played in a moment. They were adjusting to Fracture. Again, they're still working without one of their star-studded players, one of their highest-ranked players. The adaptation is finally coming through. They're out of the woods, but they definitely have not secured a victory yet. Things are, you know, they've tied it up. Maybe we get a 6-6 at the half. Maybe we get a 5-7 if Lebanon can really step it up. But Alvernia, I agree, they're slowly but surely starting to slip. That Rolling Thunder from Reliable, gonna rip that site wide open.
Nice. Oh, I love the sound of the one shot that it took to just take them down. But yeah, getting the plant in, they kind of corner back into holes, and they know that they're down within towers. That's going to be kind of like a really upsetting situation to be put in. Unfortunately enough, Alvernia looking very good. Lebanon Valley on the struggle to take things back, but Stitz out having a beautiful Rolling Thunder to push things back. Sardog gets taken down, and the defusal comes through. Yeah, it's not going to be capable.
Orly probably goes down there. Reliable had the angle read, and even if Reliable does go down, he's going to make sure everybody almost goes down with him. Height finds that headshot kill when the economy has been essentially completely and totally reset for our last round in the half. Height at some point picked up the operator. Not sure how we missed that, but the op is there regardless, and that's going to be a huge play, because if you look at the econ here, everybody can buy, but oh no, I'm sorry, not everybody can buy. Alvernia in a tough spot. Two of them not able to afford a full buy.
Yeah, not here. Not now. 6-6 is possible, but honestly, by the way, we've been seeing things go. I honestly don't even know what's going to happen anymore. It feels like it's a story of the unknown.
It truly is. This feels even more back and forth than our last series, and we thought that was going to be the one to be the real deal breaker. I'd love to see Height just pop this ultimate. Even the same thing from Lebanon. Just go in, look for one Elim, and that one Elim, even if it's a trade, puts your team in an advantageous position. You've taken somebody off the table. They're going to get flashed, tries to peek it. Yeah, I'm not sure what the thought process was there, but I guess I can ask that about both Neons, as they both run blinded directly into an enemy, taken off the board. It's going to be a 4v3, as Sis out. Okay, sure, that was a headshot, I guess. Takes out Squirtle's Master, gets traded by Reliable. Now we're in that 3v3 scenario, back and forth and back and forth. Nobody wins around here for free. Reliable with the spray and pray through the smoke. Vigilance finds Reliable. Every time someone gets a kill, they pay the price of their life for it moments later.
Spike planted.
Vigilance brings back the op. Oh no, I don't even think they know. Once again, it's always Juice, man. Sitting in these types of corners.
Honestly, as both a Viper player and a Rat-style player, I'm enjoying Juice's gameplay. I think this is a lot of fun, because this is what I would do. Vigilance looking up when he should have looked down, and that's going to cost him now a 2v1. It's up to Orly all over again. Toss through. Oh, and Juice just reads him like a children's book. Rotates the exact moment he does. Seals the deal for Lebanon to tie us up 6-6. Folks, just when you think it can't get any more interesting, here we are, tied game. And reminder, this is kind of a big deal. This is for the third place slot of this weekend.
Yeah, but the replay's coming in. We got the 6-6. And honestly, it's the same story as before. In my personal, I don't know about you actually. I might ask you this question. Do you like the defense more than the attack?
Personally, I'm just a pro defensive player. I feel like the game's a little bit easier in that sense, especially when I play Viper. I think she works out a lot better on the defense than the offense. But this map in particular, I think is really unique, because about every other map in the game, I'm very confident in saying, oh, defensive sided, offensive sided. But Fracture, I think, comes down more to individual gameplay. And with the way Lebanon played a 6-6 in the offense, I think their defense is going to be very, very strong.
I mean, it would have to be. Defense coming in, moving up. But Lebanon Valley actually trying to do exactly what Alvernia did their first time playing on that defense.
Zario goes in quick. I think, no, missed the shot onto Symbiotic. That's a tough one, man. I don't know why I can't say that name, but that 6-6 scoreline. The spike already planted there. Actually, maybe the fastest spike plant we've seen in a while. Vigilance takes down Sardog with that headhunter. Zario finds a trade, but Orly gets a trade of their own. Zario refusing to let this team go down without a fight, and that is a 3-piece from the Neon. Gets taken out by their counterpart in the form of Height, and it is up to Juice to try and save the day. You've got the location of one. You found the other. You win the firefight. There's only one remaining. 35 HP. The Snakebite might be able to do it, but unfortunately, Height ahead of the game puts it down, and Alvernia wins that 7th round.
Yeah, winning the round. The replay coming in. Look at that.
I mean, Zario here just eating bullets the entire time. Finds 3 people, all headshots. Did everything they could for Juice to win this, but Juice was unfortunately still in that 2v1 scenario. I mean, that's one you can hardly expect anybody to win.
Yeah. I mean, it would have to be. It's so much coming down to it, right? So I think overall there's a lot in the air right now where Alvernia don't really know what to do. Everybody's playing retake here regardless on the B side, so.
A lot of Bulldogs. And it's like the first time we've seen Bulldogs today, but it seems like everybody wants to bring them out quick. Reliable finds one Squints with the shorty kill. Immediately gets traded out. Now we're staring that 3-3 in the face once again. Stiz out, finds Squirtle Masters, and this could be anybody's round. Even with that weapons advantage, we see Alvernia struggling a little bit. Symbolic finds that Zario Sardog with the trade. It feels like nobody gets a kill for free here.
No, they don't. No kills for free. Not given away. Oh, but this is like, I actually like the way that things are being played right here from LVC, right? It's a 2v2. They're holding the angle with a sniper. Unfortunately enough, I mean, the spike being planted over towards the B site, they hear that. They try to get the rotation in, but I don't even think they're expecting the rotation to come in through here.
I definitely wouldn't. I think the speed of the rotation was definitely devious. Here in a 2v2, they were notably closer to A site. It feels like in Collegiate in particular, players tend to take the fight of the site they're closest to, but instead, the slowdown play, I think, could be a very impactful one for Alvernia to find an advantage again. I think you're absolutely right on that.
Oh, no. This time, it's not Juice sitting in the corners, though. It's going to be Hythe. So feeling like exactly what you give to others, you're going to get it back. That definitely kind of like drops your heart for Lebanon Valley. Although the 8-6 there for Alvernia. Can they win the bonus round? Are they going to do a 3rd round op again as well? No.
No round 3 op this time. But I've got to say, I think you're totally right. Juice getting a taste of their own medicine there. That's somewhere nobody ever wants to be. The double piece from Hythe to seal the deal. Now 13-9. Really starting to take a lead of this team and just be that playmaker when the team needs them the most. They told us yesterday, you know, we've got more we're willing to bring out. Or I'm sorry, earlier today. We've got more we're willing to bring out. And they're going to be able to do just that. They're showing us the proof in the pudding right now.
Oh. No.
Not with the Juice
what
play.
Is going on?
Oh! 5 HP. A Vandal for free, and the team now in an advantage at 5v3. Holy cow. Alvernia with the eliminations, just sealing the deal against Lebanon. They might be able to make this a 9-6.
The amount of times that I've rubbed my head wondering what is going on is absolutely insane.
Oh,
I mean, look
poor
at
guy.
that.
He was
yeah,
5
really,
HP.
really nice from Juice. Yeah, I really do feel kind of bad for Vigilance there, but it's good from Alvernia because I said if they win this bonus round, right, they're going to run off that momentum. And it's kind of happening what happened to the last game. You got so close. You hit the 6-6. Then you're finally on the attacking side. And it's like you flourish.
Yeah, the side swap and somebody really starts to take an advantage, taking that aggressive lead.
Yeah.
Orly gonna find one, turns it to 2 with a 3-piece to end the round, and Alvernia, not quite a flawless, but darn near close. Now up 9-6, and Gombers, I don't think I could have said it better. They were struggling in the first half. They get to the side they were rooting for, and they really just start to tear it apart. I don't even know where the breach comes from on this. Vigilance gets the Elam on Zario, flicks. Okay, he was just rotating behind Neon, and met the wrong end of a Spectre, and then Orly, I mean, 2 double pieces, I guess the 3-piece for Orly in total, but just such an aggressive cleanup. Alvernia, I think it was, oh my goodness, Rutgers last game, I was like, yeah, there's no real weak players there. Look at Alvernia's kill count now, 15, 15, 13, 9, and 7. Nobody is fumbling.
Oh, no. You gotta use your stuns. I feel like Zario there could have held him back if he had just tried to, like, expend one, but it seems like not gonna happen.
Yeah, I think
very aggressive up here.
I think Zario gets a little scared of the Infiniflash, but I think using a flash of their own would be a great counter to slow things down. You know, unfortunately, hindsight's 2020. Hythe is Vigilance on a just spree right now. Stiz out to find Sardog, and last round almost flawless. This round completely flawless for Alvernia.
Yeah, looking good. Okay, 10-6 from Alvernia, winning another round, but then we got the rifles. We've kind of repacked our situation. We're chilling now. We know what to do. Although, what can we do to really keep things going is the question. So kind of looking into this perspective, 10-6, Alvernia versus Lebanon Valley. 2 ultimates on the board. You got the tour de force that they can use to make sure they have that up. That vigilance so much frags on.
Yeah, I would love to see that tour de force come out. You know, a bit of a hyper-aggressive play. The Prowler does not find anybody, or I guess it did find Orly, but he was already marked by that haunt, so not a lot of information gained you did not already have. Sorry, you're slow peeking the corners, and it is bouncy time. That Rolling Thunder coming out quick. I love the counter flash from Zario. Sardog has to rendezvous out of there, but it's Squirtle Masters who's able to find that first blood. Orly goes down, giving the numbers advantage to Lebanon. They can maybe put it around 7 on the board. Just out with the plant. We see that Viper Orb come through. Somebody's got to make a play, or you just got to burn out the clock. The counter bouncy time. It is Rolling Thunders all over. Looking at the forecast, it's calling for Thunder.
Yeah.
Zario goes into the nest. Oh, the flash is devastating.
Oh. Continues to be devastating. Look at that. Alvernia. They just continue their reign of terror. And this means we are 100% going to hit that match point with the save, unless Lebanon Valley decides they want to fully buy here, which I don't think is the best idea. If you cannot buy Vandals, I don't think it's worth it 100%.
I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. They've got 4 ults to work with. I think there is a world where they can pop the Neon ult, they can pop the Tour de Force, and they can just do their best. But
Absolutely.
Other than that, I think you cannot commit to a Frankenstein-style buy, because this next round could very well be your last. You want to have that money. You want to have that econ going into not this round, but the following.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's the thing. Alright. Still looking pretty good. Squirtle investing in a Marshall so that they can try to hit the longer shots, maybe. And a good investment. Trying to give the rolls over to other people.
Spike planted.
Sardog popped that Tour de Force. Has a pretty okay angle from the mid side. Now I guess you've just got to make sure nobody's flanking you. Now we're aware that no one's doing that, but they've got no idea. The Nightmare, now the Nightfall, excuse me, going to be going through, gaining a lot of intel and information. Doesn't quite clear out Nest, but makes it that much harder to peek out of it. Zario, oh my goodness! The 1-2 immediately puts down a majority of Alvernia, and in a crucial moment, Lebanon might be coming back to life, but Gompers, that tick on the spike is getting faster. The defuse quickly becoming a now or never.
Yeah, now or never. A save round, by the way. Like, I'm losing it. I'm truly losing it. What is going on? This is so different from everybody on Lebanon Valley.
I want to get another peek at this because, by golly, one gets flashed in the middle, but already had the lineup onto Orly.
Yeah.
That was the play right there. That was going to be a make or break moment, and that's what happened. Lebanon Valley, they've made their case. The scary thing, though, Gompers, they have to win 5 more times to win, just to force an overtime.
Yeah. And imagine the pressure that might be on you right now for Lebanon Valley to make sure they win this in particular. It is going to be a tag out. Look at that. Vigilance taking the shot one more time and a possible match point to come out. Lebanon Valley trying their best to at least recollect themselves, but it's going to be hard once you get stunned out by Hythe. And they're just going to zip line their way across.
Got to zip line across. You got to get out of dodge as effectively as you can.
Yeah.
You're able to do that. Lebanon, they've got the numbers advantage. And I think Squirtle, the speed of the rotation here may give them the surprise advantage, but it looks like Sim is paying attention. Saw a pixel to know somebody is standing right there, but just cannot put the pieces together.
Mm-hmm.
Launching smoke.
No.
A pivotal moment there. Squirtles needed to survive, and now it is up to Reliable to try and win this single-handedly. Gonna walk face first into Orly. The flash is out, 55 HP, but the flash was too successful. Orly finds Reliable, and Alvernia. Gompers, you called it. Now on.
Match point.
Game point. Match point.
Dang.
Thank you, unnamed Valorant lady, for also saying it with us. I'm actually so bothered.
Wait, we need
now
to give
that
her
we
a
found
name.
out.
We need to give her a name, though. Like, what's the name, though? Like, what is a suitable name? Because, like, the names we have here, like Reyna, Brimstone, those are cool. We need, like, a cool...
Oh, man. Pressure's on. I have no idea. She needs a name, though. It actually bugs me so bad she doesn't have one.
I'm thinking, I don't know, I'm thinking of Janica.
Okay, weirdly enough, Janet was the first name to pop into my head,
Okay,
so those
then
are weirdly close together.
Then Janet is it.
I don't know. I kind of like Janica more. TBH.
Janica. Okay. Well, her
Janica?
name's
Pretty cool name.
Well, yeah, her name's Janica now. So.
All right, everybody, spread the word. You heard it here first. Her name's Janica, and that's Kanika. So you have to do it. Anyway, Lebanon Valley, they lose somebody early. This is a very crucial round. They want to come in that third place slot, but after this, they'd have to win 5 more to force an overtime. They're already down 1 player. Sardog gets the equalizer. It's going to be 4v4, taking Vigilance off the table. That is a crucial play.
No flash out. Sardog, what is going on here with the help? They hit the toes! Oh no, they took out Arlie. I forgot that they were playing the KO with the null command, so when they got down, and I didn't see them go down, like physically, it kind of made me confused, but it seems like Zario might be able to take things back for Lebanon Valley.
Oh, reload! Oh man, Hythe needs to clutch, and they just got folded like a lawn chair after fireworks. Holy cow, Lebanon Valley, they win the round in a crucial moment. They've completed 20% of what we just called impossible. They need to win 5 rounds. They need to do that 4 more times. Gompers, they literally cannot make a single mistake, or the game is over.
No, they truly cannot. Look at that. Sardog was such a big factor of the game. Kind of putting down Arlie there as the second pick was huge because they couldn't go further with that null command. So all you had to do was sit back and use your util from there, but it seems like a good play from here. I don't know. It's 12-7 though. We're still at that match point. 12-8, my apologies. And there's still a lot to go through.
Right. You've won the battle, but you very likely may still lose the war. You're going to see the Rolling Thunder from underneath from Stiz out to clear. Again, a completely open site. I love the orbital strike from Sim Symbolic to clear another opening in. Lebanon, they have the numbers advantage. If they go in fast enough, they can strike with it and give us a 12-9. Zario knows somebody's up there. The great flash in. They're on site. We need the plant, or at least to fake a plant, to force somebody to overextend, to overplay their hand. But instead, it's Alvernia going through. They've got the rotation. And maybe it wasn't the best idea, as Sardog was waiting for someone to make that mistake.
The mistakes being made are very, very unfortunate, but the spike being planted, very good coming out from here, because now Alvernia, they've gained their ground. They're playing this post line. They have so much util from sits out, which could honestly be such a big play to work off, but it's still a 2v4.
Oh, Sardog gets blinded, still has that op on the table, and doesn't even need it as it's juice to clean up the majority of Alvernia there. The 3-piece on the board. The defuse comes through once again.
Yeah.
I mean, Gompers, Alvernia, they're starting to slip. Lebanon has now won 3 rounds in a row, and I'm starting to wonder if they're going to drop any more before this overtime.
To be honest, I don't even know with you. 12-9. Still. And a save round, yeah, they are going to be able to drop more here, 100%. I mean, bringing out the save round from Alvernia is going to be a detriment for them. So 12-10, getting closer and closer as we go, and that's where things get scary and scary. And something I've noticed is this typically happens. You get to that match point, you tend to let things go, and you can't close things off.
Let's see if Alvernia can close off Lebanon's hopes and dreams of coming in third place. That Neon ultimate, one of my favorites in the game, does way too much damage, kind of insane. Hythe tries to use it, gets just absolutely zoned out, but it's Zario, the opposing Neon, that's the first to go down. Vigilance with the Bulldog, not the opener you'd expect, but the opener you'll find. And Sardog, when's the last time they missed a shot with this op?
I don't think they have yet. That's the thing. And they just keep walking into it. They have flashes from the KO, but, you know, peeking that angle like that, definitely not the best bet.
Sardog, come on, dude. I mean, you ever read the Give a Mouse a Cookie book? That's how this feels right now. Give a Chamber an operator, and he's going to carry his team to a double-digit possible victory here. Hythe goes for the plant. They know those credits are crucial, and as they lose another player, if they win this round, the game's over. But if they lose this round, and they're looking mighty likely to do so, Lebanon is slowly but surely crawling back. The flash in. Sim needs to drop a 3-piece. Just a massacre here. Finds 1, cannot find 2 or 3. The defuse comes through. Lebanon have come to life. With or without John Kuka, they are not going down without a fight.
Yeah, definitely not. 12-10. But of course, the limiting numbers for Lebanon Valley, which is good in itself because Alvernia got to kind of like mess up their economy just a bit. Not sure if it really is significant enough, but anything matters when you're taking out these types of players. The op, so good from Sardog.
And I think the team even retrieved it because Lebanon ended up winning the match. I think somebody ran over to grab that op. Stardog's going to have it again. In Alvernia, they've got to change something. I want to get a look at their econ here. They've got one ultimate. It's the Tour de Force. So we're going to look at an op v op. You look at the side of Lebanon, they've got a Viper's Pit. They've got a Tour de Force of their own. They're about to have that Nightfall. That Rolling Thunder not far behind. If they win this round, they're going to have more than enough ultimates going into the next one. And that's where things can get really, really scary for Alvernia.
Yeah.
Oh, they both did it.
Oh no, they're not even watching. It's funny too. Whenever you see the Chambers watching with the Tour de Force, but they're always like in the exact opposite directions of each other.
Absolutely, they're representing the antithesis of one another. Hythe gonna go for that spray and pray method into the smoke, and I can't say I blame him. The Viper's Pit, it's a big one. You don't want to walk in. It tanks your health every second you're in it and makes you easier and easier to kill. The rotation now coming out from Alvernia back toward the B side, and I'm pretty sure Stardog is still rocking on that B side. Vigilance has not moved a muscle since we last saw him, sitting in the exact same spot. And I can't say I blame him. That's how you got to use the op. That's how you got to use the snipers in this game.
Sometimes you gotta go hard or go home, truly. And it seems like they're going hard right now, pulling out the null command to try to stop any util from being used. Hythe doing good and taking the entry in, and so much space created.
Hythe with the two-piece, that might be enough to seal the deal. We're going to need a miracle from Lebanon Valley. The Viper's Pit already used on the other side. The Rolling Thunder non-existent as the spike has already been planted. There's no orbs to grab. You've got to get it off eliminations alone. And he's not going to be doing that anytime soon. Vigilance with the Tour de Force takes Reliable off the table. And folks, this is it. Alvernia is 2 eliminations shy of securing a 3rd place slot here in CECC East. Juice finds one, maybe finds another, but just can't do it. It is up to this Neon to try and save the day. Caught between a rock and a hard place. Snuck up on by Vigilance. Zario will go down, and Alvernia will win 13-10. Our closest scoreline of the weekend so far.
Oh my gosh. And not to mention we have a best of 3 series with Fisher. So we're coming from like a very close game, and then you're going to the Fisher. You're getting thrown to the fish, quite literally.
The Fisher Bowl.
The Fisher Bowl, yeah. Is that a thing? I don't know if that's
I don't know. I just said it. I hope it's a thing. If it's not, then we made it up.
We'll look it up. We'll look it up for you. Fisher Bowl.
If they have a football stadium, that's what it's got to be called, right?
There is a Fisher Bowl.
Genius. Too easy of a joke. Can't pass it up. But before we even talk about Fisher, we got to talk about what we just saw, because I've got to say, Alvernia, they win 13-10. Lebanon, the clutch factor team, we saw it from them. The score at one point was like 10-3 or something. Like, they were getting smoked, but they crawl back a 13-10 loss, and now that they have that VOD to go back and watch, that's a podium team when we get to land. That's a top 3 team when we get to land. They just need to play a little bit stronger, and I think if John Cook comes back and they get their main IGL back, I think if John Cook was here today, they would not have lost that game. I think they would have secured spot number 3, but hindsight is 20/20. All we can do is hypothesize. But, I mean, I've got to say, I'm very impressed with Lebanon. They are one of the #1 teams I think we need to keep an eye on moving into this upcoming event.
Yeah, I mean, I'm impressed as well. Like you said, it is unfortunate. You're missing a very big part of your team. I guess that's also why, is that why Zario played the Fade in the first place?
So.
Yeah, maybe. Because they played a lot of duelists coming into this, so I'm wondering if that was the case, but yeah.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll not be able to find out, as we're going to be interviewing Alvernia in just a couple of minutes. We're going to throw it to a break here, folks. Try to get that interview set up. If we can't, we'll be back with grand finals. But either way, we've got plenty of CECC East content for you in just a couple of minutes. Use the time, get a snack, get water, do something. I don't know. But come right back here for some more CECC Valorant in just a couple of minutes.
I can't say that. I'll get in trouble. There's one for each game, so teams this weekend, somebody's going to have to explain to TSA why they're coming home with an extra trophy. Fine. We're fine. This is going to be great. Why is everybody staring at me? I'm not even doing anything yet. Is it because I'm in a suit? It looks nice. It's new. I'm stressing. It's all right. We win these. We absolutely win these. I've never seen us lose these. I love him. I don't remember his name. What is going on, everybody? And oh, are we ready? I'll start over. Okay. What's going on, everybody? We are here at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup 2022 in Atlanta, Georgia. The players are just now entering the arena for day one. A lot of them had the opportunity to be here yesterday to get jerseys, to get familiar with the area, and to get to know one another. But today, the friendly gloves have to come off, and they are all here. Earlier, I was talking to these guys. This mannequin, when they didn't have anything else set up, I could see it from all the way down there, and I thought it was a person. And I stood there for like 5 minutes, and I was like, why is he standing like that? And I thought it was like a smooth criminal. I thought somebody was giving us like a Michael Jackson impression, and then it was a mannequin. I was really embarrassed to admit that. Oh my God, that's a lot of people. Hold on, let's go over this window. It just keeps going. There's so many people outside. There are so many people outside. We're gonna interview people when they come in. I don't really want to go outside. It looks like it's gonna rain, and the suit is new. So, oh, there's Doc Haskell. Hi, Doc. How are you? He brings a full notebook with him and like writes notes down. It was pretty insane. He had it yesterday. He's gonna be coming through this metal detector right here. I don't know his name though, but I recognize his hair.
Jen.
You're Jen. All right, we're gonna interview Jen, who's supporting Kennesaw. I'm gonna ask you like a couple of very simple questions. Okay. Are we ready? All right, great. College. I really like Georgia College's color scheme. It's just red, white, and blue, I think, but I think they did it in a really clever way. Mineral area wearing hoodies, even though it is 75 degrees outside here in Atlanta, Georgia. Absolute legends.
If only Nick could hear you. Nick, come back.
If he's over 100 feet away, he can't.
You were whispering something, and he started smiling. I'm like, are you whispering?
Oh yeah, because he's got his headphone in if we're close enough. But
Bless you.
Gesundheit. Gesundheit again. You're welcome. I'm gonna go find him. Oh, there he is. Oh my. Oh, okay. Real stuff is starting. Real stuff. Competitive integrity needs to be upheld. We gotta get out of here. Yeah, I don't want to get in trouble. I get really embarrassed when I get yelled at.
30 is
Okay. Wow, it's not 10:30 yet.
It's only barely 10.
Woo! All right, it's gonna be a long. Hey, what's up? Surprise interview. Join me over here though, so we have a cool backdrop. What are we here for?
Rocket League.
Awesome. I'm not going to ask what school you go to because unless you swapped hoodies, that seems pretty clear.
Nope. You know, I got my jersey on with my name on it.
Oh, you do? Show us your jersey. Look at John T. Turbo here. Yeah, that's not his name. I just keep calling him that. Yeah. His name is John, but
my name is John Turbesi.
Yeah, that's not John T. Turbo.
Yeah. I get the message that I'm going to Nebraska where I met you.
Oh, that's so crazy. So context, if we're probably not going to use this, but we're going to talk about it. Turbo and I met at a LAN like over a year ago. That's so great. What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. I am Seb Dillons, joined by a man I have interviewed probably well over 10 times. It's going to be my good friend Neb here from Bay State Overwatch team. Neb looked at me before he started his last series, and he said, "We are not dropping a map for the rest of the day." And so far, he has lived up to that title. But Neb, is there anybody you're thinking, we've got to get them out of the way, we've got to take them down?
No.
No? Just looking at it, each fight's its own, every game? Going into it, just taking it as it comes?
I have the confidence right now that we're not going to drop a single map.
I love Neb because not only is he confident, but he's correct. Bay State is one of the best Overwatch teams I've ever seen. So it's always good to hear. I love the confidence, and I love Bay State, so I hope they do a great job this weekend. So what qualifier, did you win a qualifier to get here?
At-large bid.
We're looking at Rocket League. We're thinking high odds, low odds. Where do we think we're walking away?
I think pretty high. I think we're doing pretty good.
Is there anybody that you're looking at, you're like, please do not let us go up against them unless we absolutely have to?
I mean, really, everybody's good competition, so.
And sorry, what was your name?
Ethan.
Ethan from Mineral Area.
Yep.
Very exciting. Well, Ethan, good luck.
Thank you.
We'll see you soon. What kind of pass? A player pass?
Let me get you a lanyard.
No, you actually have to like tape it to your chest, like really awkwardly with masking tape.
Okay.
And it's gonna fall off. Yeah. It's gonna be uncomfortable, I promise. That's a guarantee. Okay, cut that, I'm gonna sneeze. Okay, great. I'm great, everything's good.
Who do we interview? Who should we interview?
I don't know, I'm just here. I need caffeine.
That's why we're here, right? This is why a lot of people are trying to figure out, how do we replicate what you guys are doing? How do we, how do they do what you guys are doing to a degree, or why are you guys doing what you're doing to a degree? But to kind of, I think, focus in then a little bit more, I want to talk about gameplay a little bit before we jump into business and all of the other stuff. Jensen, this one's for you, right? I want to talk a little bit about this because to someone like me who's traditionally a League of Legends fan and all that, I know that you've been a coach that's been, all over the world. You've worked with a lot of different professional teams and different regions. My question, I think a lot of people want to know, how did you end up at Maryville, and why a North American collegiate college? What was the draw, or what brought you here? How did you get to this point?
When I first came to NA, I worked with the models with the academy team, and I realized that there's a lot of cultural challenges that exist in that's very unique to any esports, right? Where there's this very interesting intersection, because in unlike traditional sports, in esports, players they don't start training with under a structure or a system or a coach from a very early age, which is what happens if you want to pick up any other sport, right? Like you start going to community events or whatsoever, and then you start developing your skills and your literacy of the game from the age of 6 or 7, and you're very used to working in a team environment, a coaching environment. But in esports and for League of Legends, a lot of times players they go through they go up, they climb the ranks in solo queue where everything is basically self-taught, and then all of a sudden they need to be placed into a team environment. And I realized that this is something that the Asian teams got right, where they had these B teams, they have the B houses in Korea and Taiwan. You would spend almost close to a year just being a understudy or training partner for the team before you even join an academy team in the first place. And in China, they have like these massive B team systems with like lots of players in them. The moment you hit a certain rank on the ladder, they fly you in. You are then boot camping for a month there at the facility, and depending on how well you do, they then decide whether to retain you on as a training partner or as a trainee in whatever capacity, given how well you perform in those scenarios. So the West was very lacking in all of this, and culturally to do the same things and try to replicate the B house environment or what they do in China or Taiwan would not be possible to do. But the West has a very successful model of developing sports and talent, especially in America, and that is in the collegiate space. So I looked at this, I saw the resources that was available, and when then when Clerky pitched his vision to me, it's like, yeah, this is what I think should be the future for.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to CECC East 2022 version, Septilance and Gompers. This time, we are joined by Chamber and Sniper Extraordinaire, Vigilance. So, Vigilance, my first question for you is, that game started to get a little bit scary. You guys had a dominant lead at the half, or at the half it was tied up. You found a dominant lead early on, and then they started to climb back, round after round after round. What were comms sounding like in that moment? What was the team's mentality to make sure you guys could clutch out this win?
Well, while we were getting dominated for a bit, it was really hectic. But since I'm the IGL and stuff, I had to keep everyone calm and maintained. So as long as we got comms to a stable state and we all knew what we were doing, we have run this map thousands of times. We knew what plays we had set. We knew what we were gonna do. We just had to execute it properly. And once we were able to do that, we were able to come back and take it.
Okay. My question, I guess, would be, obviously we talk about you being a chamber opping extraordinaire because you hit some nasty shots every once in a while. So impact-wise, what kind of as a chamber, did you used to play? Because this actually, happens a lot. Did you used to play duelist? Did you play that duelist role previously?
Yeah, I was originally our duelist on the team. I mained Jet. So I was opping for a while but it's really hard to IGL and play duelist at the same time.
Yeah.
So I had to transition to more of a passive role where I was able to look around the map and be able to call while still having impact around the map.
Yeah.
So I was moved on to the chamber role.
Oh, okay. Did you IGL as a duelist as well?
Yes.
Okay.
That deserves a clap. Like you said, that is hard. That is tough. I mean, that is not something I would willingly do. So definitely a huge improvement on that. So I guess my question for you is kind of moving in. You've placed a top 3. Did you think you found out anything in these last couple of days that your team needs to immediately improve on? It's kind of like, okay, we fixed this one thing. We're up at number 1. Or do you think it's just kind of how the cards fell this weekend? You weren't able to clutch out a number 1 or 2 spot?
Oh, there's definitely so many things that we need to improve on. Countless things that are on my list that we need to practice. But I believe that we could beat every single team in this tournament, in this bracket, that we could have taken home first day without the mistakes that we made.
Yeah, absolutely. I love to hear the growth mindset. That's what Collegiate's all about. Always my favorite. So one more question for you, Vigilance, before we let you go. Is there anybody you'd like to shout out or give a thank you to while you're here with us?
I'd like to shout out our director, Josh. He's been with us throughout these entire tournaments. 10 a.m., 9 a.m. wake-up calls, and he's always here cheering us on. So 100% him.
Awesome. Well, hey, thank you so much, and a huge congrats on clutching out that 3rd place spot.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And with that, folks, we're going to throw it to another break and get things ready for our final match of the weekend. We're going to have a best-of-3 grand finals that we are super excited for. Use this time. Go pop some popcorn. Go use the restroom. Go drink some water. I don't know. We'll come right back here for our last CECC Valorant match of the weekend. We'll see you right back here in just a couple of minutes.
that again, that's why we're here, right? This is why a lot of people are trying to figure out, how do we replicate what you guys are doing? How do we, how do they do what you guys are doing to a degree, or why are you guys doing what you're doing to a degree? But to kind of, I think, focus in then a little bit more. I want to talk about gameplay a little bit before we jump into business and all of the other stuff. Jensen, this one's for you, right? I want to talk a little bit about this because to someone like me who's traditionally a League of Legends fan and all that, I know that you've been a coach that's been all over the world. You've worked with a lot of different professional teams and different regions. Um, my question, I really want. I think a lot of people want to know, how did you end up at Maryville, and why like a North American collegiate college? What was the draw, or what brought you here? How did you get to this point?
When I first came to NA, I worked with the models, with the academy team, and I realized that there's a lot of cultural challenges that exist that's very unique to NA and esports, right? Where there's this very interesting intersection, because unlike traditional sports, in esports, players they don't start training with under a structure or a system or a coach. From a very early age, which is what happens if you want to pick up any other sport, right? Like you start going to community events or whatsoever, and then you start developing your skills and your literacy of the game from the age of 6 or 7, and you're very used to working in a team environment, a coaching environment. But in esports and for League of Legends, a lot of times players they go through they go up, they climb the ranks in solo queue where everything is basically self-taught, and then all of a sudden they need to be placed into a team environment. And I realized that this is something that the Asian teams got right, where they had these B teams. They have the B houses in Korea and Taiwan. You would spend almost close to a year just being a understudy or training partner for the team before you even join an academy team in the first place. And in China, they have like these massive B team systems with like lots of players in them. The moment you hit a certain rank on the ladder, they fly you in. You are then boot camping for a month there at the facility, and depending on how well you do, they then decide whether to retain you on as a training partner or as a trainee in whatever capacity, given how well you perform in those scenarios. So the West was very lacking in all of this, and culturally to do the same things and try to replicate the B house environment or what they do in China or Taiwan would not be possible to do. But the West has a very successful model of developing sports and talent, especially in America, when that is in the collegiate space. So I looked at this, I saw the resources that was available, and when then when Clerky pitched his vision to me, it's like, yeah, this is what I think should be the future for development in the NA ecosystem for esports.
Oh, right on. And I think, well, maybe let's follow up on that a little bit then. Because Dan, okay, so Dan, you pick up Jensen, you've got this going. I think that's going to be my question then is, or to any other schools that want to be competitive like you guys on that level, is this something that we should be expecting to see in the future, right? Is this now, the standard that you guys, Jensen, you and Dan, do you guys feel that this, if every college across the nation starts doing this, if they start recruiting coaches like Jensen and trying to build this atmosphere, is this going to be the next standard, or is this something that's very successful that obviously it's proven to work, but is it sustainable? Is it possible for everyone, or maybe not everyone, but right, the greater sense of the industry and the ecosystem? How do you guys feel about that?
It's a dream of mine, obviously, to get to a point in the future where every university has an esports team that's taken seriously, and every day they report to practice. It's an improvement-driven mindset across the whole program. I think for me though, like the reason isn't necessarily like to see like a March Madness with millions of dollars flowing through it. For me, it's a little bit more simpler than that. The reason why this is my vision is just because uh, it's best for player development and just players in general. What we see in tier 2 ecosystems almost across the industry, that's like below academy, I would say, like right before you, I would consider academy professional, because you're making a salary, higher salary than exists in a lot of semi-pro sports actually. But in the tier 2 ecosystem, you kind of go from like your parents' bedroom making no money on a Discord server with a coach that hasn't been certified by any national body, to playing academy, and that's horrifying to me. So uh, while I don't see collegiate as being, or maybe it does end up being this way, but it doesn't have to be the definitive path to pro. I want it to at least be an option, like a parallel option, similar to how you can go through the Canadian hockey system where you can choose to spend a couple extra years developing and maturing physically and emotionally in the NCAA model before you go to the show in the NHL. I'd like to see that reality in esports. This isn't something where there's a century of history to the competition. So it's a very powerful tool, especially when you're trying to convince your parents that this is a worthwhile pursuit, that you can get a college degree. And it's one of those things where, at least in America, with how expensive college is, getting scholarships after your first, after your 18 to 20-year-old years is usually harder academically. You usually get the majority of your scholarships going into school when you're an 18-year-old freshman.
What is going on, gamers, and welcome back to CECC East 2022 Valorant Edition. I'm still Subtilance, joined by Gompers, and we are bringing you our final match of the weekend. We've got a heck of a matchup. Fisher going completely undefeated so far. They are the team with a precedent to set. If they get upset here in Grand Finals, that is going to be the shock of a lifetime.
Yeah, this one is actually exciting because we get to see Fisher play, right? And this is, this in particular is a scary matchup. I'm hoping it isn't a close game. I don't know what to expect with Fisher. I mean, what are you expecting? You've seen Fisher play. What do you think this is going to be?
I'm expecting, and I love Rutgers, don't get me wrong. Let's take a look at Fisher's roster while we're talking about this. But I want to talk about how this team is average Radiant. They're the only team in the tournament average Radiant. And folks, I did say it earlier, and now I have to stand by it. You're more likely to make it to Grand Finals if you have player photos. They are not the best example, perhaps. But I stand by what I said because it's really cool when teams have player photos, and I love it. I think we should do more of it. Okay, there's nothing to look at here except the names, so let's jump over to Rutgers, who I think has some player photos. Let's see if I'm right. Yes! Yes! Oh, yes. See, guys, look how cool that looks. Look how cool that looks. All 5 of them. You get to see what they look like. You get to see who's behind the agent. And, Gumpers, I completely disregarded your question. I'm so sorry. From this series, I think we're going to see a Fisher dominance the same way we always have. Rutgers is good, but Rutgers won in a close series. It was 13-8, 13-9. Mm-hmm. The closest anyone has been to Fisher is 13-5.
Yeah. Oh, man.
So it's kind of like if Rutgers, I don't know, if we go to a new map, and of course, new in quotes, I'm sure they've played all these maps hundreds of times, but if we look at newer maps, ones we haven't played so far this weekend, maybe Rutgers can bring out weird compositions we haven't expected.
They also have a lot of experience playing together in tournaments.
Yes.
More for Fisher. So
very much so. Outside of collegiate as well.
Yeah, so it does make sense that they are that way, because not only are they playing in collegiate, they're playing outside of collegiate. Right. So meaning that, they're getting more of that higher ranking, Radiance as well. They're playing against very strong teams. So they also are able to kind of solve the hardest of problems. So I don't know, Fisher College, I think they're going to run away with it.
I have to agree, and Rutgers is going to have to prove us wrong. And speaking of big brains, I'm going to put out my map prediction right now because production thinks it's funny when I'm wrong. Haven, Ascent, and Bind. Those are the 3 maps I'm guessing. And as we jump over to the map pool, we're going to see how smart Subtilance really is. Watch me be over 3. I will laugh so hard. But let's see. Haven, Ascent, Breeze! I'm counting that. That's pretty cool. That's pretty sick. I'm also really excited to see both Ascent and hopefully Breeze if we can get to that tiebreaker. But I'm excited to see, and again, in quotes, new maps.
It would have been really funny if Split was the only thing that popped up.
I would have gone feral on the mic. Split is my favorite map in the whole game. I would have gone crazy. I miss that map more and more every day.
Rest in peace. I hated Split. I hated Split with all my heart. Split was such a dog map.
No!
It was god-awful.
It hurts twice as bad because you're a notably better player than I am. So that means, that means if I was good at the game, maybe I would also hate it.
No, it's so bad. And the only reason why is because the angles are just so weird. It's just such a bad map. And I feel like they could do a lot better. Maybe they're reworking it, hopefully, because Split needs the rework.
Do we even know why they removed it? They just one day were like, hey, no more.
I think it was the least popular map.
Oh, there's no way. No, Breeze is in the game, and they're telling me
I'm assuming least popular maybe in terms of the competitive.
That's valid.
But I don't know.
It was definitely
oldest map.
It was definitely the most unique as well. It was notably unlike any other map. So maybe that is why they took it out. Maybe they hated it. But enough about what could have been. Let's deal with what we've got on our hands here. We've got a classic lineup from Fisher. I don't think we're seeing anything too surprising. And from Rutgers, Beast 2 hype, locking in that raise here. I'm going to say it's more common, but it's still weird. It's still unusual. And Rutgers going into Fisher, I think they need to bring out their more comfortable agents rather than the quote-unquote meta.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you can see the comfort being brought out. CECC is going on the Neon again, and this is what we saw them on. I just think they like the Neon. I don't think it's like trying to have fun or play for something different. I just think the Neon pick suits their play style.
I wholeheartedly agree. I think CECC's one of those kids you see on TikTok that's just farming clips and Immortal and Radiant on the Neon. And it's so crazy because the movement with Neon, if you can really harness it, if you can really lock it down, I do believe she can be one of the most effective duelists in this game.
I believe as well. I think it's like typically harder to play with the Neon just because you have to be aggressive. And a lot of players have a hard time doing that on the defense. But honestly, we've seen the defense aggression come out in Fracture. I believe that's where they played before. Or Yeah. No.
Or no, wait, we saw Rutgers on Icebox, not Fracture.
No, Fisher.
Fisher we saw on... I'm lost. I'm confused. I think we've seen too much Valorant.
Hold up.
I'm not even gonna lie. I've seen a lot of Valorant. It's getting hard to remember who's who, or who's where, rather. I know who's who. Trust me, especially with Fisher and Rutgers. These two, I believe, #1 and #2 seed, respectively. So this is kind of the statistical expectation of how this series would go. And I want to say, I think my favorite thing about the meta we're seeing right now, the compositions we're seeing right now, is how you have to be aggressive with flashes, or there's no point in picking flash-based characters.
Yeah, no. There really isn't, to be honest with you. Other than, like, having the Rain of Blind to try to bait out shots and try to get information that way. But other than that, I mean, yeah.
We've gotten confirmation that Fisher was Haven, so that does make sense. We saw them on Haven earlier.
Yeah.
And so we know that they're dominant. They won 13-2, 3? 13-2, not a lot is the point. So they won this in a pretty aggressive fashion, but now as they're moving into round 1, it's a 4v4, slightly in favor of Rutgers. Now even more so, Dory gets the trade out, and Floric gonna pick up these two hype. Fisher, they've got the numbers advantage. They're a powerful team, and they're showing us that early in round 1 of Grand Finals. Prof, a real power player taken off the board, loves that Sova. He's locked in the breach instead, going for at least half. They know the location of, the fade,
no, he's not hitting!
He's shooting in the wrong spot, and as they love to say, pros do not fake. Dory gonna secure that victory for Fisher there in round 1, which all but guarantees a victory in round 2.
The thing is that it was also, like, perfect crosshair placement.
Yeah.
So while they were hitting, it was like an inch away. Like, not even a centimeter away from their head.
Dang, Dory 3-0 after that first round. You know, it's definitely not as impressive as an ace, but to go 3-0 with a classic in hand, down C long as well. That's pretty nuts. I mean, you really were the power player in that situation. And Fisher leading on these Bulldogs again. Gompers, what's your opinion on the Bulldog?
I like it. I actually, I would prefer, with the meta coming in with the Spectre, I would prefer a Spectre. I feel like it's easier on the eco.
Woo!
But honestly, I have no complaints with the Bulldog. It's really good for those bonus rounds.
Yeah, I don't think I disagree in the slightest. I think the Bulldog is a really effective gun. Personally, I don't like it because I get confused that it's not an auto fire and it gets me every time. And the Tasmanian Tiger going to be able to catch Moon Coffee, which guarantees CECC that first elimination, giving Fisher the player numbers and now forcing Rutgers into a retake. Fruta gets caught out in the corner. CECC dashing in, checks the corner, finds the kill, and puts a double down, getting healed back up to get twice as aggressive into the backside. Knows somebody's on the corner. A rock in a hard place. Prof finds one. Carter finds another. Floric gets the counter kill onto Carter. It's a 3v2. Make it a 3v1. Make it a 3v-none as Chloric puts that 3-piece down and secures Fisher their second round. Now, Compers, it's a round win, but I've got to be honest, only 2 people left standing? That is not the dominance we expect in a bonus round.
No, it definitely isn't. I think Rutgers played that to a T. Just playing on the attack, playing aggressive, knowing that the only way that they could win that is not giving those very, very far-ranged fights. Either way, right, Chloric getting the 3K, if they hadn't have done that, it probably would have been a round loss for Fisher, unfortunately enough. But yeah, Rutgers definitely testing the limits.
Pushing the limits of what they can do up against Fisher here. They get danger close to winning that round. They almost give us the 1-1, but unfortunately, close ain't going to cut it. Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, and while hand grenades are occasionally involved in this game, horseshoes are nowhere in sight. It's going to be the weapon advantage here for Rutgers. They're going to have to play this careful, though, because even when Fisher has the weapons disadvantage, they don't miss headshots, and that's the scariest thing about them. They can run on you with a Deagle, with a Sheriff, and put you down before you can even pull the trigger.
Oh, no. Look at that. Okay. No information. They don't even know CECC's in the corner. Oh, but if they use a Prowler, that's where things get dangerous. Oh.
Oh, Fruta sends the Haunt into the A site there. Gonna find out a whole lot of nothing as it gets destroyed. The Prowler goes in next. They know someone's in that corner. The double flash out from CECC might be enough to get them out of that corner, but it's tough. All 10 players converging. Oh, sorry, 8 players, because we've got a couple down on the C side, but almost everybody converging on this A link area, and nobody dies from it. A whole lot of damage dealt, but nobody actually goes down.
Mid. I like Fisher's aggression up here. They know they play close on the bonus, and they have like a 3-way going on over towards A, so that would be a death bath.
So much patience. This might be one of the slowest rounds we've seen all day, let alone in this series. We're only on round 3. Fruta with the first blood finally immediately entered out by Dory. A timing diff by definition, and now as Dory tries to teleport out, not able to do so, survives an absolute hailfire of bullets. Carter finds Ming and Rutgers. They've got an insane numbers advantage. The members left alive from Fisher are both critical. That breach gets healed back up, and this is going to be a tough one to clutch back out if you are on the side of Fisher. A little easier now, to be honest.
Yeah, not taking things away. Oh, Dory. Having smokes, too. They don't even use any of them, which is a little bit concerning here for Fisher. Oh, they take one out regardless, though.
A Deagle... Oh, no, okay. Sorry, a Vandal at 5 HP. Might be able to one-tap the Omen if he's fast. Sees the approach out of Garage, peeks the corner at the wrong time, and Rutgers going to put that first point on the board. They've already put a point down against Fisher, and that's something many teams this weekend have struggled to do.
All right, 2-1. Honestly, no. I think this is gonna be a closer game.
I hope so. I really, really do. I'd love to go all the way to map 3. I'd love to see Breeze because I feel like, I mean, notably, it's the most open map in the game. It's the most long-range map in the game, and that would force these players to do some pretty wacky things, some pretty unusual things.
Yeah, Rutgers especially kind of like being majority immortal, so really not too far off. Oh, nice. And the aim is on par as well, as you can see.
Fruta takes down Ming early. Beast 2 Hype already finding CECC. Logan finds one, almost clutched out that last round for Fisher, but in a 2v1 with 5 HP. There's little to be done. I think, maybe not. I think Cloric popping the Seekers here wouldn't be a bad choice, but maybe it's also not the best choice.
Yeah. Plan coming down, which is good, because forcing Fisher to want more. The only thing I would say is that Fisher, like, have no respect for Rutgers, despite them possibly winning the second round in. Which is not okay, because, I mean, look how things are going now.
I think the series is in a very unique spot because, like you said, Fisher, they have to play in a scenario where they don't over-respect Rutgers. They need to play that hyper-aggressive play style they've been playing, because if they fall out of comfort, all of a sudden, we're staring at 2v2 in the face. Logan, I truly think should go for the defuse here. As long as Cloric is alive, that is your bullet sponge. Okay, no longer alive, maybe like go with the defuse. Still can't put that shot down. The one-way smoke from Carter is going to be the reason Rutgers wins that. And they've now tied Fisher. If they take a lead over Fisher here, 3-2, they will be the first team this weekend to do so.
Oh, man. This is a good matchup for a best of 3. Yeah, I think Rutgers is going to really test Fisher's limits here on Haven.
And Haven is the map we saw Fisher go 13 and what? I think it was 13-2 on earlier today.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a dominant map, where it was for Fisher, but I guess Fisher has that same problem of being the most successful team, often paints a target on your back all the same.
And I think more so that target kind of also leading towards, like, how confident you feel.
Right.
Like, look at this. CECC already pushed up. Not expecting anybody to take them. They're trying to pick a fight already as we know it.
Oh, CECC peeks the corner. At least you get the trade with the stinger, nonetheless. So, I mean, that's a pretty large advantage. Seekers coming out now from Fisher. They've got the one-player advantage, which makes those Seekers even more effective in locating the 3 remaining members of Rutgers. Beast 2 Hype. Going to see all 3 of them. Has to spray and pray his hopes away. Yep, give away your location. You've got to relocate and hopes to turning things around. The Rolling Thunder from Logan. The flash into Hell as well. Knows somebody's in that corner. Tanks the Raise Nade. Tanks a bullet to the dome. Beast too high. Picks up Ming, and it's a 3v2 in favor of Rutgers. Can they do it here, Gompers? Can they be the first team to get that advantage over Fisher? 21 HP in a Dream. Chloric has to get hyper aggressive down to 1 due to that Fade Decay. I think you go down here. We'd need a miracle from Chloric, and they just get deleted.
Yeah, that was such a nice crosshold too from Rutgers, to end things off, but 3-2 Fisher. I expected Fisher to take it. We knew Rutgers was a good team, but it seems like they're really putting forth the effort that they didn't have to put in maybe previous games. I don't know. They look really good.
Yeah, maybe they were playing a little bit more relaxed. Maybe they weren't as prepared for this hyper aggression that they need to bring to the table. And I can see that in another event that's happening right now. One of Fisher's members of that first-person shooter is being interviewed. So Fisher is having a very successful day today. They've made it to grand finals here. They just won something over there, and now, I mean, they're in a disadvantage for the first time this entire tournament. I'm really excited to see if that lights a fire underneath them that we haven't quite seen before. And as Ming whiffs his tour de force shot, that spells disaster. Rutgers, they are up again. One of Fisher's most consistent players deleted from this round.
Rutgers is so silent, knowing that Fisher likes to take these solo fights, which might actually be their downfall here against Rutgers, because Rutgers has such good, I mean, duo types of peaks. Look at that. Double peeking that at the same time.
Now the op is picked up by Moon Coffee. He's rocking the Tour de Force and the op to boot, so if one runs out, at least he's got the other. A lot of action happening for some reason in mid, and Carter's the one to lose that fight. Syke finds the Elam, turns it into a 4v3. Might be able to run it up through B-Link with the Omen. It looks like they're going to be able to do just that. Rutgers comes through. This could be huge. They're just playing the waiting game now, and the second that Breach makes an appearance, oh, he will not be shot! Moon Coffee a little far to the right, misses that second shot as well. Only one left as Fruta finds Logan. Rutgers looking good to double the lead over Fisher. Dory finds something. Fruta takes out Syke, and poor Dory. It's up to Rutgers to make sure they find this Elam. Oh.
Oh, man. This is so surprising to see Fisher be the ones being dominated.
Right.
Because Rutgers, I mean, they're like, hey, it's our land, so.
Yeah. Yeah, they're like, it's our land, we'd like to go in #1. But I've got to be honest, going to #2, that ain't bad. That creates quite the underdog story. But right now, they are rootin', tootin', and ready for shooting in regards to finding that #1 slot on the board. This is so interesting, Gombers, and I want to go back to a point you made earlier about how maybe Rutgers wasn't bringing out their complete and total A game earlier today. Maybe they were playing it a little slower, a little more cautiously, and they just wanted to see how far they could push it. But now they are out of time. This is it. This is their now or never moment, and they are pulling no stops. They are pulling no punches against Fisher.
I wouldn't want to do so either. I mean, you know that this might be your last game. Why not try to go out with a bang, if anything, or maybe just succeed in winning? Chloric giving out a keel, but of course, I mean, looking at this, Fisher just don't know what to do.
Honestly, I can't say I blame them. Rutgers is pulling out some weird plays. They brought a pretty traditional comp other than that Raze, and she's making some great progress. I'm going to wait for this first Elam to come through before I share this little fun fact I've learned, but let's see what happens here. Beast 2 Hype has the showstopper, but you've got to be careful, especially down that A thing there, because if you double blast back out, you're coming down from a downward, you're coming up from a downward angle. Usually makes you pretty easy to shoot. Oh, but it's bouncy time. Rolling Thunder coming out.
Okay, nice Chloric giving the dog in, but it seems like it doesn't matter.
Whoa!
Getting down nice from Chloric. The right click, so good.
All right, free gun, by the way. Just as a reminder to everybody, Beast 2 Hype takes out Syke. It is now a 2v1 in favor of Rutgers. Rutgers, they got to be careful. It's all about finding Dory, making sure they can get this Omen to come through. Dory, one well-placed paranoia, and that's going to be enough to seal the deal. I wonder where that teleport's going. Carter looking the wrong way at the wrong time, and Beast, you have a nade on the table. Even the showstopper could have made it, but Dory is going to snatch that round win away, taking us 1 round away from a tie once again.
Okay, the op picked up. I think that I think this will help Fisher a lot. Obviously, you know me. I love talking about the op. I love the op personally. The op has just such a big impact on a team, and we know why, right? It scares you into trying to figure out what site you know, it kind of like limits your time. You're trying to figure out what side the op is on. You feel pressured back once you hear it. You don't know what to do. You're afraid of anything, and you're trying to coordinate over the op. Yeah. So it is kind of like that manipulation scare tactic.
You've got a 33% chance of approaching the site with the op, right? And all three of them, we talked about this, I think yesterday, they've all got good op angles. That's the scariest thing about it, is you can't really rule one out because any of them could be holding on to that op. And as we look at the hyper-aggression coming through toward that A site, and as, of course, as I call it hyper-aggression, they immediately start to slow down. But Ming gonna peek out of the smoke. I love the flash into the play. Misses the shot. I cannot believe it, but Beast too hype with the one tap, removes the op from the equation and gives Rutgers the numbers advantage. It goes even higher as Carter catches out Psych in guarded.
B-side going inside of garage. They've split themselves up with Dory. Oh no, I'm scared because this smoke is most definitely going to dissipate very, very shortly. No! They get one?
They get the site, I think, pretty much for free here. Rutgers, they have the numbers advantage. They find the site. And Chloric, a great flash out. Unfortunately, nobody's looking. Puts down one, tries to find another. I'd pop Seekers, TBH, but the showstopper comes out to boot. Not able to find the raise. Mooncoff, he puts down Logan in Rutgers with the 5th round on the board. Gompers, now I can share that fun fact. Rutgers is only the 2nd team this weekend to find 5 points on Fisher. If they find one more, they will be the first team to put 6 down against this team.
I think they will find one more.
I am more than confident they will, I agree.
Yeah, by the way things are looking, honestly, Fisher, seems like they're struggling. Look at that.
If Chloric would have headshot Beast there before the showstopper, I would have gone feral. I really thought there was a chance. I was completely prepared.
I trust it.
But I definitely appreciate the risk to come through. There was only one way to clutch that out, and it was a hero play. Chloric got as close as you can without actually following through on the play, and really did some numbers against Fisher, secure Rutgers or to try and secure Fisher their 4th round, but Rutgers, they were able to win that 5th. A quick rush up from Rutgers here into the B-Link area. I think I like it. I think I'd like to see a B plant here.
Are they moving over to... No, they're not. Yeah, they're most definitely doing a B plant. Nice from Rutgers.
Overconfident.
I mean, overall, this is scary too because, yeah, they're just running it down with the Spectres.
Another Seekers from Chloric, farming these like they're free. Gets one pickup already, and Ming might catch somebody out in the backside. Oh, now the Nightfall to appear. Notice it's going to be the Fade hidden in the back. Trying to hold the corner, but not checking the other one. Misses the shot. Fruta puts him down. Carter finds Logan, and this is the action happening once again, folks. Carter not missing a shot. A triple headshot elimination. Rutgers now officially holding the record of most rounds against Fisher.
6-3. Man, I mean, look at this replay. Cartier sitting up top, knowing where these players are going to peek. Okay, well, they're hitting B, so there's only really 2 places that they can go in because my teammates are on the other side. So, once again, it really is just Rutgers taking so many rounds. I don't know. It's weird when you see somebody that you think is going to be dominant, like get dominated.
I love that Psych does that every round. It's just a hard, full-body sprint into the spawn door until they're able to sneak back out. Bomb Buddy comes out quick, gives Psych away, holding close. That nade gonna deal just a bit of damage, but Beast too high. Already at 46 HP, 46 turns into 0, but Logan has been traded out in the blink of an eye. Here comes the Prowler, here comes Dory onto Fruitla. It's gonna be Dory again with the double. Cartier takes down the opposing Omen, and Psych is still somehow standing. He tries to from the shadows out and successfully does so onto the C site. What a great use of that ultimate, and gonna get the spike plant. I mean, we're going to need a miracle to win the round, but you've guaranteed some additional credits at the end of the day.
That guarantee not there anymore. Nice from Fisher. Take things 4-6. Oh, man, this is going to be a close one. This is going to be an extremely close one, just based off of what's going on. Yeah, Ming brought out the 2 force and was able to close that off, but a 4-6 honestly isn't that bad. They're boosting their economy, if anything, and keeping the op from Ming is great.
Yeah, keeping the op off the table I think is super important. Rutgers, they are gonna try for this 7th round, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see them throw everything they've got in not this round, but the next, because that 7-5 going into the second half could be crucial. Then they win the pistol round, all of a sudden, you know, they've won the following, they're at a 9-5 against Fisher. That could be huge. But Fisher, of course, they're gonna try to go for that 6-6 as aggressively as possible.
Yeah, op still in hand from Ming. There's the Rolling Thunder that honestly could come out, which I think is great for Fisher, because that'll probably give them this round if they use it wisely, but using it wisely is the hardest part, because you never necessarily know what Rutgers has planned and already taken out Ming.
Ming falls, one of the star-studded players from Fisher. taken offline. That could be devastating for the team. Like you said, Rolling Thunder, it's an easy ultimate to use. It's a hard ultimate to use correctly, to use efficiently. Chloric gonna have that Tasmanian Tiger immediately destroyed. Beast just outside the garage, gonna peek in. They know who they're fighting against. It's gonna be that Sky. They both go for the aggro peek. Both live to tell the tale, and we're still in that 5-4 in favor of Rutgers.
Prowler to clear out the garage side. But then again, absolutely nothing. And maybe they're making some noise here for Rutgers, I would believe, but it seems like not. Yeah, going towards A. They don't know one person's here, but it's the chamber, so everything is fine.
From the shadows, going to be making an appearance on the side of Fisher. The Rolling Thunder going to pick up, I believe, 2 and the Bomb Buddy, so 2.25. The blast into the far corner. The neon wall goes up in an attempt to keep the team alive.
Nice, yeah.
I like this because I don't think they're going to suspect Logan in this corner. But it might not matter.
Didn't. That was such a good push off regardless, because you saw Fisher use the stun to try to push back Rutgers. Rutgers got pushed back. Now they're pretty much playing into the hands of Fisher. They got a couple seconds left to put that spike down, and watching down within CT. Nice for Moon Coffee. They've given themselves a very long arm to play with.
3v2, the spike plant already down. And I've got to say, this is the first time on Haven we've seen such a consistent utilization of the B site. I feel like we saw it a lot, as an A link, as a C link, but this time it's really like the spike is being planted here more than anywhere else so far. Cartier with a great shot onto Chloric, and it's a 1v1. Gotta play it slow. Psych, not one to miss a headshot. This is gonna be a one shot, one kill kind of situation. I love these one-ways, making this Omen so worth it.
I'm worried right now. I mean, it's in half. What?
Wow.
And Cartier at first was blind, so that's how they got the first one. Now they're getting the second one, which is going to be Psych. And they somehow managed to take that with the jiggle piece that came through, but it's okay. I mean, all is fair. Rutgers taking the 7-4. They've pretty much given themselves a boosting. But overall, I mean, it must be hard on Fisher.
Wait, holy cow. It just hit me. Cartier is 18-6 right now. I knew he was playing well, but I do not think I realized it was to that caliber. My goodness. Double anybody else on his team.
You want to slay? Let's play.
I mean, you play the Omen well. You play the Omen well. The paranoia is to kind of account for that so big. Being able to, peek without feeling scared, especially since they have such a good duelist. Look at that, Rutgers with the raise. I mean, they instantly try to get themselves in there. The paranoia comes through, but they still have the pain shield to get into the damage.
Oh, Psych, just trying to find some value, but Beast 2 Hype is going to be the one to pick up the double Moon Coffee's Tour de Force, dealing quite a bit of force to the opposing team. Ming goes down once again, not able to make this chamber work as much as he was yesterday, and Rutgers taking full advantage of it. They are winning the chamber diff, and it is paying off in dividends.
Yeah, Logan. Okay, nice stun. Trying to stop these players from doing anything. Beast 2 Hype somehow still hits the shot. And it seems like Rutgers, regardless of the fact that Fisher has majority of the Radiant players so it seems like it's still kind of hard to play against. Why?
I don't know what that was.
Why did he just jump?
Why did he jump with his knife out? I'm not sure what the strategy was there, but it did not work well for Chloric. Rutgers, I mean, Gubbers, they're 8-4 right now. I'll be honest, and I think you said this already. I thought Fisher was going to come in here and sweep, like completely unopposed. But right now, Rutgers giving them more than a run for their money, stealing their money.
Yeah, something you genuinely wouldn't expect. I mean, 8-4 isn't that bad when you think about it. So there still is time. But one of the things that is also kind of like hard to comprehend is how can Fisher come back from this? Because 4-8, yeah, there still is time. There's a lot to kind of go off of. Okay, win the pistol round, win the next round so that you can give yourself some of that momentum to kind of continue to build off. But overall, also still just no lead there.
Back to the pistol round, so that complete and total reset. If Fisher wins this, they statistically should win the next. They can make it an 8-6 and really try to buy up and capitalize there, force an 8-8. But if Rutgers plays even half as strong on the defense as they were the offense, this is going to be one of the hardest battles we have seen Fisher face.
Oh. I think right here Fisher takes this one. Yeah, that's a nice flash. I don't know. Cartier peaked. I am assuming thinking that they could take that fight, but unfortunately not.
I think they just did not realize how many people were right around that corner. More than enough flashes came out. Fruto with a very clever haunt. It is going to get destroyed, though. Does not go far enough up to where they don't notice it. And Fisher, they've got the numbers. They've got the spike plant. Their Neon's critical HP, but Ming with a great hold. Probably going to find the headshot. No, yes! Oh, the wallbang headshot onto Prof. Beast trying to follow suit. I love that they ducked exactly where Prof died, but they don't realize that Ming is still waiting for someone to appear. Takes down Beast 2 hype. 5v2. What a shot from Moon Coffee, but unfortunately, I just don't think it's going to be enough. Fisher with that pistol round win, putting themselves not back on top, but back into the running.
Yeah, back into the game, back into the mentals as well, which is great for them. We have the replays ready to kind of give you a seeing as to who has had that impact. And of course, it's being Ming. Look at that.
I made a comment, I think 3 or 4 rounds ago, about how the Chamber 1v1 absolutely being won out by Moon Coffee, but maybe it's due to the half they were on, the side they were on, because Ming, first round on the swap here, first round on the change of pace, and all of a sudden drops 2 in the blink of an eye. So maybe these Chambers, maybe Ming wanted to be more aggressive and just couldn't do so on the defense. But now that he's on the offense, maybe he's unlocked something new.
Yeah, nobody peeking out through mid. Nobody even wants to pick the fight from Fisher. They know how Rutgers plays. And this is so good. They know a save round is coming in, and something that teams typically like to do is push up on the save round.
Oh, no way.
Feeding into Dory, which is great. And a Paranoia out there. 2 flashes to completely blind out Cartier, so there's no way you can get out of that.
Dory might give us our first ace of the weekend right now. Okay, never mind. Logan has decided that no ace needs to happen. They just need to put a round win on the board. The full heal up from the sky can heal everybody but herself. Such a strong ability, but an effective one at that. It's up to Moon Coffee to save the day. They've given us some pretty wild plays this weekend, Gompers, but I don't think we're going to see a headhunter ace. Yeah, that's just... Using the power of friendship, Rutgers is able to take down that Chamber and put the 6th round down. This upcoming round, I think, is one of the most important we've seen this weekend.
I think so as well. I mean, coming into Fisher, winning that round, surprisingly enough, still not being able to buy anything, not wanting to buy into anything. A Vandal from Ming, even though Ming going 4-11, struggling to really frag out here against a team like Rutgers.
Prof also 4-11, funnily enough.
Mm-hmm.
I love the aggression from Psych into Garage. Unfortunately, finds out nobody's in there. So the action has happened and the momentum has swung in favor of Fisher, especially if they can get onto the C side. Unless it's a fake onto the B side. They fooled even me with that one, but it was clever to say the least. Dory with the immediate plans, and I talked about it already. I love the love B side is getting in this battle.
B-side isn't that bad. I feel like people just try to avoid it because they are scared of how many angles you have to cover, right? You got 3 that you need to make sure are completely invested in. And honestly, I think Fisher are, if anything, capable to do that, especially with the fact that they have the Omen, they have the Sky, they have every types of source of information and util that you could use to try to clutch things, but Fisher, don't stop. It's 7-8. They're slowly bringing things back.
Can't stop, won't stop. Looks like Fisher just needed to get on the offense. I mean, Gompers, is this not the 3rd time we've seen this exact story today? A team underperforms in the first half, all of a sudden side swap, and they just show us a newfound dominance. It feels like it continues to happen. Cartier's 20-9. Wait, that's nuts.
I also do think because of the fact that we have the Neon from Psych that, you know, maybe playing more into that aggressive role could work because you got 2 initiators and the only sentinel you have is that Chamber. So what hold do you have necessarily on the defense?
I think that is a very strong point to bring up. It's very difficult to find that hold on the defense, and I think Rutgers is certainly struggling to do so. Moon Coffee, 56 HP, down but not out. Gonna be hard to win. And the Headhunter at 56 HP, definitely in this scenario, you better land your first shot, because if you don't, you are not living to talk about it. Fisher waiting for an overextension. I feel like they know that if you let Rutgers sit long enough, they're going to get impatient.
Yeah, impatience is what is needed right now, but not impatient in the way that you would think. I feel like more so curious.
Yeah, perhaps overzealous rather than impatient.
Oh no. I don't like how slow things are being taken.
It's always the rounds that go slow that are the ones that make us the most nervous because it's such a change of pace and all of a sudden the hat drops. Logan picks down 1. Prof with the sneak up. Oh, takes down the spike. Ming is right around the corner and Prof. Oh, flashing the wrong spot. They turn, they run, they rendezvous. Everybody's able to get out of the way. Psych puts down Fruta, finds Prof to boot, and Fisher. They are all of a sudden up 4-2. One of the slowest round starts we've seen, but one of the fastest cleanups we've seen in the very same round.
Oh, Rutgers. Poor Rutgers. The sheriff in hand for Cartier. Cartier wondering. Dang. What do I do now? TPing themselves out.
Oh. Cartier with only a sheriff and a dream. Not able to do much. Wanted there to be a new sheriff in town, but the law will stand strong in terms of Fisher being a difficult team to beat. We were at, what was it, 8-4 at one point, and now Fisher has gone to win 4 rounds in a row. We thought we had a close series on our hands, but I think even Fisher wants to show us this team will not be beaten easily. Full buy from both sides. Everybody's got something on the board. Logan has that rolling thunder that might be the linchpin here for Fisher's final play to get the lead back once again. They haven't had it in quite a while. A great breach flash early, the neon flash to boot. I'm going to keep calling that the Infini-Flash. I think that was clever, and I'm going to stick with it. That neon breach combo is a very unique flash combo that we're starting to see more and more of as Neon seems to be making her way into the meta. We've seen her quite a few times today. Ming able to find that Elim onto Prof. It's going to be Fisher coming in quickly, looking for a little bit more value. That Tasmanian Tiger not able to flash Fruta, and Psych not able to have any better luck. Ming goes down to boot. The double kill on the board coming through, and it's going to be a massacre. Once again, Fruta, 9 HP, and a Dream has cleared that B site in its entirety. Sends out the Haunt, getting even more information. The Sky Flash comes in quick, and Rutgers, they've got the numbers. They almost lost the lead, but they do not want to lose it here.
Yeah, so many players here left on the B site. Rutgers just know they're going to come towards mid, but I'm surprised nobody's splitting themselves on Fisher to try to at least gain more potential to keep the ground that they have right now. The Rolling Thunder comes out on the B site so they can completely aggress forward.
Way.
And this is beautiful. The play with the util. Can they take out the person
completely
trying to defuse the spike? And they do, but too late.
Oh my goodness, probably less than a second late. Moon Coffee puts down Chloric, gets to hold on to the gun, and by golly, probably the closest round we have seen so far today. Chloric 22-12 right now. I think found a 3-piece in that previous round. Fisher getting danger close to winning out that round, but close, only going to count in hand horse and shoe grenades.
Rutgers taking the lead back after a complete win streak from Fisher that came out 4 rounds in a row. And Rutgers being taken aback from that. I think the Rolling Thunder was really good, but the problem is that nobody was surrounding the B site.
Right.
So you only had players out just sitting outside of grass, so you had no control over the site. One of the most unfortunate things, but it seems like here, yeah, already a 1-1.
I've got to say, Fruta is waking up right now. I mean, just finding the early Elim every single round, at least equalizing or possibly giving their team the lead. Now it's going to be that Nightfall swinging quick. Fruta trapped in the corner. Ming catches the headshot, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Fisher 4v3 against Rutgers. The spike play comes through from Chloric, and Moon Coffee, a little bit too overzealous to win that one.
A couple seconds left to the smoke. But Rutgers, unfortunately, once again stuck in a disadvantage in terms of numbers.
I love the fake TP there. Not totally sure I understand it, but I'm sure there's a good reason for it. It's a very clever thing to do. You can often catch the enemy off guard by doing that. And now Prof waiting with the judge. Oh! Landed the headshot, but not the kill. You hate to see it. Chloric 31 HP. Almost goes down, but the spike will certainly go off. Cartier being snuck up on right now. Completely oblivious that Sky is behind him. Instead holding the wrong angle, but Gompers were tied up 9-9 again.
Yeah, not going to reach him in time. 9-9. Fisher versus Rutgers. Oh, man. And we talked about it, right? You actually talked about it as well. Like how you switch the half. And we're always just going to bring this up because it's true. It's been the whole thing happening throughout every single tournament that we've seen so far.
Yeah.
Tournament, my apologies. Every single game that we've seen so far, right? Where, okay, they're on the defense. They don't thrive as much on the defense. Now they're playing on the attack. And particularly that reason, like I said before, was that Neon. So, you know, it feels like they're just kind of basking in the glory of being able to feel that comfort, but also not feeling that comfort, because Rutgers, so good at pushing these players back, so good at getting that first-hand pick. Not to mention, I think we have a Tour de Force actually loaded up.
I believe so. Yep, Mooncoffee staring down that sight. Not going to pull the trigger, not going to fall for the bait. The jiggle peek. I love the rendezvous, because all it does is reset you for the same angle. But they saw where you were. They're completely oblivious that you were hiding just around the corner of that very same location. Fisher, they've been doing such a good job of playing up to Rutgers, but Rutgers snatches that hope of a victory away. Chloric gets obliterated by Beast. I'm not sure a single bullet missed on that lineup. And with that Sky taken offline, all healing gone for Fisher, which makes all damage permanent through this point.
Teleport's ready.
You talked about how we haven't, you know, we've been seeing a lot of the B-site hits, which, I mean, makes sense. The only thing there is going to be a trip. They hear the information. Beast too hype, lucky enough to be close.
Beast too hype, like you said, lucky enough to be close. A great turnaround there, but as that bomb buddy comes in, finds a bit of damage onto Logan. That flash will do all the same. I think a showstopper could do just that. I think it could obliterate the remainder of Fisher. But it's the Rolling Thunder into showstopper. Okay, Mig not making it out of there alive. Beast too hype with a fourth. Make it an ace! Let's go! Our first ace of the weekend. And it is Beast too hype all day long. Blink and you miss it. That was a 4-3-4 in the blink of an eye. To secure Rutgers that round win. They will not let Fisher take the lead anytime soon.
Yeah, Beast quite literally too hype. Rutgers. Oh my gosh, dude. I don't know. I thought Fisher was going to run away with this 13-2 or something. And that's not saying that Rutgers is a bad team. It's saying that, once again, I talked about the synergy. I talked about the fact that they've been playing longer together outside and inside of collegiate tournaments. So it's like you come to a conclusion, and maybe it's also because of that Neon pick. I don't think the Neon pick best served what Fisher is trying to do. They weren't aggressive on the defense. They did it maybe 1 or 2 rounds, and Psych always got punished for it. So I feel like that's one of the biggest things. You can't play at that risky type of game style, that risky type of play against a team that's probably just as good as you are.
Yeah, and speaking of play, it sounds like Chamber wants to play. Going to bring that Tour de Force out on the side of Fisher. It's going to be a huge deterrent to get over aggressive, but Psych actually going to double down on the aggression, sneaking into the back corner of A site, sneaking into Hell and trying to catch anybody off guard. That's a great intel to flash in, scares him off. I'd love to see the Neon ult here. I think that could really create a lot of space for Fisher. It would be 2 ults committed in 1 round, but at the end of the day, I really think it would be worth it. Ming puts down Beast too hype. That ace has been taken right out of the deck. Will not pull the trigger on Prof. I'm not sure they saw them. Mooncoffee finds Chloric. Ming does find Prof in the mix-up, and now it's 4-3. Oh, the smoke saving Ming's life on that. Psych finds Fruta. Dory finds Mooncoffee. I'm not sure why they dropped, but Ming will take advantage of it. We are tied up again, 10-10. Folks, this is a best of 3, not a best of 1, and we are 10-10 in our first map.
All right, 10-10. I don't know. I'm flabbergasted, to be honest with you. Okay, Ming bringing out the op, which I think is a little bit concerning. You're playing on the attack. You know, you're playing with Fisher. I understand having the breach there makes you feel confident, but also this is such a scary play. Yeah, okay, they like to push up sewers down in A site. That might be the first pick, and if they manage to get them, then that's great. They've boosted the momentum. They've at least limited some of the numbers so that it's easier for Fisher to get the entry onto whatever site they please. But then they're rotating over towards C. So then, what can they do here? I mean, maybe, actually, yeah, perfect. Never mind. I'm scratching everything I said. Ming just opened up the site so well.
Ming just opened up Cartier's skull so well. My goodness, just completely removed them from the equation. Has all 8 Headhunter bullets to boot, so they need to get close quarters. They will be more than able to do so. I think it was a high-risk, high-reward scenario. I think that's really what we're looking at. They had to run the consideration. They had to do the numbers. Is it going to be worth it to bring out this op right now? And Ming proved his weight in gold there. Proved his worth in weight of gold. You guys know what I'm trying to say. I don't know. Fisher, though. Ming taking down Beast too hype again. Mooncoffee finds 1, but I think it's too little too late. This fade, she can't even touch the site. Fruta deleted, and Fisher, for the first time in a pivotal moment, are going to take the lead once again since the first 2 rounds of this game.
And if they win this, they have overcome any type of adversity that came their way. Because they were pressured. They were pushed so hard, the limits had to reach them, right? And I don't think they felt that before here coming into this tournament. I think this is the first, team that has actually pressured them to feel what it's like.
I'm waiting for that Headhunter strike from Moon Coffee. I'm sure Ming still has that op locked and loaded as well. I don't like the over-aggression we're seeing down mid there towards the garden. I don't think it's smart to leave every site wide open like that. It's a gamble stack down toward mid, maybe turning into a flank play that has all 5 from Fisher run up this C-long site. It's up to Moon Coffee to save the day. He's got the angle, but the moment they look at him, he cannot miss this first shot.
Yeah, no, not yet. No first shots missed. Nothing necessarily to go off of. The spike being planted. Fisher looking good. They still keep the site. There's only 3 players left from Rutgers. Once that paranoia comes out, it's going to be a dangerous game here. But Ming eliminating majority of the players. Card here pressing back.
4-1. Cartier, like you said, pressing back, but perhaps pressing into a cement wall. And yep, peeks the corner, gets obliterated by Psych, and all of a sudden, Fisher is 1 round shy of winning out this first map with, like you said, probably the most aggressive adversity they've faced up to this point. Well, actually, that's more of a statistical fact, with definitely the worst adversity they've faced up to this point.
Yeah, we're reaching the match point too. So honestly, Fisher, with the the hardest adversity that they've ever had to face. Honestly, they've met their match.
Even if Rutgers ends up losing this round, there's another map left, right? There's at least one more map in the form of Ascent, which I'm very excited to see. And then even we can go all the way to Breeze. Dory finds Moon Coffee, but I was going to say, if Rutgers even does lose this, it just creates the greatest narrative of all time. It creates the 1v1, they'll run it back at land, which both these teams have guaranteed their spot in, which will be very soon. More information on that later. Fisher, they're up 5-2. The Seeker's already out. The only ultimate for Rutgers is that from the shadows, which personally I don't think is going to be particularly effective in a 5v2 scenario, especially when you're the team on the defense. Forced into a retake. We need a hero play like no other, but it's Ming dropping the hero stats. Takes down that Omen early in this breach. His intel already given away. They know his location. It feels like only a matter of time. Fisher coming to life 3 rounds in a row, 2 of them being flawless. The third, only 1 elimination on the board, a 13-10 victory for Fisher, and now they are 1 map away from walking away #1.
They deserve it. I mean, like, especially Rutgers too, because you can't really choose who you would say is the better team in that situation. Because even if a rematch came out right now, would it go the same way? Would Fisher be in the lead? And I feel like it would be a little bit different, but I do think that, Rutgers could take it any day away from Fisher based off of what we saw. So, very close in skill sets. I think 100%. I honestly think they have the same types of skill sets and whatnot. But overall, I think the Neon pick definitely kind of pushed them back a little bit here for Fisher.
No doubt about it. And folks, I've got some cool news. Map number 2 is going to be a map we have not seen so far. It's going to be Ascent, which means we're going to get team comps we haven't seen so far. And I'm very excited to get into that. But before we do, we're going to throw it to a very little 2 to 3-ish minute break. Before that break, though, I do want to give a shout out to goarmy.com/officer. Go beyond your field of study and get a world-class education in leadership. As an Army officer, you'll learn to be a decision maker and a mentor in any environment at any scale. It's a challenging path, but the choice is simple. Decide to lead at goarmy.com/officer. A big shout out to them and a big shout out to all of you for hanging out during this break. We'll see you right back here in just a couple of minutes with some more CECC East Valorant. What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to Grand Finals of CECC East 2022 Edition Valorant version. There's a lot of words, but we're having a whole lot of fun, so it deserves that many words. I'm still Septimus, joined by Gombers, and Map 1. Gombers realistically ended the way we expected, but the journey there was notably different than our anticipation.
Yeah, it was. I thought that Rutgers, honestly, we know that Rutgers is a very good team. I think we discussed it. But also another thing was, you know, talking about Fisher, how good they were. The fact that they only dropped around 5 maps, whatever. And it's very difficult to now see Rutgers the same way. I mean, the fact that they managed to almost close things out. Fisher, luckily enough, they you know, were able to take things back full force at the end. But that doesn't always happen.
Yeah, that does not always happen. I think there was, you know, as much skill as there was involved from Fisher, there was definitely a little bit of luck. I think we saw a little bit of a crumble from Rutgers there at the end for those final 3 rounds where I think, you know, 15 eliminations were found on them. They were all won via elim, but 2 of those rounds completely and totally flawless. Map 1 did not go the way we thought, but map 2, we're hoping is going to be a little different. So let's jump back over to that map lineup and see what we've got. We know what it is, but just as a reminder for all of you, it is Ascent. I'm so glad. Shout out Colton for adding all of this. We know Fisher wins 13-10. We see now that Fisher is choosing defense on Ascent, and surprise, surprise, Fisher is on defense for Breeze. If we get there, and I'm truly, really hoping that we do, because I would love to see a map 3 and such a unique map like Breeze. But Gompers, going into Ascent, you're looking at any kind of composition or even just one agent. Who are you expecting to see right now?
On Ascent? Man, I want to see some Killjoy. I feel like we haven't seen no Killjoy. And that sucks because the only Sentinel we see nowadays is either Sage or Chamber. And I'm not going to lie to you, I kind of miss the Cypher.
I think I'm right there with you. I really do miss the Cypher because Cypher used to be a mainstay on Haven even. We would see him all the time. We haven't seen him in months. I haven't seen anyone play him in a really, really long time. And I wholeheartedly agree. I would love to see some Cypher. It would be weird. It would be unexpected. I think KJ's a great choice as well. She's got some wild lineups on that B site, or not lineup setups, sorry, on that B site. It would be quite the shock. But the one agent that I'm 1000% sure we're going to see is, of course, Sova. They don't call Ascent Sova's playground for nothing. This is the map where you get those weird lineups, you get those weird setups, and it's very easy to get a lot of information on that Sova. Whoa! Whoa! Wish granted! KJ, immediately, the insta-lock from Ming and Killjoy making an appearance.
Let's go. Let's go, Ming! All right, Fisher. You've attended to my needs. I'm pretty happy about that. But I want to see something else. I want to see something else. I want to see an Astra, because Astra makes things exciting, right?
Oh my
God. The Cosmic Divide, the gravitational pull. Lock in the Astra, Dory.
Do it, Dory.
I'm saying it right now.
You won't?
As your coach. I'll be Fisher's coach this time.
All right, deal. I'll take Rutgers.
There you go. Actually, beautiful. Okay, I like this. I like the KO. I like the Astra. I like the Killjoy. And I'm obsessed with this.
It's different. It's weird. I think when you look at the side of Rutgers, you are seeing the traditional expected meta. When you look at the side of Fisher, I guess Fisher's this way, my camera's reversed. When you're looking at the side of Fisher, you're seeing a KJ. And the Astra can be very weird. Jet, she used to be so incredibly popular in this one, a main pick, a mainstay, but a couple of changes come through, a couple of new agents are introduced, and Beast 2 Hype seems like a raised specialist. So we're seeing, you know, a large differential, but this is going to be chaos, I think, because Rutgers, they're going up against a composition that I wouldn't be expecting in 2022. This is like I'd be expecting when Astra came out.
Also, I am a little sad because a lot of the time, you know, and this is my opinion, Sova gets completely like Sova has been completely run out by the Fade.
Yes.
Because Fade basically has the same util, kind of tags people, right, through the walls and stuff, and allows you to understand where these players are. And a lot of people actually find Fade a lot more useful than the Sova Dart, because then you'd have to find the lineups when you can kind of just throw it and see where it lands with the Fade util. But I think overall, I don't know. I one day I want to see a double initiator on this map, because we have Sova and Fade. Like, that in general could be so strong as a grouping, as a pairing, because once you see those tethers and where they're residing, okay, let me pull my Hunter's Fury. Oh, or okay, well, we know where these players are. Let me try to get the drone and try to tag them out. Let's see how we can play this. I don't know. Overall, I think I'm just an initiator type of gal, so I like me a full initiator composition, you know?
All sounds very, very valid. Will not catch me disagreeing with any of it. Looking at the KJ though, and we're seeing Fisher starting on the defense, so I kind of wonder.
Yeah.
We're stuck in a tech pause for the moment, so I get more time to hypothesize about this. You've got to wonder: do they pick KJ because they're starting on defense? They know they can get a lot of value if they win, as many rounds as possible on the defense. Their offense becomes that much easier. Do you think that was an intentional choice due to the half they're starting on, or do you think they were going to do that no matter what?
I think they were going to do that no matter what. I think the Killjoy definitely isn't because of the defense. I think overall maybe they would have. That's actually such a good question. To be honest with you, yeah, Killjoy isn't really versatile on the attacking side.
More so than
Cypher,
but still not very.
Yeah, the only thing you can use is maybe the mollies for the post plant and the, every other util just for information to see who's flanking. But overall, the chamber definitely has, I feel like, more value coming into the attacking side.
Without a doubt. And it looks like Dory has disconnected, so hopefully somebody can get on finding Dory. Okay, the joke's out of the way. We can now focus back on Valorant. But I'm curious kind of how this is going to play, because I think Raze can get a lot of value here on Ascent, but it requires a lot of very risky plays. And with, a Jet who's probably opping on the other side, a lot of that risk is immediately doubled. It was already risky. Now it's even harder because you can't double blast pack down bricks. You can't peek out mid. You probably can't even go toward that A long, toward that wine site, because that Jet will be everywhere.
Yeah, I'm sure they will be. Although A site, there's 3 players still here for Fisher already. Who's going to win the pistol round is my question.
Honestly, if Dory was going to DC, talk about a good time to do it. It didn't lose anything, didn't lose econ, didn't lose ult charge. Everything they need still on the table. Oh, Moon Coffee takes down Psych immediately, and that's the eliminity to be looking for. Chloric goes all the way up into Catwalk here, and it's going to be able to find some great value. Takes one player down. We're tied up at a 4v4. Ming just around the corner, has to right-click. Fruta finds the Elin onto Logan. Ming the next to fall in Rutgers. They've got the numbers unexpectedly high.
Moving up towards mid. Fisher already losing a lot of their players, and something I've noticed from Fisher is that they lose a lot of their pistol rounds.
Yeah,
Like
I'm noticing that as well, because they lost the first pistol round against Rutgers, and, I mean, it's shaping up like they're going to lose this one as well. I wish I could remember. I believe they did win the second pistol round on Haven, so maybe it's just kind of like a new map start situation.
It could most definitely be.
Getting familiar to the map in front of them, perhaps.
Yeah, but as of right now, I mean, like, domination across the board from Rutgers. They almost had a flawless here.
And that's wildly scary. I mean, to start things off hyper-aggressive, to put that pistol round down, and now be up 1-0. Wow, that's actually a really slow pistol round. I genuinely thought 2 rounds had happened. But no, that was 1 round, 1 pistol round. And the buy-up here from Rutgers. So, Gompers, if you're Fisher right now, you lose the pistol round, it looks like they're just gonna not buy anything and just hope round 3 works out well. Do you think that's the right call? Do you think it's better to stack the econ? Or should they buy up here? Should they force up?
Stacking the econ. I think it's better to just get the economy over with. There's not a guarantee that they win this round, and I mean, they just want to be 100% about it, which is respectable from Fisher, because they know they can win the 3rd round if they have the Vandals in.
Yeah, 3rd round Vandals are notably more comfortable than a round 2 buy-up, where you're kind of putting yourself on the same playing field, where round 3 you've got a weapons advantage. You can secure a more comfortable round, possibly into round 4, and then you can tie things up 2-2. The fragment nade covers the far side. Beast 2 hype, almost taking a little bit of team damage. Okay, no, taking a whopping 7 team damage. Rutgers, they're in. They've got the spike plant down, and this B site is so difficult to retake.
What can they do about it? Fisher. Slowly on the walk up. They haven't even eliminated a player yet from both sides, which is super unfortunate. The door goes down, and they hear it, so they know exactly where Psych might be.
I mean, I'll say it, Ascent is just slow right now. I mean, these rounds feel like they're taking an eternity, and it's because these players just slowed down a little bit. But with the speed we were seeing on Haven, with that constant over-hyper-aggression, it felt like so quick. But now, finally, we're getting to the point where Fisher has Chloric left standing. Chloric on the Sky was a real power player, but as they walk into Cartier's immediate headshot vicinity, they're going to go down. Rutgers is up 2-0. 3 of them get a weapon to carry into the next round.
Will never end. It will truly never end. The back and forth. And this one starts to get, I feel like scarier for Rutgers.
Sure.
Because they're also put on a lot of pressure this game in particular. If they don't win this one, they're completely out, right? Fisher is able to progress forward, and then Rutgers, what do? Absolutely nothing.
I think you're completely right. Rutgers, there's a fire possibly lit underneath them like we've never seen before, simply because, like you said, this is their back against the wall moment. If they lose this one, that's it. We're done today. But if they win this, they can force us to breeze. So maybe that same kind of concept is happening for Fisher. They're thinking, maybe we can slow it down a little bit, because we still want to win, but we don't want to burn ourselves out.
Yeah, and walking into land with the first place on your shoulders definitely will feel very, very good.
No doubt.
For sure.
Okay, definitely did not expect the null command, but I'm not going to say I dislike it. I think it's a pretty intelligent play. It's going to cancel a lot of intel and a lot of opportunity for Fisher. Fruta with the ghost finds one. Dory just obliterating the two that walk in, takes that KO down. The resurrection should have more than enough time to come to clutch, and that's going to be a 4v3 because of that null command. So that really was a great call from Rutgers. Oh, got lineups.
Yeah, nice shock dart. Okay. But I'm still surprised that Rutgers still managed to find 2 players from Fisher, regardless of the fact that they had the bonus round coming in. But yeah, it definitely does seem like slowly walking in here. Ming being cautious. Already the first one, the second one there. Fisher looking so good.
Whoa! What the heck? I mean, it's always so slow, and then you blink, and it's just over. Everything we were discussing, everything we talked about out the window, completely down and out, and what an incredible performance from Fisher to clean that up. I feel like I keep saying what an incredible performance because they keep defying my expectations. They keep going above and beyond in these clutch out moments.
Yeah, the null command there too for Fisher. Which, honestly, we haven't seen this one be popped yet, so definitely having high hopes for this one, at least for the side of Fisher. Maybe if they pull this out, they could win this round again, and then keep it on this kind of like a really big wave of momentum. But it seems like right here, the split is coming along for Rutgers. Not going to use it too soon.
Yeah, Fisher with the pseudo kind of like full buy in quotes. You know, they bought up, but not really any real weapons. We saw a lot of Guardians, a lot of Bulldogs. Kind of not quite a Frankenstein buy, but definitely not a full buy. Something they might regret down the line in terms of economy, but if they can make it work. I mean, they've done more with less. Fruta takes Psych off the board. I've got to say the Jet, so far, really not working out well.
No. Yeah, Fisher. Overall, too, they just keep taking the 1v1s, right? So, kind of really can't come back from something like that.
Oh, the Sonic Dart here could be huge. Get a lot of intel on who's in bricks if they can get the lineup appropriate. Gonna choose to hold on to it just a little bit longer, trying to make sure nobody gets a little bit too much intel on who's watching which site and so on and so forth. Rutgers, I think they've kind of cracked the code a little bit in terms of beating Fisher. Play it slow until you get to a certain moment, and then as soon as you see that crack in the armor, you strike. And it's worked. I mean, 2 times in a row already. They're trying to make it work a third, but Logan takes down Fruta. Massive hole in the plan. Trying to get out of sight. Does not check Boathouse in time. Knows the KJ's back there. Can Ming use this util? Nope.
Nice,
Beast
yeah.
sneaks up behind, puts him down quick. Makes it that much harder for Fisher to come back.
Oh, once again, leaving your players by themselves, not having any assistance. It's super unfortunate. They keep getting punished for it on Fisher. And maybe they'll get punished again. Nope, seems like Dory might be able to take out the one. Moon Coffee down. Beast too hype, being able to take out another in a 1v3 situation. That makes things look almost impossible to win.
7 HP in a dream here. Beast too hype, trying to find even a bit of a wall bang. I guess that's kind of how they have to play, right? 7 HP, you cannot show up with your face or it will be removed from your body. Prof finds Dory in the dome, and that is Rutgers going up 3-1. They've defied the expectation. They found themselves at an advantage moving into round 5.
Oh, things looking very, very hectic. Once again, kind of playing into the round that we saw on Fracture, where Rutgers started to take that lead. And in all honesty, I think Fisher's way better on the attack on any map. because of the aggression that we see come out of CECC. We know CECC's play style. This is absolutely nothing like what they're used to. And honestly, I think Arrays would have fit them better because they have been playing so passively.
I think I can agree with that. I really do. I don't know. Like I said, when they picked the Jet, I was like, oh, we haven't really seen her in a while. It's an unusual choice. And I think you're completely correct that Raze, she can play more passive, but passive-aggressive. I mean, I guess that's a true definition of the word. She can do the aggression she needs without putting herself in the front, without being hyper-direct. Fruta again dismisses CECC with that headshot. Cartier picks up Chloric, taking down arguably Fisher's #1 player, and this is a dangerous moment because Rutgers, if they find the 4-1 lead, that is where they can really start to feel comfortable in these following rounds. The juggle back with the additional weapon. I love it. A very intelligent play.
Yeah, slowly walking up though. Fisher was starting to get very, very curious. Still managing to take out one is good, but the problem is that we still have so many left with these Vandals.
Right.
And absolutely no weapons picked up.
And we've seen this Sova from the side of Fisher do some pretty amazing things up to this point. I think, the shock dart kill turned it into a 2-piece, and then his team was able to get the victory off of it. Logan fires the shock dart quick, sends out the Sonic. Going for a lineup, I think, or just trying to get some intel when they walk through door. The fire into Dice, not able to pick it up yet. Oh, Logan eating every possible bullet. They know he's back there. He cannot find the shot, and he's too hyped. Finds the Elim. Prof puts down Dory, and I think Rutgers has got this one in the bag all over again. Oh, man.
Yeah, Rutgers closed things out in a 1-4 fashion, and that's going to be it. I mean, it was a save round from Fisher, so pretty much to be expected, but 2 ultimates left on the board. So Logan and Dory being really big factors of the team here and playing into that Cosmic Divide. I said I wanted to see the Cosmic. I said this was going to be an interesting addition to the game and add some of that flavor for us, especially as, we've been here a while. We want to see something interesting come down. I do think this is interesting, though. Rutgers just pummeling Fisher to the ground.
Yeah, they're finding some great clutches in the moment, and this is, more importantly to note, this is Rutgers' map pick. They almost won on Haven, but Fisher decided to go to Haven. Rutgers, they've decided to go to Ascent for the first time on stream all weekend, and I think we're seeing why. They've got the comp they want, they've got the playstyle they want, and they've got the advantage they've been looking for. They are really starting, like you said, find a dominance over Fisher, but they did this same thing back on Haven. I'm not going to pretend they didn't, so this very well could be a repeat of what we just saw, and that's a scary consideration.
Yeah, well, we know Fisher isn't going to go down with the fight. The only thing that concerns me is this is Rutgers' map pick. This is not Fisher's map pick at all.
Right, so Fisher, they may have to kind of accept their fate here, and then you go into the consideration of wondering, how do we get to Breeze? Who's going to be able to take the advantage there? Both teams get to pick something, and then it kind of becomes with, okay, what's left? Let's end up going to Breeze, and I truly hope we do. I'm really excited. I would love to see it go all the way to Breeze, because that could be a real shakeup, a real change-up in regards to how you play this game. Chamber, he's a guarantee. Sova, probably a guarantee, but other than that, it feels very up in the air to me. Prof taking down CECC again. Converse, we've seen 6 rounds. I think we have seen CECC go down at least 4 of those 6 rounds first.
No, we have. 100% we have. But the thing is that the null command out now, it gives me some hope here for Fisher. I want to see them be able to at least win a round out. They managed to take out Cartier, but the problem is that 13 seconds left for the spike to go down. Rutgers, they still can't do anything about it because in the back of sight, it's Ming with a 3K.
The confidence of Beast to walk through the Hunter's Fury to go for that kill. A genius play, one that I never would have considered, but unfortunately does not pan out well for the team. And another quick shout out to our production team, Colton. He gives us the information that Fisher are 26-5 on Breeze so far this weekend, this tournament so far. So they have lost only 5 rounds. I'm going to guess that's the mythical 5 we heard about at the beginning of this weekend. But it's incredible that that might be the map that Rutgers has to take them to. Also, we got to talk about this. CECC, the player I just talked about, 0-6 right now. This Jet is really not working.
Fun fact about CECC, they are a 6'1" Dominican, it says Kovaker?
I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means either. Does that mean, like, yeah, like, does he like playing Kovacs?
I think it has to, because I searched it up and that's all I can find.
Yeah, maybe. That's okay.
That's fine. Oh. Okay, a showstopper. Not what I anticipated, but not a bad idea either. Gonna go up and through the Cosmic Divide. Perhaps overconfident a little bit. Finds the Elim onto Ming. That is huge. Rutgers, they find themselves in a 3. Okay, now a 4v3. Psych finally putting that first kill down on the board. Has not had the best luck so far, but that is not going to stop them from trying their darndest. Another spray and pray moment onto Cartier, and that could be Logan putting down Moon Coffee. A 4-2 advantage, 4-3, excuse me, turns into a 3-0 in favor of Fisher, and now they are 1 round away from tying us back up again. We could get that Haven repeat, and I'm terrified it is just over the horizon.
Yeah, winning. Winning is the name of the game here, and it's happening again. Deja vu. It never stops. It never stops. First, you see in the last map here, Fisher, they were struggling against Rutgers. They managed to take things back, and once again, it comes into that very big perspective of you have to have the mental.
Right. It is all about the mental, sometimes more than the physical. If you allow yourself to slip into the mentality of, we're going to lose, we're going to lose, we're going to lose, you're probably going to lose. You've got to step up. You've got to be the David against this Goliath, and you've got to look Fisher in the face and try to take them down. And of course, that is way easier said than done. I am fully aware of that fact, but that cannot stop them from trying. And it looks like they are not going to stop trying anytime soon. Yeah. Moon Coffee takes down Psych, able to find that Elim early. That could be a crucial one down the line. Removing that jet from the equation takes a lot of mobility off the table, and now Doria is strong. That is a lot of util gone. Makes it a lot harder to prevent a spike plant on the side of Fisher.
They have an ultimate Ming. And once again, Rutgers having the number advantage. Ooh, no. Not even a flash available there, but Fruta still peeks it. Doesn't care.
Simply, we do not care. Just takes it offline. Rutgers, they've got a 4-2 advantage. They just had this. They had a 5-3 advantage, and they ended up losing it. Gloric is going to be a great example as to why that can happen. Prof goes down quick in the mid, and that is going to hurt Rutgers' numbers. That flank does not work well. Gloric at a literal 2 HP. Can they clutch this out for their team, or are we going to get a repeat of a bit of a sloppy scenario?
Still a 2v3, completely possible.
Oh,
no
devastating.
The only thing is that Cloric, no, he didn't even shoot in time.
Low-key, I think no command here. I think no command would not be a bad idea. I think it'd make it, okay. Well, not gonna do it anymore. Moon Coffee, you've got to be kidding me. I know we're gonna get a replay on that. That was an insanely fast reaction time. Must have just barely caught the pixel of that Sova, found his exact location, and took him down in the blink of an eye. Rutgers, they found the 5-3. They need one more to guarantee a draw at the half. That's worst case scenario. My goodness, that's so fast. I could never think that fast. I'm so impressed by that.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, but they kept the no command. I know you talked about wanting to use it within the last round, but I think saving it here is actually a good idea. The only thing is that once again, they're pushed back into that save round.
Right.
And Rutgers about to take that 6-3 lead, which is very, very scary. But it seems like Moon Coffee whiffing is a great expectant. I mean, is a great factor here for Fisher. I don't even know what word I just made up.
Expectant? I knew what you meant. I think it made sense down the line, but now okay.
Expectant.
So here's the tough situation. Lockdown, a very easy ultimate to just negate entirely. And if Ming puts it down right here, they can actually throw a blast pack up and over the wall. If they throw it at the right angle, it will eliminate the lockdown. I've done it 100 times. It's very difficult, and the KJs hate it. Moon Coffee finds one. Dory gets the trade. Cartier walks in and just obliterates the remaining members of Fisher. Finds two. Looking to find a third. I think there was a Blade Storm in play, but Psych doesn't even get to think about it as they get rushed down by Rutgers 6-3. So again, I want to make this more clear. Worst case scenario, if Rutgers loses every single round for the rest of this half, they are still at a draw when we swap sides.
Yeah. Oh, man. And they have so many ults. I haven't even seen Dory use the Cosmic Divide, which honestly is upsetting.
Been sitting on it for a while. Yeah.
Yeah, because that is such a big ultimate to use. The amount of space that you can clear, they probably could have had it by now as well. But not using it for so long honestly just kind of puts you in a very, very bad place.
Slow push. I assume we're going to see a Paranoia come through. No, it's actually just a full-blown smoke followed by a Paranoia. Going to catch out Ming, who was just standing out in the open Dory with that rat trap. Able to find one Elam traded out by Prof. Thanks to that Prowler. And now the pressure is on once again. Rutgers, they've got the numbers. Fisher in a very tough spot. The null command could be big here, but I think you don't pop it. I think you're completely correct. You want to hold that until a situation you're a little more confident in. You don't have to play for numbers. If you're Rutgers, though, I think throwing it out might not be a bad idea.
No, I don't know. Rutgers are just doing so good right now that it seems like they're going to be able to dominate Fisher. Yep, it's a 7-3. And a 7-5 is looking better and better right now for Fisher.
And that's best case scenario. We might go 9-3 at the half. But, you know, well, we know how I feel about 9-3. Gompers is not a believer.
I'm not a believer. I'm not.
I don't know. Maybe you will be after this. It depends how the series goes.
Nah, the 9-3 curse is a sham.
You're putting such a heavy caster curse on Rutgers right now, and they don't even know it. They're gonna get 9 points, and then they're gonna get obliterated, and they're gonna blame you.
It's like flawless every round.
They just get wrecked for the rest of the series. But right now, Cartier trying to guarantee that doesn't happen, but it's Beast too hype with the follow-through elims, 4v2 in favor of Rutgers. And I've got to say, they've kind of revealed something. They keep going to A site, and I think it's very much like a if it's not broke, don't fix it situation.
Spike planted.
Well, this is time. Fisher.
Oh!
Okay, I was about to say, even though they're split apart, they still have each other's back, but what backs can you have when everybody's back is turned? So you're looking at their face, looking into their eyes, and Rutgers 8-3 the last round.
They had each other's backs, but Moon Coffee had their number. I mean, just obliterates them. Logan in the back here. I would have never checked for someone there. Inches away from a headshot, but falls a wee bit short. And then this shot, a little risky, finds the headshot, and Moon Coffee cleans house with the remaining members of Fisher. 1 round away from 9-3 going into the second half.
An operator there from Psych, which I like. They're playing around in mid, which makes sense. But the thing is that I haven't really seen Rutgers fight too much for that mid control. Other than Moon Coffee. Like, we can see they like playing just within Catwalk. Everybody else likes pushing onto the site. The Hunter Fury there, which is perfect, and taking out Fruta. So they can't use that null command any further.
Yeah, null command, I mean, it keeps you up, but in more of like a hypothetical sense. Somebody's got to be there to res you, or it's going to be completely null and void, unfully intended. Courtier does get the resurrection onto Fruta, and finds the Elam onto Logan. Psych puts one down. It is a bloodbath, left, right, and center. It is Beast 2 Hype versus Psych. Psych has not had the best performance so far. A really rough adaptation onto the Jet and onto Ascent. We have not played this one yet. Beast 2 Hype reads the op, gonna toss the nade in. Might be about stalling for time and relocating. Oh, Psych just barely takes a bit of damage. Oh, and Beast 2 Hype, wrong place, wrong time. Psych wins the round for the team. 8-4 going into the second half. Not a 9-3 curse in sight.
I wouldn't believe it. I wouldn't believe so either, to be honest with you. I'm just a wizard. I'm just a wizard. I know exactly. I know it's real. I know it's not real. Okay.
A non-believer.
I have to be. I have to be. 9-3. I don't know. Who came up with that too? Who came up with a 9-3 number? It could be 11-1, right? 12.
The 11-1 curse. I've never seen that.
The 12-0 curse. I don't think I've ever seen that.
I have seen a team come back from 11-1 one time, and it was absurd. They won 13 rounds in a row. It was kind of insane. It was on Bind, best map in the game. Just putting that out there. Oh, best playable map in the game. Sad face. Moving in now, though. Beast 2 Hype, a Sheriff to their name. I love the Sheriff because if you hit the first shot, you're a maniac. But if you miss the first shot, probably going to cost you your life. Oh my goodness, it's Prof with the free gun, the classic. Sinking bullets into the remaining members of Fisher Rutgers. If they win this, this is going to be huge. They're going to get 9-4, aim for that 10-4, and that puts them 3 rounds shy of taking us all the way to map 3.
Fisher, once again, still facing, like, all different types of problems right now. A 1v1 that they could win. I mean, super low for both these players. Oh, this is so beautiful. I love this.
Oh, I thought that was the shock dart. Was it?
Yeah, it was.
How did that not hit?
I don't think they bounced it off.
Oh, yeah. That must have been it. Bummer. That would have been a crazy kill. A lucky one, but it would have been neat. All about the waiting game right now. I love Cartier's location. People in this game have a tendency to not look up. So let's see if it's going to clutch out well, and it does. Logan doesn't even see him, gets domed for it, and that is going to be a huge opener once again for Rutgers. They have put it on the board, and they have found themselves in a very comfortable position to take an even more aggressive lead, 9-4. If they touch these double digits, there's a very real chance they can take us to Breeze. We need a massive change from Fisher right now.
Man, I think we might actually have to just go to Breeze there.
I hope
because
so.
Rutgers are dominating right now once again, and it's so hard to choose, to pick and choose in a situation like this one, because this happened before. Once again, Rutgers just being in the lead, taking over Fisher, and Fisher managing to take things back last second. I said that doesn't happen every time, but does it happen every time for Fisher? Probably not, but we'll be able to see down inside of Catwalk that information comes through, and you can tell that the rotation comes down.
Oh, a spray and pray moment from Cartier. Psych dashes in and pays the price of their life for it. Now, Chloric goes in quick, actually finds Beast 2 Hype and puts down Cartier. The three-piece Fisher needed to turn things around, and it is up to this phase to try and save the day. Has the weapon advantage, but Chloric simply does not care. Puts them down in the blink of an eye, and I've got to say, I was worried about the KJ not working on defense. That's kind of where she is supposed to work, right? But Ming sitting at 4-11, I feel it's going to be even harder to make KJ work on the offense.
Yeah, but we'll have to see. I don't think it's that far off from the chamber. I think the only thing is that for those eco rounds, right, you can't use the headhunter. You can't buy into those bullets. You can't use the tour de force to have that operator and get those early hand picks that you normally would with a sentinel. And that's why, you know, I would say it is somewhat effective playing into that chamber on the attack, because you can push up and back yourself out in a matter of seconds. But here with the Killjoy, you have to be a lot more careful.
I just realized we never saw the Cosmic Divide. That just hit me. It was never used in the first half.
Oh no. Jiggle picking. Nobody has to check wine right now, but they're still being very, very cautious from Fisher. They know they need the picks, but Beast 2 Hype takes it.
Got to be thorough. If you make even one mistake, if you don't check one corner, it could cost your team the round, and Fisher needs every round like they need their next breath right now. They're in an extreme disadvantage. Moon Coffee, I think, sinks a bullet, but not a headshot. Does a wee bit of damage. Has to rendezvous out of there in hopes of living to tell the tale. The one-player advantage should go a long way, but as Fisher's indecision, I mean, it becomes more and more crucial as these moments tick down. They're waiting for someone on the side of Rutgers to make a mistake. I don't think Rutgers is going to overextend like they used to. I think they know how important it is to play safe, play careful, and play smart.
I mean, they know the playstyle of Fisher, and they know that Fisher is tends to be very aggressive and likes to take these 1v1, so they're not expecting too much from it. Playing together here from Rutgers is actually going to work out so nicely. But the blind comes out, and so does theirs, the paranoia.
Oh my goodness, Chloric, Cartier gonna find the trade, but Ming with the Vandal, putting the numbers to work. Logan finds a shock dart kill onto Fruta, and it's a 2v2. Moon Coffee, luckily enough, could get Ming out of the equation. Everybody's essentially full HP, a little bit of damage on both sides, the Astra and the Chamber respectively. This is gonna be a tough one to retake. I think Fisher's in a very good position to possibly win this round. Ooh, I love that. The Prowler goes out, just trying to read some intel.
Man, yeah.
Another one!
They're just using everything. Honestly, didn't get a lot of information with the first one either, so it makes sense. 7 seconds left. Anything, but it's nice from Lee. Well, it's just hard. Pretty much, Fisher taking things back 6-9, and even though they had, oh man, dude, they're coming back already.
It feels so weird the way that like a lot of rounds that Fisher has been winning has been off the back of one random player, off of Chloric, off of Logan. Just somebody puts this random pop-off potential on the table and they just clean house with it. Like you said, they are coming back already, and Rutgers, you've got to change something or this is going to spell disaster.
Yeah, and it's okay for them to come back, but the thing is that once they start running off that momentum, they're going to go even further and further and further. Things are going to start looking grim.
Even further beyond. Fisher trying to go plus ultra right now. They have not been able to find that lineup yet, but I mean, it's 2 rounds in a row, I believe, and they need one more to really kind of shift momentum. We've said it 1,000 times this weekend. Valorant is a momentum-based game, and Fisher, they just seem to love the offense. I want to go to Breeze super badly, but if Fisher can keep up this insane push they have found on this offense, I really think we might not.
Yeah, what I don't think we need to do right now is push this right here, right now. They need a flash. And they know they need information. Great information to take, and pushing Moon Coffee back is going to pay so well. But what is going on?
Spike down.
Oh my, like cattle to the slaughter. They just walk face first into Fruta. One by one, they fall, and that gives Rutgers the biggest lead they've had in a minute. Talk about momentum. Fisher had it all, and it was ripped away in the blink of an eye, and now it is up to this Astra to try and save the day. Moon Coffee right around the corner. Not one to miss headshots. Rutgers touching double digits. This is the number they hit last time, Gompers. Can they get over 10, or will they get stalled once again?
I think... I don't know. Once again, this is like Rutgers map pick. Let's not forget. Right. So Rutgers being able to kind of play into a map that makes them comfortable, then again is also like in itself something that they would prefer. I think Rutgers might take this map, and it's only for the reason because there's so many rounds that you need to be able to take from this team to really progress forward.
Oh my goodness, not the 0 point into Hunter's Fury. That is colossal. Psych goes in quick, takes out Fruta, but the no command going to be obliterated in the blink of an eye. Cartier takes KO down. That Haunt does not gather that much information. The Prowler, excuse me. This is going to be an important round as Chloric gets deleted once again. Prop with the double kill, not able to take the advantage or the lead. Psych finds Beast, and that is probably the fastest round we have seen in a minute. Fisher got a 3. They got 3-pieced, and Psych wanted a 3-piece of their own. 10-7 still in favor of Rutgers, but I mean, if Fisher keeps playing like that, I am scared for Rutgers for the rest of this game.
I mean, you have to be here. I think they're just desperate right now.
I agree.
Right? They've kept the reputation of being the most dominant team. And Rutgers taking that away from them is going to be very dangerous, especially with the reputation they've built.
We saw a lot there. We saw no command, Hunter's Fury, and I think that's it. So maybe we actually only saw the 2. I thought we saw a 3rd. But there's the 3rd, the Blade Storm coming out from Fisher. Psych might be able to put somebody down quick, and does so. Prof gets deleted from this Mortal Coil, and Rutgers, they are stuck in a 4v5 scenario. They've got a null command to boot. Could be pretty huge to kind of restabilize things, but I think it's difficult to use when you don't know the location of your enemies, in which case, if they're not close enough, you get no value with it.
No value here yet from Cartier. They've already lost their one player, which is going to be the fade for the information. The only information left to gain is the initiator KO here from Rutgers. And already gaining the information down in a site. So many players surrounding the extremities of this, but a nice ultimate to stop it and cool down.
Yeah, that's a definite interesting choice. I think we hear the fragment grenade trying to go into the guessing location of where that lockdown may be. I think it had some great success in destroying it as well. Fruta goes out quick with a flash, puts down 1. Logan able to find 2 to answer for it, though. It's going to be a back and forth bloodbath as Cartier takes down Ming, and now we are looking at a 2v1. The KO's alive, but he is down. We see Chloric, critical HP, stuck just around that corner. I think putting out a smoke and going for the res wouldn't be the worst idea, but playing it even slower may be more worth it. Cartier finds 1, but it's a double kill. That seals the deal, and Fisher win their 8th round. Only 2-round differential right now. I hate to say it, Gompers. I'm feeling the momentum again.
I'm feeling it as well. I feel like everybody feels it, right? You don't just win those 2 rounds in a row and push Rutgers back into an eco round because you're not feeling it. Now they're going to be able to get that 9th round in possibly. Actually... yeah, I believe, 9th round in. Yeah, they're going to be able to get that 9th round in possibly to be able to continue their stride once again. But, like, seriously, it's the momentum that they're building off that is almost impossible to really kind of let go of.
Oh, Cartier gets rid of that information dart immediately. Psych over peaks, but oh my goodness, takes down Fruta. Psych is finally waking up on the offense, and when the team needed them to most. That is the 3rd round in a row. They have found the opening frag, which almost ties the amount of times they were the opening frag, trying to make up for that missing space. Ming gonna put down the alarm bot behind, trying to read the flank, and it will be effective in doing so in just a moment. We see a flanker that moment trying to do just that. Beast 2 Hype getting floor banged into oblivion. 30 HP in a dream, not a healer in sight. All damage in this game has been and will continue to be permanent. Logan just has the lineup. Cartier finds Ming, picks up a Vandal to boot, and now Wine is wide open. Oh, Psych waiting for the time to strike. 4v2 turns into a 4v1, and this Fade, she simply cannot do enough. We are now 1 round away from a tied game again. Are they going to get stalled at the 10 points again?
Man, I don't know, Rutgers. Now that they have the rifles back, and they have 4 ultimates. So this is it. And when is Dory gonna pop the Cosmic Divide?
We just want to see one thing. It begins with a C and rhymes with Cosmic Divide, and we have not seen it yet. I would love to see Dory bring it out. The Tour de Force, I think, is an even better reason to bust out that Cosmic Divide this time. Completely negate any line of sight he's got moving forward, but instead they're sitting on it. They're holding on it, and if Fisher wins, I cannot wait to find out why.
I think overall it would have to be the aim duel. Seems like Fisher's playing slower and more respectful to the grounds here.
Bonk. Oh, he missed! Oh. I mean, Cartier just got folded. Every line of fire on them in that very moment. Beast too high puts down 2, but I'm afraid it's not enough. It's a 3v3 now. The Cosmic Divide's still on the table. I really think you just toss it out. I really think you just use it. Buddha finds Ming, sneaks in, puts down Dory. Is a 2v1. Psych has been quite the clutch factor recently, and I wonder if we're going to see a continuation of that. Goes to the safest spot to plant. Knows nobody's in tree because that's where they just came from. And Moon Coffee waiting, patiently waiting to see if they can find this strike. The rotation around Generator could spell disaster. Haven't picked them up. They've got to know they're in Gen now. Won't be in Dice. Misses that first shot. Gonna miss a shot of their own. Down to the Classic. 21 HP. Will not be able to clutch it out in Rutgers. They will break that 10-round curse.
Pulling out the Classic was a heavy one. Overall, if you're in a 1v2, you can't be picking fights like that. And I understand wanting to limit the players, but one of the biggest things is that you're also taking a 1v2. You peek an angle, you're 100% going to be met by both of the players you're trying to eliminate. So you play together in a moment like that because you don't want to take those 1v1s, especially if you're Rutgers. So the way that Psych played, I felt like they were just too hesitant. They had so much time. They could have honestly stalled for the post plant.
The stall potential was absolutely there. I wholeheartedly agree. They didn't get picked up by any intel. It was pretty clear they were behind Generator, but I don't see why they had to peek that. I think that was a very risky choice, not one that paid off. I think we saw that pretty quickly. Rutgers now, they need one more round. They've got a slight weapons disadvantage. I see a Bulldog there. The 0-point knives are going to be traded out, and now an immediate Hunter's Fury. Psych still going to dash into sight wholeheartedly, just a full committal onto the location, and that should... No! Wow! I thought that was going to find an Elin, but falls just a little bit short, that little bit going a long, long way. Psych rushing up into heaven. Still can't find a darn thing. Here comes the Nightfall to clean up.
Yeah, the cleanup is huge, but look at that. We see it. We see the call. Beautiful from Beast, but Rutgers, can you let it go, please, for Fisher? Because Fisher are struggling right now.
I mean, okay, hold on. Reset brain.
It's done.
That showstopper was such a high-risk, high-reward moment. I feel like because I screamed like that, maybe we got a replay of it. If we didn't, not the end of the world, but it was such a now-or-never moment. They pull. I thought 1 was a guarantee. To find 2 is a rarity at a rank like this one. Ming finds the Elam onto Prof, but that is not going to save the day. At least, I don't think so. The trade-off was risky, but I think they've got that in the bag. Rutgers,
yeah, that was very risky.
1 second left on the clock. They want to get that showstopper back as soon as possible. I mean, Gompers, they are a hypothetical 5 eliminations away. Let's see. This has got to be it. Just fires. Got intel 1 person was down there. Takes out 2. And that was just, like you said, the nail in the coffin to eliminate Rutgers that, or excuse me, to eliminate, Fisher that round. Rutgers, they are 1 round away. They can do this.
I think that Rutgers is going to be able to. I don't know. They've been doing incredibly well, especially playing with this raise. Look at that. Already throwing it down within tile so that they can get a push up quite possibly, but so many players left within Cat.
So many players left within Cat, like you said, and a 5-man dedication up here through mid. Psych has the Blade Storm. Was pretty impressive with it last time. Seems to be pretty impressive with it this time. Unfortunately, the numbers against them. All of a sudden, a 3v1 is up to the KJ to save the K-Day, and this grenade from Beast. Gonna do a lot of damage to himself. They do not know the location of Ming, who's hanging out in bricks at the moment. We've got 70 seconds left on the clock. 100 HP from Ming. A Vandal to their name. There's a world where this KJ can win this. There's not a doubt in my mind. But it's going to be a tough situation to win. Ooh.
Hard to win something out, especially when you don't know what to do at this point. Ming takes out the first. The second is there. Can Ming clutch? I'm not so sure.
Would go crazy. No. Oh, but Prof has it in the bag. Map 3, folks, the very first map. Fisher is going to lose this series, and there is a chance it is the very last. I'm going to pull up the notes really quickly. I want to remind everybody that on Breeze, Fisher is 26-5 in terms of rounds, which means they went 13-5 and 13-0. They have won this map without a sign of life from their opponents in this very tournament.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I don't know who's gonna win the next map. I mean, coming into Breeze, oh man. With Sykes' playstyle, I think they might honestly get like a really good advantage here if they start on the attacking side first. But overall, it feels kind of blank in my mind. I never expected it to be so close, to be honest with you.
And I know that we're getting information from Colton. Shout out, great producer Colton. Rutgers is 13-9 on Breeze. And that's pretty good. Not as impressive. They only played it once. They won. They beat Loyola University, Maryland. Still got 9 points against them. So we're going to need a change in play style from Rutgers. But I've got to say, we have seen plenty of changes so far. And during this short little upcoming break, they're going to have even more time to talk about what they want to bring to the table. Folks, you do not want to miss this. This is the Grand Finals Map 3. Everything is on the table right here for that first place spot. We'll see you right back here in just a couple of minutes. What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to CECC East 2022 Valorant Grand Finals of the Qualifier. There is still a whole in-person event after this, but enough of that. Let's talk more about what is on the table right here, right now. Fisher versus Rutgers. Things were dominant. We suspected Fisher to come in here completely, clean the table with them, wipe the board, whatever that phrase is. 13-10 in map 1, 13-8, 13-9 in map 2, but in favor of Rutgers. We're going all the way to map 3. We're going to Breeze for the first time on stream this weekend.
I am excited. It's been a long day. Listen, been a long morning, but honestly, I wouldn't like to spend it any other way. I love Valorant. I love the collegiate scene overall. Everybody's so nice as well. And honestly, I think I'm more excited for the interview to see who won.
Yes.
Because I have people in mind.
I definitely do as well. And we actually just got confirmation that Fruta is currently reconnecting to the game, so there may be a minute or two, but that gives us more time to hypothesize. So, Gompers, same question I asked you on Ascent. You hear Breeze. Does anybody pop into your head straight away?
Does anybody pop in my head for Breeze?
Any agents? Anybody's like, oh, hey, they're definitely going to be played right now?
For Breeze, man, that's a good question. It's to be honest with you, for Breeze, I'm thinking Sky, obviously, a Viper, obviously, a KO, obviously, a Chamber, obviously, a Jet, obviously. I think I just named everybody.
I was gonna say that is 5, so that is the full roster, and I wholeheartedly agree. I think we're gonna be seeing Chamber and KO are like, to me, the 100% guarantees. Sky and Viper, very likely, but not guaranteed as much. And then Jet, I think from Psych at least, we're definitely going to be seeing it. From the side of Rutgers, I've got a funny feeling we're going to be seeing Raze. Now, that is frightening for a couple of reasons. Raze obviously works very well on close quarters, kind of, you know, like hugging one another situations. Breeze has like 0 of those. There's Elbow on A site, and then there's Cave. Wait, I'm saying... I don't know. Okay, Elbow on B site, Cave on A site. Those are like the 2 spots I can think of where Raze's nade or ultimate's going to get guaranteed value.
Yeah. A Raze, I mean, I feel like every agent works everywhere, but some agents work less than others. Absolutely. Yeah, so a Raze would be scary. Listen, I love Phoenix on Breeze. I don't care what anybody says. All right? Phoenix is disgusting on Breeze. Phoenix's wall is like literally a free passageway onto site.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's get a look at the maps again. Let's get a look at the scores. So just in case you're joining us for map 3, you heard, oh, map 3, oh my goodness, I want to go check that out, see who can come in first place. Welcome. First of all, thank you for joining us. Second of all, check this out. Check out how close these games have been. Haven, 13-10, Ascent, 9-13, or I guess 13-9 technically. Breeze is the decider, folks. This is the first, okay, first of all, it's the first best of 3 we've had. Second of all, it's the first one we've had go all the way to map 3, which is crazy, which is super interesting. We went the whole tournament without seeing Pearl, which is really sad, but that's okay. Next time, Breeze is going to be the decider, and I'm very, very excited to see which team comes out on top. Rutgers, as you brought up, Gompers, they have won they've won the opening pistol round both times. So if they do that again, that could be a huge momentum boost for this team going into our final map of the event. And
it could, and that's one of the best parts about, you know, Breeze. I love me some Breeze. I am heavily excited for this one. You know, it's good that we're getting a variety of games as well as we're getting closer to the end of like the finals, but we'll be able to see who will take home that victory. I think this is the hardest game that Fisher has had so far, so they're definitely enjoying them. I am done. I'm done.
I forgot Psych played Neon. I think I would have said Neon. I really think I would have said that, but you know what? I forgot about her existence, to be honest. I forgot she was real. And I will say, Psych on the Neon, notably, obviously more comfortable than Psych on the Jet, and I think Neon can get a lot of value here. Her ult goes, what, like 30 meters or something? Something way too far. And I think this is a very easy map to abuse that on. Oh, whoa! Beast too hype on the Jet. Fully aware that Raze is not going to work here.
Just, you know, just doing the do. Truly, just doing the do. So, it is kind of crazy that we're still seeing that Neon being played.
Yeah.
And there is no flashes other than Chloric, which is fine, honestly. I'm just so used to the double initiator type of composition that this is so weird to me.
I will say that you were 80% correct when it comes to Fisher's team comp. You hit everything but the Jet. They were all essentially guarantees. They've all made an appearance, and I think you were completely correct. I think we're going to see... Actually, I think you're about to have... wait, no.
And I think I did say the Jet. I think I didn't say the Sova. I said Sky and KO.
Yeah, you're right. You said Sky. That's the one that's
second initiator, I think Sova coming into that role.
Silva coming into that role is going to be interesting. And it looks like Prof is also going to lock it in. A bit of uncertainty, but they ran out of time to decide.
Dang. Beautiful shots. This is where I want to spend my vacation.
I want to go to there. This is the prettiest map, I think, personally.
Yeah, I actually, well...
Icebox is pretty.
I think Pearl.
That's, okay, valid. I kind of forgot Pearl exists. And I also realized Pearl is actually the only map we aren't seeing this weekend. Because of this Breeze pick, we've officially seen every other map except for Split, RIP Split, and Pearl.
Yeah. Only reason that I say Pearl is because I love when, like, you just, like, go into spawn.
Yeah.
And then you, like, hear the little music of the lady singing. Or, like, the guitar, you know?
Yeah. I'm trying to think of which spot of the map that is. I can't remember.
The French music. Is that French?
I don't know. I don't know that part.
Know. It sounds Italian or something. But it's like nice romantic music when you load in, because there's like a guitar playing next to like a shop in the back of, I think it's Defender side spawn.
It's funny that I think this map is so pretty because I don't like going to the beach in real life. I get sunburnt in like 10 minutes.
That's valid though. So
you've got to wonder if they of all the agents apply sunscreen or if they're just not worried about it.
I think they're Jet. I think just well, you know, when you run around a lot, I feel like it doesn't matter, right? I don't know. Science is hard.
I don't know either. Science is very hard. What's not hard, I guess what's usually harder actually, is engaging on the B site. But Rutgers, they've come through immediately. They put the wall down. They make the space they believe is necessary, and they are trying to find some high quality action, some high value off the back of it. Beast 2 Hype on the Jet, I'm actually a little bit worried about. We haven't seen him play anything except Raze this entire time, so hopefully the Jet is just as talented and just as warmed up as that Raze was. Chloric with first blood on the Moon Coffee. They can get that much harder for Rutgers to win this pistol round. And we said it already, we haven't seen them lose a pistol round until right now if it happens.
Awesome. Rutgers.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, really good. But Psych is just closing things off really nicely with the pistol round. But you have to rely on your team.
Oh, no.
You have to have some trust at least, but it seems like this was the best bet.
Neon diff. It's going to be weirdly close, but not close enough to be worried about. I think probably about 3.2 seconds. Wow! I'm devastated. I almost just did the coolest thing in the world. If they were 0.01 seconds earlier, I would have been spot on.
Mm-hmm. This is the first pistol round I think I've seen Fisher win.
It's the,
coming into the first half. Second half I've seen them win a couple, but this is like very big momentum-wise.
I wholeheartedly agree. This is huge for their momentum. They've won the pistol round, which statistically puts them in a position to win the following, which then can give them at least a 2-2, and that's a worst-case scenario. Knowing Fisher, if they get momentum early, they've got 3 marshals on the board right now. We could very likely be staring a 4-2 in the face in just a couple of minutes. Or 4-0. Duh. Sorry.
Yeah, time ticks and Fisher waits. Oh, Logan.
Logan might get some action there if the chamber backs up far enough, but the rotation up through mid, given away. That trademark was there to catch him, and now Beast 2 Hype has to hit this first shot. No armor on his body. He's a body shot bandit, and Logan proving the point of the Marshal and its effectiveness. Finds a 3-piece with the Ghost to boot, and now Rutgers, I mean, they were supposed to lose this second round, but I don't think they were supposed to lose it this bad. Wow.
Mm-hmm. Ending things off real nice and rowdy, which is fine. I mean, they have 2 marshals, 3 marshals. Actually, that's pretty valid on a map like Breeze. This map is very, very far off, yeah.
A long-range map for sure, so it's going to be very easy to kind of get those shots from a long range. I suspect Ming's going to bring out the op at the earliest possible opportunity, no pun intended, and just seeing the long-distance gameplay you kind of have to bring out. The long-range weapons are going to be a little more common to be picked.
Yeah, Ming. I don't know if this pushing up this far is good, because they haven't even placed down their TP yet, so they're going to have to take whatever they can.
Wow. Beast 2 Hype gets the shot onto Ming. A great trade out there. It's going to be a 4-4 scenario. The dash out instead of in is really fascinating. The fragment grenade comes out. It's kind of trapped him for a moment. The 0-point knife hit him as well, so it's going to be entirely just own reliance of skill, own reliance of accuracy from Beast 2 Hype for a moment. Oh, Cloric flashes himself, but Beast is still there to clean up off the back of it. Rutgers, they start of a very rough round. It looks like they are going to be able to find some value off the back of it. Cartier takes down Psych from a distance. 20 HP in a dream. They know the exact location of the final player, and Dory is deciding it might be better to save that Vandal. Going to go for exit frags instead.
You're walking up. I don't know if Dory's going to be able to survive this. Holes in the ankle. Very, very low.
They're all going to have to exit out through main here. And Dory, they know she's close nearby. I don't know why Fruita's holding that angle. I don't feel like she would come through. And now she's giving herself away entirely. Knows Cartier is low. Might be able to find that shot. The shock dart does nothing, but oh! Fruita eats a bullet for breakfast. Beast too hype. Returns the damage. And Rutgers put their first win on the board. 3 Vandals still in hand going into round 4.
Let's not forget that this is the 3rd map of finals, by the way.
Oh my goodness. Absolutely. I'm so stoked.
Yeah, but these teams are definitely going to put forth a lot more effort than they've put in the most previous types of rounds, but I'm looking forward to seeing.
I know chat hears me use the phrase now or never very often, but like, come on, there's no better definition of the phrase now or never than what we're looking at. One of these teams has to win. They have to get that first place spot. And to be fair, they've both guaranteed their spot moving forward in the in-person event, which more information on that later. But Fisher right now, they want to win this. They have been the #1 seed through and through. Rutgers, they want to be that underdog story. They want to be that comeback kid. They want to dominate Fisher at their own game on what is arguably their most dominant map.
No,
oh!
So good. Overextended themselves just a bit. There was no smokes that they could use. Not even a Viper smoke down to kind of give them that insurance, but it looks good from Rutgers. And I don't think Fisher's is going to be able to even clutch this up with a 1v5.
Yeah, something tells me, you know, the operator is going to be helpful, but I don't think it's going to be 1v5 helpful. You'd need to land some pretty intense shots back to back to back to back to back. Pretty difficult situation to be in. I think you have to go for the save. And on a map like Breeze with this much time left, it's tough to save because they've got a lot of time to just look for you in every possible direction. And now they know exactly where you are. Oh.
They have the op, so I'd be scared to peek this, to be honest with you. Kind of just keep myself back.
The Jet's got a really good sneak up, but I don't think she knows where he is. Yeah. Oh, Beast 15 HP. Oh, the headshot. Moon Coffee, though, that's the op down. That is the operator in the hands of Rutgers if they can get there fast enough to grab it, and they do. Almost. Oh my god, that was a little too close for comfort, but they found it, and that's what matters. Things looking good for Rutgers. They've tied it up. If they win this round, they snatch the lead back all over again.
I already know what's going to happen, so I'm not going to say 2-2, blah, blah, blah. No, this is going to be close. This is going to be close. I don't care. I don't care about it.
We've told this story 100 times.
Yeah. Not going to repeat the story that we've pretty much repeated maybe more than 50 times.
Shout out Prof, one of the coolest gun skins in the game, and I love the sound it makes when you fire it.
Yeah. Oh no, there's so much silence here.
I think silence is the only way to approach this.
Oh,
honestly.
they could peek off this drone. I would run this down.
Oh. I think it'd be really smart to run in right behind the drone. Cartier plays it slow. Cloric almost had a great flank, but it's going to fall short to the bullet from the Viper. 5v4, they've got the spike, and they're ready for the rotate. That could be a quick one. Ming guarding it with the headhunter. Gonna miss hunting that head, and that Jet lives to tell the tale. Pragma grenade goes in quick. Ming down to 20 HP. 20 quickly turns to 0, and that is the B site wide open for Rutgers.
Movements in mid. Nice shot from Breezy. From Beast. Where did Breezy come from? Oh my gosh.
We're on Breeze, to be fair.
But yeah, everybody taking out the fish. It does seem like Rutgers. They always manage to take the lead first.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. If Psych aces with a... Okay. Never mind. Scratch it. Scratch everything I was about to say. That's the op. Oh my goodness. Just taking these players down one by one. Rutgers is doing such a good job, and this is the same playstyle we saw back on Haven that almost did them justice, but they fell a little bit short, where they slow it down. They slow it way, way down. They force Fisher to get a little antsy, a little nervous, and then all of a sudden, they use every util they got. They rush it down like you'd never expect, and it works every single time.
I mean, it has to work. Because if it doesn't, then you're pretty much set to fail and not make that first place run.
Beast too hype with a Blade Storm. Have not seen a use from this yet. Only the Showstoppers, and they've been all great, but you gotta say, Showstopper and Blade Storm, very different ultimates. Proof in the pudding.
Not a lot to work off of here. It seems like they're still trying to make some sort of progression for Fisher. And Beast can see the head, but it is up to Psych to take it.
Psych takes him down 19 HP. Barely lives to tell the tail. Cartier ties things up, or not quite. I thought the Neon was about to go down there, but she doesn't. Prof finds him, but Ming already found it with the Tour de Force. 3v2 in favor of Fisher. Gotta say a little bit of that. Okay, now a numbers advantage, a health advantage to boot. Chloric goes all the way down and around, takes Prof off the board, and it is up to Cartier to save the day. 1-1, the snake bite. Gonna do a little bit of damage. He's sitting there tanking it, but Pros... Oh no, it missed! Pros don't fake. And Chloric gets the cleanup kill. We are tied 3-3. I thought he was just sitting in that snake bite, but it never touched him.
No, it's in it. Not touching here, but the operator for Ming. They can use this at any point in time, and they have been. Seems like it's been working out a little bit better for Moon Coffee, though. Unfortunately enough for Fisher. I feel like what is going to be scary is the ultimate here we have from Cartier.
Beast too hype, I think, getting caught out by that 0-pointer, just barely dodging with the recon bolt. That's going to be the one to really give away that information. Playing it slow and steady. It's that classic Rutgers moment where they don't want to overplay their hand because they know the moment they do, they lose the upper hand. Moon Coffee takes out Ming, and speaking of upper hand, that is Rutgers in lead with the numbers once again.
Just coming in. You can see that Logan is ready to throw the shock darts, but nothing to be thrown yet. And Psych having the ultimate coming around the back. This is so scary. No chamber there. So they can't even use the util.
Spike planted.
Recon Bolt gets a little bit of information, but Logan doesn't get all the intel he really wants, and confident enough to send a shock dart and find a lot of damage for free. No command now comes out from Chloric down in the center there. Beast too high finds Logan. Oh my goodness, Psych going up close and personal. Gonna be baiting bullets for breakfast. Moon Coffee takes that Neon ultimate off the table, and Fisher getting ripped to shreds by Rutgers right now. This is gonna be a 4-3 advantage unless Dory can give us the clutch or possibly res of a lifetime. Goes to stabilize the core, has the freedom to do so. Gonna be able to find it, but Prof puts down one, goes to put down another, and it's a 1v1 like no other. Beast too hype finds Chloric, and that was far closer than Rutgers ever wanted it to be.
Looking good. I want to see this back. We'll be able to see this back very quickly. But yeah, Psych pulling out the ultimate and then getting completely domed out. And the thing is that they also hit the headshot first. If they had kept the crosshair there, they would have eliminated possibly the chamber there from Rutgers and continue to you know, just eliminate everybody else, which is unfortunate that it didn't work that way. But at least there for the side of Fisher, Rutgers feeling good.
Yeah, all we've learned today is there are absolutely no freebies here in Grand Finals. Rutgers, they are keeping it close. They are giving Fisher a run for their money. If Rutgers wins one more round, they have tied the most rounds won against Fisher on this map so far this weekend. Moon Coffee able to take Logan down early. That is another numbers advantage. They have got to get this chamber out of here, or I'm seeing a pattern. I mean, Rutgers, Moon Coffee in particular, time and time again, just raw dominance with that operator in hand. Speaking of dominance, Beast too hype grabs a 3-piece to secure another round win over Fisher. We need a miracle from Dory, and all they've got is a classic to their name. Great try.
Oh no. Yeah, Rutgers still with the lead. It is also kind of like, I wouldn't, not unfortunate, my apologies. More so like, once you continuously lose the lead in the beginning of the games, almost every single time, you start to worry, because if that continuously happens, you've pretty much given yourself a disadvantage.
And it's important to note that Fisher right now, they're on the defense, which has notoriously been their lackluster side.
Yeah.
So if Rutgers continues to take a hyper-aggressive vigilance and advantage over them, there is a world where Fisher can clutch back when they're on the offense. Somebody finally putting Moon Coffee down. Ming is going to take that operator offline. Now you get down. I mean, Rutgers has to slow it way down, even more than they want to. but they can't they can't play the same style they're trying because that operator has been a linchpin in every play they've brought to the table so far.
Yeah, but more plays to come, as there are more rounds to continue to win or maybe even lose here. Rutgers just doing so good. They've lost one, unfortunately enough for them, but it seems like Fisher trying to keep things with those limited numbers.
Limited numbers make it so hard to engage. They've got 2 ults to work with. I think a Viper's Pit wouldn't be the worst idea. It would obviously be a pretty aggressive risk, but it forces Fisher to push into you. Okay, now definitely don't use it. Okay, now definitely don't use it, as Beast2 Hype and Fruta are both removed from the equation. I think Rutgers is going to have to pass this round over to Fisher. Maybe go for a couple of exit frags just like that. Guarantee yourselves a little more comfortability down the line. But on the bright side, even if/when Fisher wins this round, they're still going to be down by 1. We're not back in that draw scenario yet. Oh my goodness! No, they're gonna use it!
Oh no.
Oh,
Rutgers, they lose the round again. This is never gonna end.
I cannot believe it. I think it was a good idea, but I think the risk was never worth the reward. Prof just going raw dominance, tries to find the plant, but Dory from that cave door gonna be able to find that Elim. I've got to say, Rutgers, they took a lot off the table, but throwing out that Viper's Pit, that's an ultimate they are absolutely going to want back.
Yeah. I'm not going to be able to get it. But Hunter's Fury ready, Tour de Force ready, and up to use just in case. But Rutgers giving away the round in a never-ending story of back and forth that we've been hitting this iteration that really just keeps you on your toes.
Coffee holding a close angle, wants to catch somebody elbow, but I don't think we're going to see that level of aggression from Fisher. They're really starting to slow it down, taking a play directly out of Rutgers' playbook. Prof? Oh, if only Prof could see through walls like we can, he'd know that chamber is absolutely oblivious to anyone approaching from Arch. Ming is still going to find Cartier, takes them offline. Now Hunter's Fury to boot. Not sure how I feel about it, but it looks like it's going to be pretty darn effective as 2 go down. Floric takes out Beast2 Hype. It's 3v3 in favor of neither side at the moment. Tour de Force out, which gives a pretty aggressive advantage to Rutgers, but I don't know if they're going to be able to utilize it. Fruta finds Psych. The numbers are unbelievably against Fisher, but now 2v2, and if anybody's going to clutch, I'm more than confident it's going to be Floric.
Yeah, but I'm confident about right here is Fisher in the position that they are in. They're trying to play together, and you can tell, but if somebody gets taken out a little bit too far for the trade, right here the orb comes through. Chloric, really good to be able to actually have their crosshair placement perfectly right on top of their head, but Moon Coffee, we've seen the way they play. But the suppression makes things harder. Nice first shot, but there comes the peak.
I think the beef with that was kind of like you said, they knew exactly where Moon Coffee was. There was no surprise. There was no secret. You know, the 0-point knife caught him. They knew exactly where his location was going to be found. And now Fisher has tied it up 5-5. Almost a full buy from Rutgers. They're going to bring the Blade Storm out instead of buying a gun for the Jet because she's a little bit broke right now. But Fisher with 0 ultimates. They need to win this one off of utility and mechanics alone. Well, they might get Tour de Force, but the option is then going to be, do we want to use it? It actually seems like they might go for it. Because he's not buying a gun. He might go for an ult orb here to try and get this weapon up early.
Yeah, which makes sense. I feel like I haven't seen people farm for orbs, though. I feel like they're more so looking for the picks to get them what they're looking for, but nothing gonna work yet.
Not the opener you want to see if you were on the side of Rutgers. Dory just ripping a majority of your team apart, trying to find the ace. 1 Elim short of doing so now. Moon Coffee takes down Dory, but that will be through and through. Fisher now taking the lead, having a rough go of it, but might be able to take us into the second half with that 7-5.
Yeah, overall. Then again, if anybody can take it, I think 3 points above, then I would say that they're going to win. Because we have not seen that. It's always been like a 2-point mark for both of these teams. Kind of just keeping things very, very close. I think the last map was the only kind of like difference that we saw. Really pretty far off in the beginning half, but then they closed it very, very quickly.
Oh, I thought Psych was literally just going to full book it down halls here. I think that would have been kind of insane, but chooses not to. Going to play it a little bit slower, and I think that may be the call, because if you overextend, if your team loses you early, that Neon in particular, that is a lot of damage off the table that your team was definitely going to want back down the line. You played it safe. Logan finds the first Elam onto Fruta. A lot of damage has been dealt, though. Take a look at that chamber. He is in critical condition. Dory brings that Viper's, or that Snakebite over. Cartier has gone down, and Fisher, oh, Dory finds Prof. It is all but over. Only player left is a critical condition Moon Coffee. Fisher to flawless their last round on their weaker half. Now they're going to go into offense, which is where they love to be. And Gompers, I'm afraid for Rutgers here.
Yeah. I mean, I would be afraid for them too. Fisher taking that 2-point lead. If they get another one, then it's completely over. This pistol round would be done for Rutgers. And they would have to pick themselves back up after a while.
Absolutely. This is a frightening consideration because, and I'm going to say it, I'm going to try to say it just one more time, but I don't know if I'm actually going to keep saying it. A now or never moment was presented, right? We saw the tie-up. We saw Rutgers get danger close to winning a round. I think they got a little bit nervous. They got a little bit sloppy, and I do think it may cost them this game, which would then, in lieu, cost them the series. Fisher, it all comes down to if they win this pistol round. If they do, we can see a 9-5 on the clock, a classic work day. And this is just another day of work for Fisher so far.
Yeah, but I do want to say, just a reminder, you guys can go beyond your field of study and get a world-class education in leadership. As an Army officer, of course, you'll learn to be a decision maker and a mentor in any environment at any scale. It's a challenging path, but the choice is simple. Decide to lead at goarmy.com/officer. You can actually see it in the bottom of your screen if you are interested. It'll be a fun time.
Oh my goodness, you know it's not a fun time. Getting obliterated by a chamber with a headhunter. 2 wallbang headshots. Fruta finds Psych, ties things up 3-3, but the Jet critical condition, and now his Moon Coffee is also headshot. Ming not missing a tap so far. Overextends, and it looks like it has been worth it. Taking people down left, right, and center. 7-5, the spike already planted. I don't think Rutgers is going to be able to clutch this one out. The 4 does not turn to 5. Logan steals the ace, but that is a round win regardless. And now Fisher needs only 5 more to win the series and grand finals.
That's great. Pistol round 1 out. They're going to be able to, commit to the bonus round. No buy, no force from Rutgers. Why would you do that anyways? Kind of, destroying yourself. But if you want to take a look at Beast, right? 13-10. They've been pulling and hauling for this team, even on the defense. Playing the duelist on the defense is also extremely hard, incredibly hard to do, because there really isn't anything that you can do to set yourself up for success here. So
undoubtedly so.
Yeah.
Raze and Jet, very different agents, as I'm sure anybody who's played this game could tell you. And I've got to say, it is the sign of a truly strong duelist to be able to come out and play both and top frag both times. That is truly impressive. And it comes down, we're seeing some great mechanical skill and great utilization of util as well. So it's not just about having better accuracy. I think, we've seen some great performances from Beast so far. 1 shot already. Fisher, they have found the numbers advantage. They've got the weapons advantage to boot. And Logan cleaning house. A double kill already. Psych trying to turn 2-3 and might be able to do so. A shot now. A turnaround from Rutgers. We see Moon Coffee finds that Elam onto Dory, but we need even more than that. We need a lot more than 1. Trying to find 2. Gonna get shocked out. That flash, but luckily enough, no one follows up on it, but a fragment grenade sneaking in through the back. Logan puts another 3-piece down. It is just kill after kill after kill right now. Logan might be able to find an ace. 1 Elam short.
Yeah, so much going on. Look at that. Can't even pick the fight. Fisher, though, closing things out, and they win another round. The 9-5 comes in, and now the bonus round comes out. And if they can win the bonus round, pretty much is over. But they have to set themselves up for success. I think the Marshals could help. And the Operator, which is honestly not the worst pick in the world.
I think I agree. The Operator's one of those kind of high-risk, high-reward scenarios, but when your team's up 9-5 and you've been one of the most dominant forces on your team so far, keep in mind that every round they've won, Ming has, except for the most previous, Ming has been the one to put down an insane amount of eliminations, including that pistol round where he dropped, I believe, 4, because we were just shy of that ace. Let's see if Ming can get an early kill here. A little bit of overextension can go a really long way against Rutgers. They've got to play it safe. And honestly, I wouldn't suspect the ult to be online, the op, excuse me. So I wonder if they're going to be a little too reckless not thinking about it.
What you are thinking about is what's going to happen here. Fisher Looking so good already. Magnificent. The showstopper. My apologies. The Hunter's Fury that came out initially, pressuring these players back. Rutgers trying to eliminate the players so that they can at least have some of that equal playing field.
We're tied up 3-3 again, and Rutgers has brought us to this 3-3 tie for the third time in a row now, but we just never see the follow-up, the round win from Rutgers. Mooncoffee gets the wallbang headshot, removes the op from the equation, puts down a fourth, and is getting ready to find the fifth. I'd love to see the counter ace come out from Rutgers. That could show us a brand new sign of life. Not the lineups! Not the lineups from Dory. That's half the spike already, though. Definitely was not expecting that. Now, technically, Rutgers could motley their own feet and continue to defuse. That is technically a game mechanic and not a bug, so they could do that. Nobody's looking down cave for some reason, and I wonder why! That's the ace pickup from Mooncoffee, and that is a round win from Rutgers. They've officially won the most rounds against Fisher in total, that we knew that much, but now on Breeze alone, they have found a 6th round, which no one else has been able to do.
Yeah. No one else able to do and pull together something quite like that one, but oh my goodness. It's just overall astounding how they just gave that away, the operator away to the side of Rutgers, because now, I mean, they've almost set themselves up for failure. We know how Rutgers is with the op.
Beast 2 Hype has the op, which means Mooncoffee is definitely ulting here. That's literally all that can mean, because I am surprised to see them pass over the operator at all. There it is. You want to play? Let's play. Yeah. Gonna have an operator locking down both sides. Fisher gonna be pushing towards the A, it seems, perhaps into mid. Flash comes out with no follow-through. That is really interesting. That almost screams fake.
I feel like it has to scream fake. But Fisher, they know the op is there. They still have flashes to use, if anything.
They're faking the fake. Oh my gosh, Psych is all the way up halls. If they open the door, that could be great, but if they walk out, they may run into, I think it was the Sova. No, it's Mooncoffee with the tour de force. Anybody peeks this without flashing, and they are a goner. Ooh, Mooncoffee cannot overextend, because if he checks either corner, he is in hot water. Somebody waiting just around the other. The door has yet to be opened. He knows somebody's in there. He can feel it. Oh, not the 0 point! Definitely going to hear the weapon pull as they go back to their items. And Psych sends out a flash. Not going to have the best of luck with it. Gets eliminated by Prof. Knife kill! No way! Hello? The 180 shot from Chloric takes down that chamber, and all of a sudden, this is not the easy win Rutgers may have just thought it was going to be. Beast misses a crucial shot onto that Sova. The spike plant hasn't even come out yet. With only one player left, they're not going to be able to make it happen. Cartier finds Dory, and Rutgers puts the 7th one down. Can they continue this level of dominance and turnaround to give us a 9-9 and maybe even take a lead over Fisher? They still have that op in hand.
Ooh, the frustration definitely seems like it's starting to bubble here for Fisher. Needing to save again is hard to really come by, but I think overall, like, man, this is, again, it's so hard. They dropped the op for Mooncoffee, and I thought at first that it would have worked out, but then again, like, Fisher still, sometimes they have these moments where they just want to pick these solo fights.
Mooncoffee, danger close to finding it, the immediate rendezvous. You never really get to think if you found the shot. You've just got to get out of there safely. Psych has only a sheriff for their name. 3 off of that ultimate, and that could be a huge one to deal with. Here comes the tour de force from the side of Fisher now. Absolutely, as those who don't know, a one-shot, one-kill type of weapon. Oh, Beast misses 2 crucial knives. Could have removed the tour de force from the equation entirely, but those knives going to be falling a little bit too short. Mooncoffee finds Chloric in the center field here, and this is where things can turn around for Rutgers once again.
Yeah, turning over as it seems. Trying to turn things around. Rutgers are very, very patient, but if Beast peeks this is going to be dangerous. A nice shot down. They've gotten some damage.
Damage on the board, and Beast 2 Hype whiffs all 5 of those knives, not able to pick up any damage. Ming gonna swing. Mooncoffee might get timing diffed in the most disastrous way. Oh, the timing! Wow! Mooncoffee timing's the timing diff, and it's going to be Dory coming up close. Rendezvous in and out of there. What a cool transition from our in-game observer there. From the rendezvousing chamber to Psych themselves, the sheriff. Still the only thing on lock. Beast with the... Oh my goodness! Timing into timing. It is up to Dory to save the day, and Dory will be sent back where they belong. That is Rutgers going 9-7, 9-8 now on the board there. 1 round away from the tie-up.
Yeah. Things to do. Rutgers taking things back. Oh my goodness.
I can't believe this.
I can't either.
Moon Coffee looks away. Ming gets the lineup. Ming looks away. Moon Coffee gets the lineup. It was just timing diff after timing diff. You hate to see it, but that's what this game is all about. Holding those angles. I made that comment earlier. When you're using that op, when you're using that sniper, you have to play the most patient game you can. The moment you overextend, the moment you overplay your hand, you've already lost.
Standing ahead.
Who's gonna lose? I'm wondering. Very curious. Not a lot of ults to use here. Both Sovas not having their Hunter's Fury, but the one Recon Dart completely used out. Prof getting down, so they don't have much to use or much to do with Prof anymore, but it's still a trade-off.
Absolutely. And I have to say, I don't think I'd hate the use of the Viper's Pit or the Null Command. And that's coming from either side, obviously. So Fisher with the Viper's Pit, Rutgers with the Null Command. I think those would both be incredibly impactful ultimates. They play their cards right. Yeah, you'd have to slow it down a little bit to use that Viper's Pit. Or excuse me, the Null Command, but you'd have to speed it way up to use that Viper's Pit. Rushing into sight, putting it down, gives your team an unbelievable level of cover.
Yep, down in mid. Then again, Fisher have been going towards mid a lot more lately, which is not too surprising. But Dory definitely seems like they're trying to create a fake out so that everybody can hit B site.
It's a great fake. Everybody always falls for the Viper wall, and we're actually seeing a rotate. Look up in that spawn there. I think it's the KO who's rotating around toward the empty A site. B site, though, Cartier going to find the intel, gets Logan down early. Toxin's low. Here comes a fragment grenade from Chloric to make even more space. Spike down. Let's see who they can find. They see the spray and pray, but it's Dory from mid that catches Cartier unaware.
Yeah, Frida does have a molly, but it's nice from Ming. The one tap is so beautiful.
That truly was a beautiful one tap. I mean, it's just...
like a scope then, just a casual, you know? Oh no.
Oh no. Moon Coffee gets taken out by Ming, and now Chloric has a huge opportunity. The knife kill is unbelievably possible, but they go for the wall bang, take that jet down to critical HP, and we need the clutch of a lifetime here. Beast 2 Pro takes down Ming. There's one player left. 5 HP! Oh, he must have taken another bullet from Ming. Oh, the flash out. Oh, the reset from Chloric to play window. Genius. Genius all the way down the line. He's stalling, and that's what this is all about. See ya.
Yeah, they had to get it from there.
Fisher up to double digits now. They're 3 rounds away. They've got 3 ultimates in their back pocket. Rutgers, they're close to only 1.
Still, Fisher, 3 ults. This could be it. This could be the moment that Fisher needs, the 1 round win that gets them even further. I'm pretty sure CECC is actually going to go for an aggressive pusher because they have the ultimate as well. So
CECC has not had the greatest track record with these ultimates so far. No. Flashback to getting instantly domed when they pulled it out last time. But getting hit by that 0-point knife is going to slow you down just a little bit. They got the intel. Somebody's going to be back there. The Viper wall comes out. The drone gives Beast away. Has to relocate immediately. Trying to get that dart out, and CECC is going to rush it in. Moon Coffee takes down Logan at the blink of an eye. Brutal finds CECC, and it is Rutgers' game all day long. It is their round to lose. There's the Viper's Pit, but it is just the majority of Fisher getting ripped apart. We'd need a 5-man ace from Chloric, a complete and total team wipe to win this round. Found 1 already, 4 to go. But that Viper's Pit, I mean, that is an ultimate Fisher is gonna want back. They tried to play it fast. They did not account for that operator.
Readied up on the ultimate. Once again, still Rutgers taking things back. The exhaustion that I can't even understand these players feel.
Yeah, truly. And I mean, they've both played a lot today. Nobody has had a very long break by any means. They both got a break during our round 3 decider, or excuse me, our 3rd place decider. But other than that, they've been running full throttle all day, all weekend. Truly, Rutgers 1 round shy of being able to tie things up again. 10-10. I think it would be the first time. Oh, I guess it happened on Ascent as well, but this series is the first time we've seen both teams hit double digits ever. Now that Neon again!
Pulling
Again!
out.
Psych pulls it and gets obliterated!
Yeah, what happens when you have to keep doing that over and over and over again? But it seems like there's only one more remaining here for Fisher, and Rutgers about to take things back to 10 and 10.
Florix got some clutch potential, but 2v1 with a Sheriff and 5 HP. That's some VCT level gameplay. I don't think we're gonna be getting that here. I mean, that's some 1 in a million stuff. But Rutgers, like you said, taking it back. Now they have 3 ultimates, and Fisher has none. Fisher was supposed to win those 2. They had ultimates. They had stuff to throw at Rutgers, and Rutgers can now throw whatever they want to the wall because they've got such an aggressive numbers advantage.
They gotta throw a lot out here for Rutgers if they want to keep things up. Tech pause coming out.
I wonder why.
Oh my gosh. This is insane. The how long this game is going is like the only team that can play against Fisher.
Yeah, this has been a phenomenal performance from Rutgers so far. And you've got to think, you know, when we look at statistics, Rutgers had a much more difficult journey getting here. But then they have had the best run of it against Fisher. Maybe they knew this team. Maybe they've studied this team. Maybe these teams scrim all the time. Who knows? But what I do know is Rutgers, they are large and in charge right now. When this tech pause comes to an end, they're going to have the Tour de Force online. They've got a Null Command and a Viper's Pit in their back pocket. Fisher is very close to a Hunter's Fury and possibly a Tour de Force in this round. They need to work for it. They need to go out of their way to find it. But it is still absolutely on the table. I just cannot believe how close Rutgers is taking this. At this point, to bring it this far and lose would be crushing.
But Rutgers, I mean, it's their land.
Exactly. They're getting the land buff before we're even at land.
They really want to. I mean, who wouldn't want to come in first place at their own land, right?
True.
So, yeah, they're definitely going to fight for that one.
All a waiting game now as we try to figure out what's going on with this tech pause. Everybody seems to be online. Doesn't seem like we're seeing any disconnects, so maybe there was a bit of a, you know, an IRL emergency or somebody has to fix something. A mouse could have died, a monitor could have turned off. That's just how live production goes, folks. Inevitably something is going to happen. We just gotta wait to get that figured out. We appreciate your patience, but hey, you guys get to sit here and hypothesize with us on what the heck is going to happen in the rest of this series, because I'm sure everybody at home has been just as surprised as we are. It is, you know, the waffle iron's been flipped about 45 times over.
Typically, yeah, I'm just wanting to see what happens next from here on. Beast too hype with the op. Getting ready to do the do.
Oh, you know what? While we're sitting here, I actually want to talk about as well. If we take a look over at the economy, right? A pretty important thing in this game. You need the economy to buy weapons. You need the economy to just, you know, buy abilities, buy anything in this game that's going to help you win the round. Rutgers, they could lose this round and the following and still be able to buy traditionally every time. If Fisher loses this, they are in hot water because it puts Rutgers at 11 if they lose this. They will almost guarantee win the following round unless we get a hero play from Fisher. That's 12-10, and then all of a sudden, they're 1 round away from beating the unbeatable.
That is another problem. Fisher's just going to try to go for more of a default here. But the thing is that Rutgers doesn't even push up on the defense. The only thing they could count for is maybe a small peek, an aggressive peek here like Moon Coffee is doing.
There.
All about the slow burn. The Viper's Pit making a very early appearance from Rutgers, and I can't say I blame them for even a moment, unless that's a visual bug, because that does happen sometimes. But Moon Coffee, oh, I do not like the overextension here with the Tour de Force. That is such a valuable ultimate. That is not something you just want to accidentally stop and leave behind. But it looks like it's going to work out well. Moon Coffee making me eat my words live on stream. I put my rendezvous right there too. That makes me feel like a very talented player. Finds that Elim onto Psych. Going to take that elimination out early. This is the round Rutgers was not guaranteed to win, but if they win this one, the next one is essentially handed to them.
Oh, jumping, peeking. Okay, I never. I'm a little confused now.
How is everybody still alive?
Everybody's like
Whoa!
running. Yeah. I see the running guns. I see the jumping peaks with the vandal, the jumping shoots with the vandal.
Oh.
And Fisher, surprisingly enough, with everything going on, it felt like such a weird, heavy distraction.
Yeah, I mean, we said hero play. Dory said hero play? Let me get back to business. Dory puts down a 3-piece to seal an 11th round win for Fisher in what looked like a disastrous round. I think they're going to have an operator now. If I had to guess, I think they grabbed one, and Ming certainly did. The op now in hand of Fisher and Rutgers. Their backs were against the wall. A round that was essentially not quite a freebie, but they had a dominant lead right at the beginning. Gets ripped away from them, and things are looking rough very quickly. Here's that great kill from Moon Coffee onto Psych. Drops a second one. Cartier gets traded out, and then Moon Coffee, 1 HP, could only do so much before they were removed at the beginning of Dory's massacre.
And this is where things get scary. The smoke comes up. Moon Coffee knows they need one. But I'm actually liking the default. I think it's actually helping Fisher a lot, but no, the presence detected, so it gives it way down in mid.
I think the default's really interesting because at this caliber, at this skill level, 22 rounds in, people have not been defaulting very often. So I think it's almost surprising to default in a weird kind of ironic way. We see the Hunter's Fury coming out quick. Logan finds Moon Coffee out the gate, just dumps one into the void. Prof with a Hunter's Fury of his own, a little bit of a Hunter's Venn diagram, some parallel lines working against one another. Beast gets an elim, but it's going to be traded out by Cartier immediately. Fisher, they have the numbers, and they're getting danger close to entering that game point, that match point, just 3 elims away.
Completely powerless is them. Out in the front lines, everybody's trying to get themselves in here. Rutgers, no, they have the lower numbers. One shot would actually be able to change everything.
This is so tough. Rutgers, they have to be the hero, and it looks like Fruta's gonna try. Logan catches out Beast. It's still a 3v2, and Chloric making it all the worse. This Sova, he's done some wild things, but I do not think Prof is going to be able to save the day here. He gave us a 3v1 clutch back on Haven, but I just do not think we're going to be seeing that here. The wallbang headshot from Prof and Rutgers. They're going to get stuck at that 10 once again, unless they win 2 rounds in a row and force an overtime to try and win this series.
This is the last one. The 2-win streak that we finally get to see out of Fisher, instead of seeing the consistent back and forth that we've been seeing prior.
This is how they won Haven. It was 10-10. They won 3 rounds in a row. They just cleaned house. I hate to say it. I think this comes down to who wins the sniper duel. Moon Coffee or Ming. The loser of that is going to lose it for their team, and I think Moon Coffee may have unfortunately just done that. Gets obliterated by Psych early, gives an immediate numbers advantage to Fisher. Cartier caught in the back, gonna get flashed, already down by Dory. Viper's Pit at the ready, but are they even gonna need to use it? They've got the numbers advantage like you'd never imagine. Here comes that Viper's Pit, and here comes possibly a game-winning spike plant for Fisher on Breeze. Bruto finds one. You've got to find a heck of a lot more than that, my friend. With this operator in play, it becomes harder and harder to take those risky shots. Blade Storm out. Beast misses the first 2. Gonna miss the final 3 as Chloric takes them down. It is up to this KO to try and save the day, but the team ace from Fisher will break the curse, and Fisher will win their second map, 13-10, making them the CECC East qualifying grand champs. Number 1 seed, moving into the in-person event soon.
That's the first 3-win streak that we saw to Fisher, that half alone. And honestly, kudos to them, because that was really hard. Yeah. Imagine us watching it and being like, oh my gosh, I like the stress you must feel. And the thing is that there could also be a rematch between Rutgers and, Fisher at the LAN.
I absolutely agree. And I've got to say, my hat off to Rutgers for putting us in a position where we're surprised that Fisher won 3 rounds in a row. We were seeing that a million times. We're like, yeah, whatever, Fisher moment, right? I called it a hashtag Fisher moment before. But now you look at it, and they were in such a dangerous position. They really had to pull out all the stops, no longer pull their punches, and just go tooth and nail, 15 elims to the wall to win that victory. Folks, we are going to throw it to one more break. We're going to try to get an interview with somebody from Fisher in just a couple of minutes, so do not go far. This is going to be a great interview, and then we will be able to wrap up CECC East Valorant Edition. But until then, don't go far. We'll see you right back here in a few.
What are the parallels between esports and gaming and the Army?
I've been in the Army for 17 years. I've been a nerd and a gamer my entire life, even when we had dial-up internet back in the late 90s. And I was very excited when we finally got cable in the early 2000s, and I was able to play, StarCraft on BattleNet. So gaming has always been a huge aspect of my life. And being in the Army, funny story, I'm surrounded by fellow nerds and gamers. So every location that I've been sent to, I've known WoW groups. I can play World of Warcraft with people that are literally living down the hall from where the Army puts me to live. You're in a community of like-minded individuals from all across the country. Having that ability, whatever your hobby is, so like I play Warhammer, which is a tabletop game, outside of every Army installation across the entire country, there's a Warhammer store where I can play my game. Wherever the Army was moving me to throughout the course of my career, my hobby went with me. My love went with me. It was kind of one of those really cool things. And then with the video game aspect, I remember 2006 seeing LAN parties in a barracks room. Like you're seeing Ethernet cords outside of dudes' rooms linking up and playing various video games on a Thursday night after they're done work for the day, because you're surrounded by people of equal age. Video games are a big aspect of everyone's life nowadays.
So you're saying the connection, not so much like, yeah, there's games that are parallel to maybe how you operate in the military, but you're saying the ability to function as a unit or with friends, you're brought even closer together through gaming, it sounds like.
100%. You're going to meet fellow gamers. And, when a good gamer meets another gamer, they're going to become best friends online. When they're living down the hall, you already have that immediate hobby that draws you guys together. You're going to make lifelong friends, and you're going to be meeting fellow nerds from all over the country. Because when you're stationed on a military installation, you're going to be in a barracks, which is like a really nice hotel room. You're going to have your own room and everything. Your neighbors are also going to be fellow gamers. So it's kind of cool to be able to be like, hey, let's get a raid in.
Okay, so you mentioned WoW, you mentioned raiding. I'm a big WoWer myself since 04. You said LAN parties. Were you talking LAN parties like Halo, or what are we talking LAN parties?
Oh, back in the day? Oh, Halo? Definitely. I joined in 2006. Mm-hmm. So Halo 2, LAN parties, money in the bank, having great nights. Some of my fondest memories growing up where you go over to a buddy's house, you got 9 TVs there, and everyone's connected to a router. And you're all trying, hey, don't look at my screen, man. Don't look at my screen. You got 4 people to a TV, and you're playing, Halo 1, Halo 2. So being able to still experience that and get paid and having your job and you're getting your skill training, it's awesome. One of those really cool experiences.
Yeah, plenty of fights with me and my college roommate in Halo 2 and sticky bombs and holes in doors. Yes, I totally remember.
Stop looking at my screen. That's all.
Okay, so this is great. So I really feel this is good information for students thinking about what they want to do before college, after college. They're gamers, and look, you don't just go to boot camp and eat and run and stuff like that. You're actually spending time with people and playing video games. I think it's a good recruiting.
You are still going to run. You're going to be in really good shape. You're still going to do your job. You're still going to be, we have over 150 jobs to choose from in the United States Army. Everything from electrician to plumbing to construction to HVAC to infantry to, everything. Satellite communications, which is a really good field to get into if you want to go into telecommunications for like AT&T, Verizon, whatever, T-Mobile. So you're going to get your skill training. You're going to get your job. You're still going to be in the Army, but it's a 9-to-5 job. When you're off work, you could go do whatever you want to do. If you want to do a LAN party with your buddies down the hall, hell yeah, go get that done. It gives you that option that don't think because you join the Army, you're just going to wear this uniform 24 hours a day. You're obviously going to get your WoW raiding parties in sweatpants at, 8 o'clock at night on a Tuesday, because that's when your group can meet up. So you're still going to be able to get that accomplished. You're still going to have weekends off in the Army. It's not a 24 hours a day, 7 days a week gig. It's really 9 to 5, 40 hours, give or take.
Is there something in the recruits that you're looking for that maybe have characteristics around their teamwork or collaboration or communication when it comes to them in team-based games or FPS or rating? What are you looking for from, let's just say, gamers as recruits? How can those characteristics feed into a job in the Army?
The Army, we like to get people that have no real training experience, because we want to teach you. We want to teach you how to be a leader. We want to teach you how to follow directions. We want to teach you to also be a self-starter. Obviously, having those skills prior to is obviously encouraged and liked, but we don't need someone that is an inherent leader right off the bat. A lot of people learn who they are growing throughout life. But if you're in charge of like a fire team playing, Call of Duty, you know how to work the maneuver elements. Like we need to flank. We have infantry, which is combat arms, which is Call of Duty, where, you're going to do a lot of the same maneuvers. You're going to do a lot of the same communication. The Call of Duty, when they're making those games, they embedded their programmers with the military to kind of learn lingo, to kind of learn how stuff, moves, how certain weapons sound. Having those skills is important, but we're going to teach you. We want to be also be able to teach you. There's always a thing I've heard that if you know how to shoot a gun prior to joining the Army, that's good. But you're going to have bad fundamentals. We're going to teach you the right way to properly shoot a gun. Not saying every way is bad, but for us, we like a blank slate because we want to teach you the right way of doing everything. So, don't think that you have to have prior knowledge and experience coming into us. Like, there's a reason why we have basic training. It's basically teaching you the fundamentals of the Army. It's kind of like one of those little word plays. It matters, but we'll take anyone. We want people that want to serve their country. If they have a family coming into it, they want to give their family a good life, because we have a lot of benefits, like 30 days paid vacation a year, which you cannot find in the civilian sector. Like, good luck. I mean, if I want to go to an esports event in Vegas, funny story, I can just go do it every year. Being on the Army esports team is pretty cool because I'm a full-time recruiter, but my esports thing is also part of my job. So I get to go do these really cool events and travel. I was in DC last weekend for a Warhammer event for the Nova Open, which is the major East Coast event. So, I mean, people have a lot of common misconceptions of like what the Army is and what we can offer. And that's why I kind of tell people, just talk to a recruiter. We just talk to people. If you don't like it, you don't like it. No big deal. No sweat off my back. I get my 30 days a year, but we can answer a lot of your questions and give you information.
How are recruits being challenged mentally, given the ability to learn? Is there, I guess there's bigger roles and jobs that can stretch you mentally within the Army?
Yeah, I'll get right back to basic training. Basic training. So we get a lot of, as a recruiter, that's my job. I meet America's youth and kind of talk to them about stuff. Is basic training is kind of like we're getting you away from your parents for a lot of kids the first time in their lives. A lot of kids that join are coming right from, their bedroom that they grew up in their entire life. So with basic training, it's your first real experience being on your own and being able to discover and work on those self-resilient skills. We want you to thrive. No one wants you to fail in life. So the Army is going to give you every single tool we can to make you physically tough and mentally tough. So that's why you guys have probably seen videos at basic training where you see drill sergeants yell at you. Yeah, they're going to yell at you a little bit because a lot of kids haven't been yelled at in their entire life. And that's going to show you a different way to thrive in that environment is, when you're put into a stressful environment, being able to be like, okay, I now know how to handle this because I've never really had that situation appear in front of me before. But it's never going to be pushed too far to too many limits. We want to make sure that everyone just kind of understands that, you're joining the Army. You're not, your mom and dad are really far away, thousands of miles in some cases. And we want you to be able to thrive on yourself. The person you are when you leave for basic is not going to be the person you are when you graduate basic training. I got a thing in my office where we always take a photo of you before you leave and we put it on my wall. And when you come back from basic, you come to visit us, is we always hand you that photo and you have to go into our bathroom and look in the mirror and see how much you've changed just in 3 to 4 months. Because you'd be surprised what comes out of this training. And these are stronger mentally, physically, socially. They're put into these, pressure-filled environments where you're gonna swim. You're not gonna sink. We're gonna make sure that you know how to thrive. Listen, do it. Gaming is going to be a big aspect for the next 20, 30 years. Twitch has grown exponentially every year for people that are creating their own content. YouTube is also the same way. Whatever your hobby is, do it. Be excited with it, but also remember, you can always fall back on us, the Army. Get yourself some money, get yourself some skill training just in case. Life is long. Always make sure we always use the term, always have tools in your toolkit. If you want to play video games, do it. Play video games for the Army, but also learn HVAC. It's a good skill to have if something goes bad. God forbid something happens to your wrist and you can't play, Call of Duty competitive anymore. Guess what? You're going to make 6 figures learning how to, fix air conditioning units, or whatever your desire is. 150 different jobs. All you got to do is come in, talk to us, and see what you qualify for. The Army, we will literally let you decide what job you want to do with us. We're not going to force you to do anything. If you don't want to be a truck driver, guess what? You're not going to be a truck driver. But if you want to learn a skill, learn a trade, maybe go see the world and have some excitement, if that's your thing, we're here for you, and you can still video game. Living proof right here.
Awesome. Thank you, Sergeant Burns. Appreciate it, sir.
I really think that there's been a sorely missed opportunity for developers to take a step back from competition and take a step forward with community. And if they do that, I think we all win, because community, I would argue.
I get to offer you all just one more welcome back to CECC East Valorant 2022 edition. Still Sepulence, still Gompers, and with, as an absolute surprise to nobody, gonna be back with Ming from Fisher College. Now, Ming, I definitely want to ask my first question. Things get rough. You lose map 2, the first map you drop this entire series, and then all of a sudden, map 3 is 10-10. So walk us through, what did comms sound like? What was the team plan going into that to guarantee you guys came out on top?
You know, we kind of just took a deep breath, thought about our game plan, like what we think we're strong at, and we kind of just went from there. You know, made sure to stay true to our guns, play our game, and that's what took us home in the end.
Do you think coming into, the LAN and the future, possibly, being able to kind of get that remake and maybe playing things differently, how do you think it's going to go? Do you think they have a chance to come back? Rutgers, obviously.
Personally, no, I don't think so. I played one of the worst series I've played in the last couple months. I just think, generally speaking, we didn't play that well this series. So, we're going to go back, look at it, and we'll come back stronger. It's kind of the first time we've had a close series so far in collegiate, so happy for that, but not really too happy with the performance today.
Yeah. Fair enough. I mean, honestly, it was definitely the closest we've seen from you guys for a while. 13-10 victory, losing map 2, and then do a 13-10 victory once again on map 3. So moving forward, I know we're very excited to see you at LAN, and I'll just give you that little space one more time before we let you go. Is there anybody you would like to thank or shout out just while you're here with us?
I want to thank my initiator, Logan. He's the GOAT. I want to thank Pauly Hype for hosting this and keeping us all hyped during this.
Absolutely. Well, hey, Ming, thank you so much for joining us. A huge congrats on what was a very entertaining Grand Finals victory, and we are very excited to see you at LAN.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And with that, folks, that is unfortunately going to be everything Gompers and I have for you this weekend. It was a pleasure from the both of us to cast every phenomenal game and series we saw. A huge shout out to Colton, our wonderful producer who did a phenomenal job, and of course our in-game observer who kicked butt all day long, both yesterday and today. Thank you all for watching. Thank you to all the teams for coming. Like I said, that's all we've got. Check your posture, drink some water. Don't forget to love each other. We're going to send you to Pauly Hype, but for the time being, we will see you next time.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Thank you so much, Sepulence and Gompers. And that shout out from Ming, really appreciate there, the brother over at Fisher College. But we just concluded the Valorant portion of our Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup East Online Qualifier. It's Fisher College that winds up taking the first place finish. That will secure them that #1 seed going into the East LAN, which is going to be November 4th to 6th at Rutgers University. So if you're in the East Coast, tri-state area, anywhere on the East, don't forget Esports U is coming to LAN. That'll be at Rutgers University, November 4th to 6th, that first week in November. Today's event, however, was sponsored by U.S. Army and Army ROTC. The LAN will be as well. This has been your Valorant Action, and just like always, it's been an amazing Sunday of collegiate esports competition. I want to give a big time shout out to all the Valorant coaches, universities, schools, players, the commentators on the day, and of course the production staff. Thank you all so much for throwing this amazing event. That's going to do it though for Valorant. Like always, I'm your host, Pauly Hype, and I'll see you next time right here at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup.